going to do a quick little introduction on what we're doing today in 7 days 1.0. I got a little sick of doing Navigain. Not a whole lot going on with the prefab maps, so I did a random one. I'm going to see how that goes. We'll get started here. I'm probably not going to do a lot of talking. I'm going to run some podcasts in the background. That way you have something better to listen to than me talking to myself. Settings, we've got this set up on a 2 real life hour day cycle, so an hour and a half of daylight and 30 minutes of night. Standard settings for most of it, except I have a little higher block damage. And then, yeah, it should about cover it. See where we spawn. Once I get going a little bit and all that, I'll have the podcast start. So, welcome. Sipping coffee, smoking weed. Broke or else it'd be vodka. But I already did all this. Oh, yes, I'm ready to spawn. Do the last bit of loading here. Whenever it's doing this, I'm afraid to alt-tab out because I've had this lockup before, but that was back on Alpha 20 and 21. Oh, I got kind of a weird setup for my gaming rig right now. I'm sitting on pillows on the floor with a, like, what do you call it, a end table, it's that little thing you put next to your bed. Anyway, one of those little desks for my monitor. My mouse and keyboard are in front of me, propped up by a clothes-filled suitcase. So it's a little unconventional, little not the most ergonomic, but it works. Although after about 4 hours of straight gameplay, my back does start to hurt a little. I'm getting old. Oh, is that music I hear? I'll have to turn that off once I get the podcast rolling. Although I do enjoy the game music for this. Here we go. Let's get the first couple of things done before we switch out the audio. Let it load fully, all that. Alright, open challenges window. this podcast, Cinema Sins. Recommend it if you're into movies, just general stuff like that. I think they do some reviews. Recommend
Coors Banquet, the same brewing tradition since 1873. Start your legacy.
It doesn't go well, and Jerry is somewhat forced to finally take retirement head on. The end.
Uh-huh.
Welcome to Recotopia, a happy home for recommended movies, TV shows, music, video games, foodstuffs, and more from two people you can definitely trust. Trustability varies by region, no guarantees implied. And now, here are your hosts, Chris Atkinson and Aaron Dyson.
Anything you might tell me about her? Could you describe her? She must be... She must be different now. She was so pretty. I miss her so much.
Hello, everybody, and look at that. Aaron's got a nice little coaster for us. The apple one. Was that made for us? I can't remember.
Yeah, a fan made this for us. A little coaster that has an apple with a bite out of it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what he's saying about us. I'm not sure what they're saying.
No, I don't know what he's saying either. But anyway, welcome to Recotopia. This is episode 128. I'm Chris Atkinson, joined by Aaron Dyson.
Howdy ho, Pledgerinos.
Yes, absolutely. And yes, today's big recommend is The Pledge from 2001. Very interested to hear what you guys think of this movie because it is bleak. It's bleak as hell, guys. Want to welcome chat who have come out here and are watching us talk about movies on a Tuesday. And hey, happy birthday, History Lover. I saw that earlier. You came and joined us on your birthday. Thank you so much for that. I guess I'll start us off with the small recommends.
Do it.
No big deal.
Itty bitty living space.
It's so small and light.
It's small, it's tiny, it's petite, it's wee.
I went to, I was just looking for something short that I could watch on a streamer for the past week, and I ran across a movie that I'd heard of many times, but had never seen, called Brief Encounter from 1945. And this is one of David Lean's first movies. I can't remember. The IMDb puts another one underneath this, but when you look at the release dates, this one came out first, so I don't know which one came out first. Anyway, Brief Encounter is a movie that I would never have expected to come out of 1945, although there are limitations to what they can do with this subject. But it concerns a woman who is played by Celia Johnson, who she's married, but she goes out every Thursday to do shopping and watch movies and get a new book and all this other stuff. And she happens to run into another married person played by Trevor Howard. And they start up a friendship that definitely is a little bit more than what they want it to be, what they want to classify it as at first. It's definitely a romantic type of thing, or it could become a romantic type of thing. And it's basically being told through Celia Johnson's narration throughout. She has come home. This is basically the end of the story, is at the beginning. She comes home and she tells she's in this kind of like boring marriage with her husband. Her husband's not a bad guy, just not like as exciting as this new guy is. And she's basically just telling the story as if in a dream, how she met this person and how there was all these different things that she wanted to do with this person and everything. And so the whole movie is, the conflict is, you know, what's going to happen? Are they actually going to consummate this thing? 1945, they're probably not going to. You know that because of the Hays Code. But seeing them interact and seeing how much they come alive when they are together and everything is exciting. But you also have this thing in the back of your mind. They're married. I don't know if they're going to be able to go through with this. But it's a great, great movie. It's only an hour and 20 minutes. So
I need to check this one out. I've got it on my list now after you recommending it. But yeah, I have not seen this one, but I'm excited to check it out at some point.
Yeah.
My first small recommend is Alien Romulus. Just came out, the new Alien movie, and I enjoy the Alien movies for what they are. I'm not necessarily a horror movie person, but the Alien movies kind of bridge horror and sci-fi in a way that the world building kind of gets me interested, and certainly the immense amount of world building that this franchise has done. There are so many canonical movies now that, it makes it interesting to kind of see where we're going. Now, Alien Romulus takes place, I believe, between the first two. So after Alien and before Alien $, as it were. So yeah, and I think it just does all the things an Alien movie is supposed to do. I don't think it's like, gonna blow anybody away, but it just feels like the creature
put
work
away
is
your
really
weapon,
interesting and
lest you
cool.
like
The
to die in
performances
my
are
store.
great. The dread, kind of that like tension and dread is there throughout. It does some, it's kind of an interesting take on the horror like the horror, final girl kind of stuff, and I really enjoyed it. Had a good time. Kaylee Spaney, I think, is really, really good in it, and David Johnson, I believe is his name, is also really good. I only know him from Rye Lane, which I don't know if you saw Rye Lane last year, but he's really good in that. And then I think he's been in Industry, the TV show Industry as well. And it's right from the beginning, so I'm not spoiling anything, but he's the synthetic in this one. And there's always these beautiful themes of, what life is valuable. Is synthetic a valuable life? Is it, different than us? How is it different than us? Are we their gods? Like that whole thing is always interesting when the Alien movies explore it, and this one is kind of about family. And she considers this synthetic her brother. They grew up together, and so it deals with a lot of that kind of stuff. But anyways, I had a good time, and it kept my brain going.
As I'm in the midst of applying for residency right now, wish me luck, Grammarly has again been a lifesaver with my application and helping me write my personal statement and CV. Grammarly is your digital writing assistant. It's an all-in-one tool that improves your productivity, triple checks your work, and saves you time when working on multiple assignments. Even the free features are incredible. You can set your own writing goals, track your word counts, and even find new words to replace your overused ones using the synonym feature. I personally love using Grammarly.
Yeah, this was something that I wanted to see over the weekend, but I didn't get a chance to. I'm eventually going to watch it though. It was funny because we came out with that Alien franchise video on CinemaSins and everything, and the idea was we're gonna put them all in the order that they came out. The movies came out.
Right.
And everything.
Yes.
That was where. But there was this discussion briefly as to whether we should do it chronologically by the Alien timeline.
Uh-huh.
And so I wrote what I thought was the Alien timeline, and I was apparently very wrong because I thought that the aliens were made well after. I was trying to think of I can't remember what it was, but I put AVP somewhere that it wasn't supposed to be because AVP is modern day. So I just thought it came after. I think I put it after the other ones, but I forgot that they're modern day. But yet the aliens shouldn't be around yet. I don't know. It was. I didn't really look terribly into it, but I was like, people are putting AVP way up here somewhere in the timeline, and I don't know. That was kind of a weird thing to go through. Anyway, I definitely need to see this.
Yeah.
The other one that I watched over the past week that I caught up to, I'd never seen this before. 2001 was a weird year for me movie watching wise because I quit the movie theater in 2001, and then I had a long stretch until about 2002 where I got back into it and everything. So 2001, I didn't watch a lot of the major releases when they came out, and one of those was Legally Blonde. And this movie's dumb, okay? Don't get me. I don't want to. Look, this movie is dumb, But Reese Witherspoon is so fun in this movie. This is kind of like taking her character from Alexa. And what was the other one that I thought she was like in this? Oh, she was like Alicia Silverstone in Clueless. So you like combine those two characters into this movie, and she's just, I miss this Reese Witherspoon. I know that she, of course, has to go on and move on from this type of stuff as she gets older, but I just kind of miss this kind of Reese Witherspoon because she's so awesome in this. But yeah, the story is dumb. She is dating this guy who's going to go to Harvard Law School, who dumps her because she isn't the type of stock that his family would approve of. So she devises a scheme basically to get into Harvard Law School with him essentially and try to win him back. And so she studies really hard, but ultimately the Harvard Law School brass decide to let her in because she's kind of hot. That's basically what it comes down to. And then she comes in, and she, of course, is immediately shunned by all the other students and everything. And she has to figure out a way to really to make her mark, because she's not good in her studies or anything. Meanwhile, she has to deal with the evil Selma Blair, who's the girlfriend now of her former boyfriend. And then she goes under the tutelage of a professor played by Victor Garber. And they end up on this case where Allie Larder is on the going up for murder. And it's one of those, like, Slumdog Millionaire had not existed yet, but this is a Slumdog Millionaire type of movie, because everything that happens in it is like, because she knows so much about little things about the case that nobody else would. And so, anyway, very interested to see how this carries over into Legally Blonde 2 whenever I finally watch that movie as well. Anyway, I thought this was a lot of fun, even though it's complete nonsense and stupid.
Oh, let me guess. You need to buy some. Take a look at the shit I got, but don't expect me to cook it.
Big Wireless does. They charge you a lot. We charge you a little.
Sorry, Ryan.
I believe it's the full.
I do mean that. I need to put respect back in that name.
That's right. I actually really like this movie. It's kind of one of those, I kind of put it in the same category, like, for my feelings, as like the House Bunny,
you want to guarantee,
like this silly,
well, maybe
dumb,
you should try.
Like,
I'm going to make you an offer. It's a deal. Disappoint me, and you'll find yourself
really
on the wrong end of a road.
And so much of it has to do with the charisma of the leads. And you're right. I do. Reese Witherspoon is so great in this, kind of thing. And
yeah.
So yeah, I actually have a soft spot in my heart for this movie as well.
Yeah.
My other small recommend is the movie Batman. But not Batman you're thinking of. Recently went back and watched this, and boy, there is something about the silliness of movies that knew they were silly in the 60s, maybe even later 50s. We get it again with parody movies kind of have this vibe too, where it's just like, we know what we are. We're just dumb and silly, and we're going to embrace it and have a good time with it. And it's a movie that, if you're willing to vibe with it, I think is really, really fun. I found myself laughing a lot at the jokes, the subtle innuendos, the different things that they're doing. Of course, one of the most famous scenes is where Batman runs around with a bomb trying to figure out where to dispose of it. And he runs into a nun, so he turns around and he runs into a person with a baby carriage. So he turns around and there's somebody, with a dog, and it's like he just can't dispose of this bomb. It's just dumb. But it's fun, and I was surprised at how much fun I had with this movie. I will say, if you're looking at it for like an exploration of the Batman TV show with the different, because all the villains are in this, is it Cesar Romero that's the Joker, and you've got Catwoman, you've got Penguin and Riddler from the TV show, but they're not given a lot to do. They really are. They're almost all just cameos, honestly. So you're not going to get a lot of substance here. But I had a good time. I smiled all the way through it, so I thought I'd throw it out as a recommend.
I have amazingly never watched this movie, and I don't know why, but I definitely need to put it on the list because I would definitely like to see this. I saw the TV show a handful of times, and I know a lot of people who love that TV series as well. So, yeah, I need to get around to this.
Yeah, it's fun.
So, eventually. Well, enough of that merriment and whatever. Let's get on to our big recommend, which is The Pledge from 2001, directed by Sean Penn, starring Jack Nicholson. And here we go.
I'm fine. It's just that you're so big.
It's so huge.
It's a good rule, but this is bigger than rules.
It's bigger on the inside.
Is it? I noticed.
The movie begins with our main character, Jerry Black, played by Jack Nicholson, mumbling to himself. Is this the beginning or the end? Yes, it is. We then move on to snowy Nevada, where we see a less mumbly Jerry fishing on a frozen lake, followed by a customary long drive through the opening credit sequence, taking us to Reno and Jerry's police precinct, where we see him cleaning out his desk for retirement. We see him look outside and see a person with a walker as he contemplates his old age. Then there's some bad Photoshop of his various military service and police accomplishments. Apparently one of those Photoshops is a picture from The Shining, by the way. The movie is about to do a back and forth between Jack's surprise retirement party at a restaurant called the Luau and a teenage boy who gets stuck jet skiing. The teenager sees a Native American named Toby J. Wadna, played by Benicio del Toro, running away from something and getting into his red truck. The boy ends up stumbling on a terrible discovery, a little girl named Jenny Larson being raped and murdered. The boy reports what he sees, and news gets to the retirement party. This is going to be Stan's case. Stan is here, played here by Aaron Eckhart. But Jerry says he has, 6 hours and a year and a half left to help with his case. It's here the movie plants the seed that most cops and detectives kind of suck at their jobs and aren't equipped to solve cases like this, which means an old schooler like Jerry must do everything in his power to solve this one. After looking at the crime scene, Jerry ends up being the one who has to deliver the bad news to the murdered girl's parents, played by Patricia Clarkson and Michael O'Keefe. The distraught Mrs. Larson gives us a little background about Jenny. On Wednesday, she spends time getting music lessons from her grandmother. Mr. Larson wants to see his daughter, but Jerry knows this wouldn't make anything better because he and the other barely dared to lift themselves. Mrs. Larson makes Jerry promise to find the killer, which is probably against his every instinct as a cop, but they didn't call this movie The Pledge for nothing. While Jerry does more work at the crime scene, he's informed that they found Toby, the man the teenager saw running to his truck just before he stumbled on the crime scene. Toby has a record, including statutory rape, but nothing that really stands out as someone who commits a violent crime. This doesn't bother Stan, who is determined to get a confession out of the man, who also appears to have an intellectual disability. Through extremely dubious tactics that return answers that definitely don't add up, he gets the confession. Upon Toby's arrest, the cop tasked to take him to jail allows his weapon to be taken, and Toby threatens the cop before taking his own life. Jerry is about to go to Baja with the airline ticket the force got him for his retirement, but something doesn't sit right with him about the case, and he doesn't take the plane. He ends up going back to town and talking to Jenny's grandmother, played by Vanessa Redgrave. We find out a little bit more about the day. Jenny never got on the bus or went to school that day, so Grandma assumed she just went home. Normally, Jenny would take her piano lessons, and afterwards she'd go to the candy store downstairs. Jerry then talks to Jenny's friend Becky, who leads him to a drawing Jenny made depicting a giant giving her porcupines. Jerry believes the giant is the killer, and that the car in the drawing is a black station wagon. It's a big stretch, and he even tries to get Stan to reopen the case. Stan allows Jerry to at least look into the records of similar past crimes. He finds a couple of hits. In one town, he runs into a cop, played by future Saw alum Costas Manning, who uses the station as a Planet Fitness. The case here was never solved and is still technically true, but he takes advantage of this cop's terrible professionalism to steal it. He then goes to a retirement home where he runs into a janitor Jim Olstad, played by Mickey Rourke, whose daughter went missing 3 years ago. He is now prepared to take evidence to Stan and his old boss Eric, played by Sam Shepard, to reopen the case. It doesn't go well, and Jerry is somewhat forced to finally take retirement head on. The end.
Uh-huh.
Well, not so fast. Jerry goes for some prime fishing in a place called Sugarbush and rents a place by the lake that is a triangulated spot between the murders he's investigating. He even makes an offer to a gas station owner, played by Harry Dean Stanton, to buy his business/home, which after a couple of rejections is fairly quickly accepted. Jerry can now see who comes in and goes in and out of the town, looking for a black station wagon. Jerry visits a diner/bar where he meets bartender Lori, played by Sean Penn's then-wife Robin Wright, that he will eventually end up in a relationship with. After that, he meets with a psychologist, played by Helen Mirren, who really isn't all that helpful, except she might remind him that he needs to get laid once in a while. She does impart a little bit of wisdom. Jenny appears to trust the man in the photo. The time intervals of the murder suggest that he will kill again very soon. After watching an innocuous fishing program that suggests very innocuously that the best bet in landing a big fish is using live bait, we move on to the diner/bar again, where Jerry meets Lori's daughter, Chrissy, who has all the same characteristics as the murdered girls. Jerry asks Lori if she knows any place where he can buy furniture around here, and he ends up asking her to join him. While at a flea market, Chrissy goes missing briefly, but returns with a boot cleaner fashioned like a porcupine. Jerry goes on to visit the person who makes these things, Helen, played by Lois Smith, who tells him about her son Gary, played by Tom Noonan of Manhunter fame, who is a preacher and just happens to drive a black station wagon. Gary will now play the prime suspect in Jerry's mind for quite some time. Gary later even creepily approaches Chrissy with an offer to attend his church. This has to be the guy, right? One night, Jerry gets a knock on his door. Lori shows up with bruises on her face from her ex. He asks she and her daughter to stay at the house.
Didn't we
stay
agree
away from her
your
ex.
first job
Eventually,
was going
a
to be
romance
free?
Begins.
Damn,
He loves reading to her
this
daughter
is
and watching
all I
after
can
her, and Lori
spare.
falls for him. There's kind of a dual thing going on here.
Look quick, buy
Jerry
quicker,
builds a swing set
piss
close
off
to the
fastest.
road, kind of already beginning this idea about live bait. But at the same time, it does appear that he cares for Lori and her daughter very much. He just might care about the case more. At some point, while Jerry is out fishing and returns to
let the
find
door
out
hit
that
you on your way
Chrissy
out.
went to church with Gary, this leads to a mad dash to the church, complete with a herd of cows blocking his way before he destroys a bunch of private property.
Well,
when he
come
makes
to
a
think
shortcut.
of it, I do have a... Can't say
Jerry
I'm not
opens the door to find
surprised.
out, oh no, the horror! She's bloody,
Good luck,
she's
kid.
dead. The creepy Francis Dollarhide from Manhunter is killed again. Wait, it's just a regular church service, and kindly Gary Jackson welcomes him in. Enter the Wizard, a man who drives a black station wagon and has a porcupine ornament hanging on his rearview mirror. Chrissy, now highly attuned to welcoming strangers because the last two have been okay, greets the man who gives her some porcupine-shaped candies. She shows Jerry the candies, informs him that the Wizard wants to meet her at a picnic ground, and now Jerry puts the wheels in motion to do something that is quite fucked up. He's gonna let her do it, and be sure not to tell Mom. Jerry then somehow gets Stan and a whole team of watchers and snipers out to the area where the meet is to take place. Chrissy shows up and sits at a table. The Wizard is running late. As an aside, we are given a bit of information that his name is Oliver and he worked at the candy shop below Jenny Larson's grandma's house. Eventually, Stan calls off the stakeout. He tells Jerry he's going to have to tell Lori about this too. Jerry seems so singularly focused that he doesn't seem to recognize the consequences of that, and he stays behind to continue watching. Lori comes out to pick her daughter up, yells at and calls it quits with Jerry. She thinks the entire relationship was a lie. Jerry's stunned. He knows the killer is coming, but he's not. He's about to get hit by a huge Mack truck. Jerry was right about who the killer was, but no one will ever know. Stan and the crew of cops drive past the wreck and lament how sad Jerry has become. We now return to the beginning of the movie with Jerry in front of the closed gas station, mumbling to himself and visibly shaking that he was right, but with no way of ever knowing. Aaron, what did you think of this movie?
Oh, Sean Penn, you silly guy. You know, Chris, I didn't like this movie. I think I'll start with that, and then I'll go to some good things, because there's certainly some things that I did enjoy about this movie. But I think Sean Penn has a weird relationship to wanting to So you know the old school way you would potty train a dog, like if they did something in the house, you'd shove their nose in it and make sure they knew what the mistake was. Like this is Sean Penn with these kind of he wants us to really here is a brutal picture of a bloodied little girl. Here is and even with the ending of the movie, he wants us to feel the tragedy or irony or whatever of this policeman. So I think a lot of it has to do with his instincts don't align with kind of what I want my entertainment to be. It feels to me as if he wants to remove the joy or the positive things, whereas I like to emphasize, I like those things to kind of come forward. So that's a me thing, in a reason I'm not necessarily going to vibe with this movie. I also think the Aaron Eckhart character is really over the top. The moment he turns to the camera after he gets the confession and he gives a full sports celebration to the camera where it's or whatever. I'm just okay, yeah, we get it. This isn't overconfident jerk face cocky boy kind of thing. So he was a little much for me. Other than him, I thought all the performances were great. I thought Jack Nicholson was great. I thought everybody else who entered in, hanging out doing interesting stuff. Pops in, just for a little bit and is doing well. And Robin Wright in there as well. Were they married at this time? I know that
they were, or I mean, it may not have been when the movie came out, but they were married when the filming occurred.
Yeah.
Because she was still using Robin Wright pen, I believe, on her.
Yeah, I think so too. And I thought she was great. And there's actually an interesting structure thing that I think maybe a different director I might have really locked into this movie. I like the story turn it takes in the end. He's one you don't necessarily see coming, and there is a way. I guess maybe I have a question for you. Maybe we can make this a little bit of a conversation because I'm not sure what we're supposed to feel about this. Are we supposed to like Nicholson's character, and are we supposed to feel bad that he is now kind of mumbling because the bad guy got in a wreck, or are we supposed to feel like he deserves this, like that his obsession led to this result, and that this is actually kind of consequences to his obsession that wasn't his obsession to have, other than the pledge that he made. Now, I'm not sure which the movie really comes down to.
Yeah, I don't think the movie has a clear answer on this. By the way, there may be something in here where it's like you're supposed to interpret this in a certain way, and however you interpret it, that's the right way to do it. Because you're right. This is one of those things where they've made this whole interaction at the end so complex that they've actually eaten themselves a little bit on it. They it's one of those things where it's like he does one of the most unforgivable things that you can do to try to nab this killer. And at the same time, you're supposed to go, well, at any cost, right? We got to make sure that this guy never kills again and all that. But there are ways to do this that are not that, that he sort of forgets. And I guess there might be something to the whole, the fact that he doesn't have the support with him. The support that's supposed to be with him is, they're a bunch of bad cops who aren't supposed to be in this job. I thought that was a good sort of, exploration of that culture. There are a lot of people who should not be cops. And that's basically what I feel like the whole theme of this is. And because nobody is a good cop, somebody has to step up, and that's why he enters in this. Now, again, I don't know what the movie is focusing on here. I don't know where it's ultimately saying this is something that you need to do because this happens, or something, something that's in that area. I think it's sort of like you kind of are eating your own plot a little bit. You make it this complex not only are you making it where he's doing something unforgivable to solve this case, but you're also putting it in a situation where he'll never be right. No one will ever understand and even if he is, though, he still did something like incredibly wrong to get to that point. Maybe nobody is fit to be in this role is maybe the only thing that I can think of by the end of it. Even somebody like him who apparently has all the professionalism in the world until he retires. And so, like, maybe that's what it is. I would not put it beyond Sean Penn to say, this is a world where we shouldn't even have to be talking about this. We shouldn't even, nobody is good enough to be in this job, because what are you supposed to do? If you don't do what Jack does in this movie, what are you supposed to do? So, like, I wouldn't put it beyond him to say that's what the theme of this movie is. Nobody is a good guy.
Yeah, and that was part of my cognitive dissonance. Was I got to the end and I was like, oh, it's almost as if, because you're right, because he makes the decision to use the girl as bait, and then it's just like, not only how do you do that? How do you convince the police force to come along with you?
That didn't get that.
Is bait for a possible serial killer. Now, you could argue that the police force didn't think there was anything to it to begin with, so they didn't care. But I disagree. But, you know, there's... So you start to think, oh, wait, was the whole movie... Was he bad the whole movie? Like, and when I say bad, I mean just like a poor cop. Like, you know, not able to do his job well the whole movie. Like, did he... Because we know he missed the plane on purpose so he could try to reopen this case even after he retired. Did he also, like, purposefully befriend this family to use the girl as bait? Like, are we supposed to think that that's a possibility? Like, it almost feels like in the original script that he was just as much of a problematic cop as everybody else, and then in the finished product, because it's Nicholson, or because, you know, this, you know, they wanted a more likable, you know, hero, or not hero, but protagonist, that the first act feels like we're supposed to respect this guy, but then the rest of the movie doesn't back that up. And so I wonder if there was some... I wonder if the full script was even darker in some way, but I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, and that was another thing that I couldn't quite decide on, whether or not he goes ahead and goes through this relationship because he wants to do this thing. I get the sense that he does want to be in this relationship because of the way he flirts with Robin Wright in this movie and everything, but it also becomes like a dual opportunity because there's a lot of like coincidences and things like that he keeps running across in this whole thing. It's almost parody at some points where, you know, oh, the girl went missing at the flea market, and no, she just happens to run into somebody that sells porcupine boot cleaners, even though that's a huge red herring by the end of it. But it's just one of those type of things where you just keep running into things, whatever. But yeah, when we look at this movie this way, it doesn't hold up, right? But why do I like this movie so much? I don't know. It's one of those things. I think it's one of those things where I love the fact that they went so dark with it. I love the fact that that this person isn't going to be proved right in the end, because not everything is going to be happy ending, and not everything is going to work out your way, even if you think you've done all the right things. And I think in a situation like this, where it's almost saying the end justifies the means, and I am not sure if that's where it's going. Like I said, we don't know where the focus is on this movie. There's something to it. There's something to the end of this where you're just like, man, like nothing worked out, and that's terrible. I feel horrible inside, but that's so different from what I feel on most of these movies. So like so I feel like I've watched something pretty good by the end of it. But yeah, there's so many other things in it that if you go by what makes sense in this movie, you're not gonna like it at all. It's gonna be one of those type of movies. So.
You know, maybe the message is that the log truck from Final Destination 2 was the hero we all need. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's
absolutely.
That's the end of the day. No.
Yeah, well, and I guess, you know, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened if he wasn't involved at all. But to think that maybe this wreck would have happened if none of the other events had happened. But he's on his way to see a girl that would not he probably wouldn't be going to see her if it wasn't for Jack Nicholson and everything. So it would have been kind of fun to see if we could extrapolate that he would have died anyway or whatever. But I guess you can go a whole bunch of ways on this. Like, what if he didn't do any of this and then the killer dies and he's still looking for the killer afterwards? That's another one that he's still looking for him afterwards. I guess he's still looking for him afterwards because he knows that he's out there.
The situation is that he's just lost his mind. The obsession over this pledge has destroyed him. He's just drinking alcohol and mumbling to himself. So yeah, I think that's the insinuation. I think there is definitely some sort of message about obsession here, right? Because I think if nothing else, we see how obsession can turn a human being into a monster. And what could be interesting, again, if I felt like the movie made more of these parallels, is there's an interesting parallel between him and the serial killer, right? Like obsession, single, focusedness leads you to some terrible, dark places. And for the cop, that's using a little girl you love as bait for a serial killer. But I think that's purposeful. I think that's his obsession at play there. And even during that final moment where he's like, "There's not enough people here," and he's running across the river and he's doing all these things. That's terrible. Police work too. Like that's not. So I think we're definitely supposed to believe that this case has already started to destroy this person. So when Aaron Eckhart talks about, it's sad or whatever, he's kind of right. We don't want him to be right because he's a jerk face, but he's kind of right, that the obsession has, tainted him in some ways, even though nobody in the movie knows he was on the right track. You know what I mean? So I agree with you that there is something laudable about, doing something different, taking a big swing, and like I said, I like that structure. I like the way the movie, what it decides to do at the end, I think is really interesting and something, you can talk about afterwards and think about afterwards. But yeah, I just think there's so much inconsistency, and mostly, again, for me, it's a worldview thing. Like the movie's nihilistic worldview, it's harder for me to vibe with than a lot of things. But I like Fight Club, but I think that had some more interesting things to say about nihilism than maybe this does, or at least maybe more clear things. And maybe as I think about it more, I'll kind of pick out other little details that I hadn't thought about, but because movies can grow like that. But yeah, it's a big swing, and I always love a big swing. And I don't begrudge you or anyone else in this movie because it's interesting for sure.
No, I knew this one would be polarizing to mostly negative when I picked it because it's one of those type of things. It's like we put it out there because this was a movie that I found interesting that I watched, and now I'm recommending it to everybody, and that's the way I've always felt about this podcast, by the way. Like, not picking stuff that's always a banger, although we do our bangers a lot, but like I like picking these ones here that have like a 6 point something on the IMDb, or like something that's not universally beloved, because that's easy to talk about. It's easy to go in and talk about how great Singing in the Rain is, but it's not easy to take a movie that's like got this many problems with it and tell you, I really love this, I want other people to watch it. So that's basically what it comes down to. Yeah. And I think ultimately what I came out of this movie with on this new viewing is Penn really wants to show you that I don't think anybody is equipped to handle this world. And I'm wondering too, like, maybe he had his daughter by this time or whatever, because this comes out, and I hope I'm not messing up a super secret double feature, but he's in Mystic River a couple of years later, another one about a daughter dying and everything. That's where he won his Oscar. And so, like, I wonder if it's one of those type of things where, like, you start thinking, you take a child into this world and you're just like, man, I don't know what I would do if this happened or whatever. And who are we putting this in the hands of? People who probably can't sympathize with you, probably people who can't, who aren't up to the job. And it's comical how many cops in this movie don't do their job correctly. You can count on like every single one of them. The cop that is the first on the scene, leaves 10 in the crime scene. He doesn't want to go tell the parents about this. This is just not something he does. The guy who takes Benicio del Toro is like shaky, doesn't know what he's doing, he loses the gun. The guy who's, doing workouts in the precinct.
Yeah, this kind of stuff never bothers me. Other people bothers other people. I can look at this stuff all day.
Yeah, and then there's almost something Cormac McCarthyan about the Jack Nicholson character here, because it's almost shown as he's a dying breed. He's somebody who used to know all the things that you're supposed to do in this, and then even he slips up at the end. And so, like, kind of that, I think if there were anything we talked out here today that would be the focus of this movie, even though I don't know if it does have a focus, is that in this world, there's nobody you can rely on in this situation. There's nothing that's going to bring your daughter back, unfortunately. Right. And even if you do find the killer, it's not going to help you out in the end. Patricia Clarkson only shows up one more time in this movie. She's the main reason why this movie's called The Pledge. And the only reason she shows up is kind of this whole thing where he's like, well, I'm in this town and I'm seeing people from the other town show up in this town, so maybe I'll see the killer too. That's the only reason she shows up later on in the movie. But that's the thing that I want to that's one of the thing that I think I end up coming out with. It's a worldview that, it's not sunny, and it's not what you would want if something like this were to happen to you. But that's what we're dealing with, and that's where I think Sean Penn is coming.
Yeah, I agree. And I do think there is, if nothing else, a severe consistency in the portrayal of law enforcement as ill-equipped to, really handle these kind of things. And that has to be intentional. Like you said, there's so much of it. It has to be an intentional theme and part of, the script. In this story. So, yeah, I agree.
All right, let's get on to our super secret double feature.
Be very, very quiet. Secret? What secret?
Our dirty little secret.
I tell you something I've never told anyone.
Okay, so, you mentioned Mystic River. Chat's mentioned stuff like Gone Baby Gone, which crossed my mind, certainly. This kind of police conundrum kind of things. But the movie, tonally, while I was watching this, that just felt like this is a very tonally similar movie that has a very different ending. And we do have a hero, so to speak, in the movie, even though it's not a joyful ending all the way. It's totally different, and that movie is Clint Eastwood's Changeling. So another person who is convinced that the police have it
now
wrong
that you did the job, I guess you ain't that damn bad after all.
Being obsessed over this thing when everybody around them is saying, you're wrong. The police got it. In this case, it's a returned child. Her, child is returned, and she is convinced it's not her child. For one reason, this child is circumcised. Her child was not circumcised. Seems like a pretty big piece of proof there. But who knows? Maybe the kid
look who decided to show their face again.
Anyways, very similar tonally with that feeling of person who is being accused of losing their mind because the police are inadequate to do their job. Like I said, it does have a little bit of a different ending, but again, not a completely happy ending. So that tonally, it kind of feels similar. But I enjoyed this movie much more. I think Angelina Jolie is incredible in it. And Eastwood, for all his hits and misses, he knows how to tell a story. And I think this is a really, really well done movie.
Be careful out there.
I
You
haven't
wouldn't
seen
wanna
this since it
get
came out, but
hurt.
it's great. It's funny because we did The Changeling a year or two ago, the George C. Scott horror movie, and then we had to like differentiate these movies and everything. But yeah, I totally agree with this choice. I think this is a great one. By the way, there were some joke ideas for Super Secret Double Feature, and Josh says airplane. He goes airplane, and then he goes, I was close. And I was like, Josh, you're only close if Changeling has an exclamation.
That's right.
That's the only way. That's the only way you're close. All right. Next week's homework. It's Aaron's turn. So tell us what you're going to watch next week.
Oh, one of my favorite movies of all time. Just after Chris got saying that's not what the show's about, I'm going to go with a banger, in my opinion. Gattaca. Let's talk about Gattaca.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite movies of all time. So we're going to have an easy time with this one when it comes down to it. So yeah, this is the reason why Maya Hawke exists, by the way. This movie. No, I love Gattaca very much, and I think it does fit this format because very few people have seen Gattaca, I believe. Not a huge hit when it came out. It has gotten a following, but I don't hear too many people talk about it, even though it had a brand new 4K steelbook that came out recently, which I will be glad to finally watch when this comes around. So definitely want to watch this in the new format. But this movie is really great. This is a guy, Andrew Niccol, who he started off like he was going to be like huge because he wrote The Truman Show and he did this and then it kind of fell off a little bit. He's done some things here and there that you might have liked, but like there was a huge rise for this guy when Gattaca and Truman Show and everything came out. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I haven't seen Gattaca in quite a while. And this introduced us all to Jude Law too.
Yeah, that's true.
For most people, anyway.
Yeah, it's one of those that it seems to be of the ones I go back to from that era that if I introduce people to it, they're like, oh my goodness, how did I not know this movie existed? In fact, it's one of my son's favorite movies of all time after I introduced him to it. So like it just I think it really holds up and is prescient in a lot of ways with a lot of the technology and stuff that it's doing. So yeah.
Yeah. All right. Looking forward to that. Looks like we have some time for some questions.
Question. I got something to say. I want the truth. I am listening.
What is the scariest movie you saw at too young an age?
Too young an age. I didn't see a lot of scary movies when I was young. My mom introduced me to some Hitchcock movies, so those are probably the answer. But I decided to go with The Green Inferno, and I saw it at age 38, and I was still too young.
Still too young for The Green Inferno. I think I was roughly the same age when I saw Green Inferno, and I don't think you're of any age to enjoy that movie. That's for sure. That's one of the sickest movies I've seen in a while. And, it's probably not even close to the sickest of all time. Like, if you ask horror movie aficionados, they're going to give you about 500 that are really good. So, I don't feel like I was super scared of this, but I saw Pet Sematary really early. And it shouldn't have been at my age. I just thought it was weird that in middle school, in like 6th grade or 7th grade or whatever, an entire grade somehow decided that we would watch Pet Sematary for Halloween at school as long as we got our parents to be okay with it. And for the most part, our parents were okay with it.
It blows people's mind how much parents were okay with just watching rated R movies at school or whatever back in the day. Like, the parental oversight was just, different.
Yeah, it really was. And so, like, I don't remember being too scared of that. I do remember when I was super young watching RoboCop 2. And there's a scene in there that I guarantee you, if I watch it today, is going to be like the cheesiest thing ever in the world. I haven't seen RoboCop 2 since that it came out in the movie. But there's a scene in there where there's this big robot that was like the Ed 209, but it's like the new version of the Ed 209 that they show in RoboCop 2. And there's like a suspenseful scene where he comes in and starts blowing away a bunch of guys, and I was scared at that. I was really scared of that. Of course, I watch that movie now. I know that it's just going to be like cheesy and bad and terrible. So anyway, looking over,
I'm going to add one more thing to this, because you reminded me of kind of that feeling of, oh, this is going to give me nightmares, even though it's not really anything now that I'm older, kind of thing. And that was Wrath of Khan for me. I was like 7 or 8 years old.
Oh yeah, it's got some nightmare fuel in it.
That ear creature was just the freakiest, scariest thing I had ever experienced in my life, and it felt so real.
No doubt. No doubt. Over in the chat, we have Nick says Hereditary when I was 35. Yeah, I get you. I get you on that. Hereditary's got some very awful stuff in it. History Lover says Poltergeist, but I was still too young as a teenager when I saw The Exorcist. Flyboy says Wizard of Oz, 5 years old, and I had nightmares about the flying monkeys. Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. And then Tatsuk Age Maru, House of a Thousand Corpses. It's also terrible, and I hate it. Yes, I agree with you on that. And yeah, you have a lot of Rob Zombie stands out there who continue to push that movie, and The Devil's Rejects has great movies. Josh also says, I've been watching horror since about 5. I saw Predator in the theater. I was 8. Really don't have an answer to this, but I guess maybe I'd say one of the early Friday the 13th movies. And so there you go. Maybe room for one more. What movie did you love as a kid, but you haven't yet seen it as an adult, so you're not sure how you'll feel about it these days?
Yeah, I think the one, because I like to revisit like my nostalgia movies from my childhood. I think they're a lot of fun, but I was thinking about this, and the one I really haven't revisited, even though I'm sure it's on Disney Plus, in a long time, is Bedknobs and Broomsticks. And I just remember loving the magic of that movie, them going into the ocean, I think, and the mixed animation in real life. And then I think there were the dancing or the marching empty suits of armor with the magic words, Chorus. I can't remember. Anyways, it just had a lot of magic in it and a lot of interesting things. I think it was Angela Lansbury. Like, I haven't watched this in like 30 years, at least.
I've never seen it.
So this was definitely on when I was a kid all the time. We had a VHS that had this on it, and that's probably the one that I haven't seen as an adult. And if I did watch it, I would be like, oh, this is not what I remember it being. But I don't know.
Yeah. I frequently have talked about how back in the day HBO used to play when we first got HBO as a family. That was I think 1985, because I was seeing a bunch of 1984 movies. So like there's a ton of 1984 movies that I saw because of this. And one of them we used to watch all the time was The Last Starfighter, which was sort of took that thing about, hey, you like video games, right? Well, here's how a guy who's good at video games would save the planet or whatever. And I remember loving it as a kid, but I have not seen it since probably the 80s at this point. And I think I have it on Blu-ray too, so I can rewatch it if I want to. But that's one that I'm not sure about, that if I watched it, that I would like. Over in the chat, History Lover says, I haven't revisited the 1961 The Parent Trap since I was about 14. I loved that movie as a kid. James Kinder says, Bedknobs has some wonderful songs in it. Jets Met says, Oliver and Company. Nick says, I love the Robin Williams movie Jack. I loved it as a kid, but haven't seen it in probably 25 years, but everyone says it's bad, so I'm afraid, Nick, it is bad, yes. And it's Francis Ford Coppola doing stuff that I do not understand. Probably just trying to make money is what he's trying to do with that movie. Castro says the Night at the Museum movies. James says Bon Voyage, Charlie Brown for me. And then Josh says there was a dinosaur movie with William Catt called Baby, Secret of the Lost Legend. I wore that VHS out when I was 6 years old. Can't imagine how it would hold up now. And yeah, I rewatch a lot of movies. Flyboy says maybe one of the old musicals wouldn't hold up now. Music Man. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the movie version of Music Man.
The old school.
But I did see the Hugh
Yeah,
Jackman
you did.
Music Man. Yeah, I did.
The old school. Is it Robert Preston? I think was in the old school Music Man. I think holds up. I think he's incredible in that movie. And those songs are timeless. So yeah, I think Music Man holds up.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, it looks like we still have. Boy, I think I did really well with that summary today because we have a lot of time here. One more question, and then we will wrap it up. Let's see. What is the single most tense movie scene?
Okay, so recently it's probably the ranch scene in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood for me.
Oh, that's a good one.
I thought that scene was incredibly tense. The way that the entire scene, it's a masterwork in audience tension.
Let's clear this out.
Rated Teen. Star Wars Outlaws, available August 30th.
Yeah, think about what he's done there, because we're in an alternate universe in that movie, because you don't know what's going to happen to Brad Pitt when he's on there. He could he's not a real, he's not playing a real character. So that whole thing could be the lead up to his murder and you don't know. And so yeah, it's really well done. And of course Tarantino populated that whole scene with all these up and coming actors that are, all the Nepo babies. And everything, but yeah, that's a great one. It's so good. I've got a couple.
I was going to say that's the recent one, but the all-timer for me is the orchestra scene in the Man Who Knew Too Much. Hitchcock, of course, was the master, but that orchestra scene is just an incredible, again, masterwork of tension.
Yeah. I have a couple on mine. The Tom Cruise Mission Impossible CIA knock list heist is one of my favorites all time. It's one of the first times I saw a big budget blockbuster put me in that kind of I don't know what you want to call it, like a grip my seat type of thing, because it was one of those things where anything goes wrong, then he's caught, and he's going to get through it because it's Tom Cruise, but at the same time, it pulls the neat trick of you just going, oh no, it's, he's falling too far, he's making too much noise, his sweat's going to drip on the floor, all this stuff, and it's such a great scene. And then there's another one in Sneakers where Robert Redford is walking across Ben Kingsley's office with a tape recorder that has the Xbox in it. And he has to sit. It's very similar to the Mission Impossible one, by the way, because he's got to move slowly, and his temperature has to be just so, and he can't say anything. And it's one of those type of things where he's just, and they're like, you gotta hurry. He goes, the last thing that I can do is hurry.
That's a great choice.
Looking over at the chat, let's see, we have the detonation test in Oppenheimer, even though we all know what happened there. James says the bathtub scene in What Lies Beneath. Yeah, that's a good one. I haven't seen What Lies Beneath ever. Nick says the first one that comes to mind was the opening of Inglourious Bastards with Christoph Waltz's character and Shoshana's dad. Great scene. Au revoir, Shoshana! Alan mentions the Mission Impossible Ethan Hunt hanging from the ceiling. Flyboy says Killing Mellish, Adam Goldberg, and Saving Private Ryan. Yeah, that's a tense one for sure. Jetsmet says Children of Men, the walking out of the building scene, really everything after they come out of the tunnel. Yeah, Children of Men is just all tension. The whole movie is that. So yeah. Nick says the entire movie Society of the Snow. Definitely, for sure. Tatsu says Fifth Element, the fire elemental part, held my breath to keep the match from going out.
Sure.
That's when you know a movie's got you, when you're doing that. Josh says there's the bear attack in The Revenant. Jetsmith, Uncut Gems, yes, hell yes, at the end when he's going through that whole thing. Oh my God, so good. And then Snow One says the first 45 minutes of Alien. All right. That is going to do it for today. Next week's episode will be covering Gattaca. Can't wait to cut into that one again. Thank you, chat, for coming out and watching us today. That's going to do it for this episode. We will see you next time.
Guys.
See ya. Bye. part of the live show by being.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go smoke a smoke. Okay, and back. We're gonna listen to Jim Cornette's Drive-Thru, which is a wrestling podcast.
This is how I will prove that I am worthy of the best guild.
The ever charismatic.
Who the hell did that?
Nakazawa, who has a great job.
Let's go back a bit.
The bulbous cranium, and Nick is the one where you could cut his hair with a pencil sharpener. You got the little teeny tiny head.
JD has a big head. Nick Jackson has an empty head.
There you have it.
There you have it.
And JD's got room to put more stuff in, whereas, you
can't get too far, and then you just don't let it go. And
Well, I'm just saying, JD's got room for more stuff. He can learn a bunch more, whereas the other guy, he's still empty after all this point. It might not even well try, but nevertheless. So then Rhea and Priest, boy, we've taken some side roads on this description. Rhea and Priest are hugging each other. When here comes old Dominic, he's going to fucking blister Priest off the top rope, but Priest reaches out and catches him in the goozle for the choke slam over Rhea's back and then lets go of the hug. And he tosses Dominic to Rhea, who hooks him up to give him the riptide. But then Liv grabs Dom and pulls him out by the leg and saves him. And this was all great shit. This is like 35, 40 minutes into the fucking show or whatever, with the exception, and Priest and Carlito wasn't bad if you had time to watch it, but again, this is a wrestling show. What the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, Priest and Carlito is an extension of that opening segment. How long do you think they should wait before Rhea gets her hands on Dominic?
Well, but what is the description gets her hands on?
Gives him a bump that gets a big pop. Does something to him that causes everyone to jump up because she finally got her hands on him.
Wait, Vin is Berlin? Vin is Berlin?
Oh, forgive me. I didn't realize you are such a master of these accents. I didn't exactly understand.
Vin is Berlin. I think
Berlin is coming up.
She might can get her hands on him. She might can fucking trip him up. She might can fucking lay hands but be foiled before damage is done. That type of thing. But I think the match is where she's got to get her hands on him and give him some significant type of bump or physical treatment at some point.
Like, we really didn't get it with Otis and Gable. Do we get that moment?
No, they didn't get it with Otis and Gable.
But do we get that moment where Rhea just gets her hands on Dominic and looks at the crowd and they go crazy and she finally just hits him with a punch and he gets to jump out of the ring?
Well, no, I mean, I believe they're going to do the mixed tag in Berlin. I would think they're leading to this, are they not? Is there confirmation on this, or am I just supposing that they would have that match at the next big show? Are you anxiously Googling, trying to find out?
Well, it came up right away. Bash in Berlin, which came up when I Googled Bash at Berlin. Bash in Berlin. Oh, yeah. 3 matches announced so far. Jake and Randy Orton, Cody Owens, and Terror Twins versus Judgment.
Well, yeah, so, I mean, body slams, suplexes, drop kicks, big boot in the mush, stuff like that. I would believe that, Dominic has more than enough heat that she can be doing that type of thing to him. I don't think she'll send him out strapped to a backboard in the first confrontation.
Hey, I got a question for you. Rhea and Priest.
Live and let live.
Live and let live. Rhea and Priest.
That ought to be your fucking finish, is to oblivion. Yeah, because you can't tell who's giving the bump and who's taking it.
Listen, what I'm trying to say here is the Terror Twins, Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley, have been associated together on the main roster for a long time as Judgment Day. Now, suddenly, their opponents are Judgment Day. At what point do Rhea and Priest not get Judgment Day royalties?
Well, more importantly, at what point do Priest and Rhea not copyright or trademark Judgment Day? Priest was involved in the original part, right?
It was Edge, Rhea, and Priest.
Okay, and Rhea was involved. So, at what point did they not think, well, we ought to trademark this if we're going to let all these other jacklegs in? It's their fault. Then they could be Judgment Day. And JD and Finn could be the Terror Twins.
It'd be a great way to get Clarence Mason back on the show. You could say that Finn Balor consulted him behind everyone's back and got the rights.
There you go. Another storyline just pops up. Did you hear me as I'm snapping my fingers into the microphone?
I didn't hear that, so I thought you were being sarcastic.
I'm continuing to do it. Just snapping away. See, you're goddamn. Speaking of oblivion.
This seems like a conspiracy. Maybe I should get Ventura on the line.
So, anyway, the point is, yes, I think that Rhea Ripley can bounce Dominic around a couple of times to the satisfaction of the crowd there in Berlin and around the world, coast to coast and continent to continent via satellite. But it's not going to blow the whole thing off. They'll probably do something hot to continue it, one would imagine.
See, that's the thing. I mean, to go into the match, I was thinking more just a moment where they finally somehow bump into each other in the ring and the fans are ready for it and she just hits them, as opposed to whatever cute spot they come up with for the match.
Well, I'm not talking about doing something cute. But at the same point, they may want to milk her actually just punching him right in the mush. Because what if fucking Priest gave fucking Dominic the big boot in the mush and he turned around and there was Rhea and Rhea picked him up and gave him a big fucking scoop slam in the middle of the ring. The place would come unglued. Just a spot like that. Simple things that could happen in the course of this match. Because the women and the men are not supposed to fucking cohabitate or co-fornicate in the mixed tag team match. It's supposed to be man versus man and woman versus woman in the WWE. So you got to get creative as to how people are in the right place to defy that rule, don't you?
How much heat does it get if Dominic body slams Rhea?
Well, again, that's something that I think it would get a ton of heat, and I bet you they won't let it happen because of man-on-woman violence. But my rule since that became a thing on television was you don't want to see a man punch a woman or kick a woman or hit a woman with some type of blunt instrument. But if a babyface man gives a heel woman a scoop slam, how many scoop slams are reported in domestic violence cases around the United States of America on an annual basis? Right? It doesn't kind of take it out of the realm of, oh my God, and more, and okay, it's wrestling. She deserved it, right?
But if that's your argument, why not just pile driver? How many pile drivers appear on criminal records?
Well, but then also you're shitting the bed as far as the business too, because if a man pile drives a woman, it ought to fucking paralyze her, and you'd read about it in the newspaper.
Well, that was the opening segment of Raw, and many other thoughts as well.
Yes.
What else was on Raw, Jim?
Well, I'll tell you what, Odyssey Jones. I would sing a little song, but I'm afraid the microphone wouldn't pick it up. But Odyssey Jones, I got the Jones for Odyssey Jones. Remember we said, or at least I did, I don't know about you, Brian, that Odyssey Jones was gonna be a great addition to the roster when we saw him in NXT about 3 years ago. And then we haven't seen him since. And we talked on the last program about where the fuck has this guy been? And I think you looked up that he'd had a match in Ocala, Florida, in Dory Funk Jr.'s backyard or something 9 months ago, and nobody'd seen him, but now he's here. So we don't know why it took so long. We never discovered why they just hidden him.
It turns out he was on Odyssey.
He was on an Odyssey. Well, they're doing the deal, first of all, where Kofi loves him in the New Day. I was hoping we'd just get Odyssey Jones without having the New Day, but Kofi loves him, but Woods is not on board with his friendship or involvement or whatever in their group of the Bootios and the trombones and the trumpets and the skin flutes and whatever else they're fucking tooting over there. And so now Odyssey Jones had a singles match with Vincent Whiny. The fuck? They make up all these goddamn names for all these people in NXT. They don't even sound like they come from the planet Earth, but they let this guy go on national television named Vincent Whiny.
Is that the first person named Vince on a WWF television show, WWE television show since Vince McMahon?
Probably.
When was the last character or wrestler named Vince or Vincent other than him?
And do you think they're trying to send out the message that Vince is whiny?
Maybe. We'll find out next week if it's Vince Leaky in the match.
Ooh, and then Vince Poopy.
Vince Shitty.
Vince, yeah, and then about 6 months from now, it's Vince Fuck You. Anyway, you know, I thought the other night, I said, that's probably the biggest help that Tony Khan could ever hope for right now. The biggest boon to his business and his company, and just the best thing could ever happen in his life, is that Vince McMahon could somehow clear his name and come back to take over the creative in the WWE again. That's the only thing I can think of that might help fucking Tony Khan right now, because this show has changed. It ain't all the way there. There's 3 hours, but Odyssey Jones, anyway, basic big man match, and it worked. He can move. He hit the modified Bubba Slam / Abyss Black Hole Slam. 1, 2, 3. This guy can get over. And I mentioned it with 3 years ago when we saw him, and then they hit him, and that's the only reason I'm hopeful, but I'm hesitant because, you know, what took so long? I'm just wondering, is there something the matter, something going on, or are they hiding something? But nevertheless, he's a big fucking guy that can move around, but he's not ridiculous like a gymnast, but he moves his 400 pounds around. He's got a big smile. He's a happy guy. Kids like Mark Henry's biography said he liked big, happy fucking guys. And he's got personality. So this guy can get over with people depending on whatever they do with him. But then here came the music, and out comes, what is their group name? The Last Testament? Or the Last Will and Testament?
The Final Testament.
God damn, it'll never end, though. Probate. Karrion Kross Probate Company with
Karrion Kross and Probate.
And there's the Authors of Pain and Scarlett O'Hara and what are you?
Scarlett O'Hara, really?
Scarlett Pimpernel. What's her name?
And Rhett Butler.
Rhett Butler is over there, and speaking of Rhett Butler, he was born 3 years after Paul Ellering. Who's there? Well, I love you, Paul. I'm sorry.
He's well preserved from the Iditarod. It froze him.
Oh, yes. He's no wonder Paul never ages. His face froze instead of his eyeball at the Iditarod. He's 112 years old.
Can I tell you what a mark I am? There was a moment here I thought they were actually going to give him the mic and let him talk.
And Kross was talking, and I wasn't caring. And Kross is telling him that Kofi is trying to replace Woods with Odyssey Jones and blah, blah, blah. So they're trying to foment some type of dissension there in the New Day, so that perhaps that we can get a New Day. But unfortunately, Odyssey, now are they going to make him play the fucking trombone now and eat cereal and fart unicorn colors? I don't know what they do.
You said you weren't caring about this. That could be a great name when he turns babyface, Karrion Kross. But I think, if there's any promise to come out of this, I've never been a New Day fan, and I've found them insufferable on this show. But the idea of maybe seeing Xavier Woods as a heel, you know what? That's fresh. I'm interested to see where they would go with that. And if it changes things up so it's not just a New Day, as it's been for like 10 years, all over the show, I think that's for the good of everyone. The New Day aren't pushed as much as they used to be. They're kind of in that in between main event segments kind of place right now. You get Odyssey over with Kofi. Xavier gets to do something different and fresh. This is the best stuff with the New Day I've seen in a while because of that.
It looks like Xavier needs to find him some backup, doesn't he? Okay, there's a 400-pound fucking guy on the other side, plus his ex-tag team partner, Kofi. Who the fuck is Xavier's big brother going to be?
And Big E probably isn't coming back, right?
Well, see, that was they teased that in the boring promo where some people may think Odyssey's trying to replace, or Kofi's trying to replace Big E with Odyssey. He's actually trying to replace you, Xavier. Oh, his fucking name, Jesus Christ. Anyway, I want to see more of this guy. I think he can get over. And he's a fresh, big guy that doesn't look like the same fucking guys that you see a lot in the business these days. And this is the way you get him over. The first time you see him on television, he's not wrestling some fucking guy that he's going to have to give his finish to 3 times over 15 minutes to fucking beat him. So and it gets boring. The show was moving here. They were almost, and Drew is in Adam Pearce's office, and we're just now almost to the 9 o'clock hour. So the first hour of this show was cooking. And Drew, again, is incredible on the mic. And he and Pierce are playing off of each other fantastic. And Punk had had travel issues, and he wasn't there. But Drew didn't care because he's complaining about Orton getting a title shot and because he's been screwed and blah, blah, blah. And finally, Pierce tells him off, and Drew promises he's going to be on his best behavior. And now we've just got to 9 o'clock. So it's like they're trying. They're trying.
That was a good first hour.
But sometimes the cake doesn't quite rise. No, at 9 o'clock, we got the Creeds against Otis and Tozawa. And that was where I was like, you got to be kidding me. Because still, even if there is some interest in Otis and his, babyface turn and all this stuff, and they're trying to get the Creeds some heat, they need to put them in a more palatable position, because when you turn the television on, or if you were flipping around at 9 o'clock, you're already watching TV, you're looking for something else, and you see Tozawa in the ring, and the Creeds are greener than the pepper tree. But basically, Ivy Nile came out and beat up Model Girl, who, she is so skinny, she doesn't look like a real human being. Have you noticed that?
I wouldn't put it that way, necessarily.
No, it doesn't look like there'd be enough room inside of her for all the organs and things that you need to function. I mean, what do they do? Do they give some people smaller sets of these things?
It's an interesting gimmick. You can punch me in the gut all you want. I have no organs.
Yeah, you've got an organ, so I couldn't punch you. But she has no organs, Jerry. There are no organs. There's no room. How big is the average uterus?
I have no idea. What kind of question is that?
I don't see how you could put 2 kidneys side by side, and that's the way they're supposed to go, right? She's not thick enough.
I'm not going to get into this evaluation of her internal organs.
Do you really believe
on her appearance on Raw?
Now look at Google how many feet of intestine a normal human being has, and tell me that you could put the equivalent amount of garden hose in her stomach.
Okay, well, again, garden hose is a different thing. The average combined length of small and large intestines is at least 15 feet in length. The small intestine can measure 9 to 16 feet, while the large intestine is roughly 5 feet long.
Well, do you think there's room for that inside of her? Come on now. She's so tiny, she uses a Cheerio for a hula hoop.
So I'm guessing you think Ivy Nile has a leg up in this feud.
Oh, she's got it more than that up. I'll tell you what, some of her shit is perking standing right up. And
what again, this is one of those Raw segments we talked about earlier where I knew there was like 7 minutes I could just leave the room. So I didn't see any of this. I'm sure if I did, none of this would be in my review.
Well, it was just an observation I made. Did you see the video physics breakdown of Bronson Reed's splash?
I did, and this was something they did that was really good.
This was cool as shit. Ladies and gentlemen, as the children say, go out of your way to see this. Certainly they put this up on the YouTube or something. But they did a video breakdown with the physics of the thing of Bronson Reed's splash off the top rope. And they gave the statistics. He's 6 feet tall. He's 350 pounds. His splash comes from 9 feet in the air at a 45-degree angle. And they got the telestrator and all the stuff going on. And they're zeroing in like it's a goddamn... It's just great shit. And he comes down apparently... with 1,715 pounds of force, Brian, with the law of gravity, which was invented by Isaac Newton after he ate his grandmother's apple pie, and times the space-time continuum relay down to Earth, they calculated it at 1,715 pounds. And he did it 6 times... So that was a total of 10,000 pounds of impact on poor old Seth Franklin Rollins.
And his internal organs.
Which he has some room for. Because he's not as slightly built as Model Girl.
All right.
You can put both his kidneys side by side, and still side by side.
Side.
Yes, you can put both his kidneys side by side and still have room for dinner at Denny's.
Denny's?
Yeah, that's where America eats.
Not breakfast, but dinner.
If you can find one open these days, all the Denny's in Louisville are pretty much fucking gone. They've taken them all out.
They've taken them all out.
Well, they've all gone out of business. Or somebody in the middle of the night came in, just stole everything, took them all out, the sign and everything.
Left them in a bathtub with ice, said, call a doctor.
Yeah, yes. So anyway, should we move on with Raw?
Oh, yeah.
Because another thing, Randy Orton. There was a lot of girls talking and wrestling after what we just talked about, but then Randy Orton, he's fucking over. And they show the VTR, the videotape replay for the kids out there of Gunther pinning Orton at the King of the Ring tournament. But Orton's shoulder was up because he rolled him up so tight he couldn't keep his shoulder down, and they worked it in where Triple H said, well, there'll be a rematch. It worked. It was legitimately a bad referee call based on a fucking thing that happened, and now they're making it the bone of contention in the fucking rematch. And the people are chanting Randy. And they're fucking, again, he's another star. And all he has to do is say, 20 years ago, I won the world title for the first time, and in Berlin, I'll win it for the 15th time. That's all he had to say, and boom, and Gunther music. And as he comes to the ring, and it's going to be obviously his hometown, but at the same time, he's got heat in this environment here, and they just drop in the statistics. 75% of the time he's been in the WWE, he's been a champion. And that includes NXT, right? Because he was NXT champion for some time. And Orton again now, I think the best part about Orton's promos is he's reached the point where he knows that as long as he's telling the story, he can use a lot of what he's given or fed or is written for him or whatever, but as long as he's getting to where they want him to go, he can do it his way. And he's more relaxed, and he's conversational, and he's got a great delivery. And they went back and forth, and Orton does a great job of rousing up the fans and did babyface bragging, where he was putting himself, and he was responding to the way that Gunther had torn him down by putting himself and his kids and his wife and his life and everything over, and he gets the fans to you deserve it. See, I'm clapping now.
I didn't hear that.
But you can't hear it because of the goddamn screwy audio. And if you're listening to this clip as a standalone, folks, listen to the whole goddamn podcast, you'd know what we're talking about.
Babyface bragging. Like, I drank 8 gallons of milk. I walked 5 ladies across the street.
Well, no, there's a way that babyfaces can put themselves over and talk about their accomplishments and more or less brag on themselves, as long as they are doing it the proper way and the proper verbiage and responding to a heel that has maligned those self-same items aforementioned. And anyway, then boom, 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 Gunther says, you know what, you always screw it up, and your grandfather was a screw-up, and Bob Orton Sr. was not a screw-up. Bob Orton Jr. maybe, but anyway, your grandfather was a screw-up, your father was a screw-up, and you're the biggest screw-up of all. And they're going face to face, and they're about ready to go, Gunther and Orton. And here comes Drew's music. And another fucking star to be heard from. And as soon as the people see him, they start chanting CM Punk. And as Gunther turns toward Drew McIntyre, which that was the only thing, I wish he'd have done it a little less abruptly, because it was just like, oh shit, I guess I should turn now, rather than wait, what's happening, back and forth a little. But nevertheless, he turns and Orton spins him back around and gives him the RKO out of nowhere to the big pop. And then he picks up the world title belt, Orton does, but now Drew's about to get in the ring, and Punk jumps him. And now it's a huge pop because Punk is here. And he's wailing on goddamn Drew, and then Drew headbutts Punk. And did you see? While this is going on, Orton just was in the ring and just said, "Ah, fuck it," got out of the ring on the far side. And you never see him again. And Gunther was already gone, you didn't see him again. Remember when baby faces and heels would show some solidarity? If one was being fucked with, hey Rube, and here comes the rest of them. It wouldn't just leave you hanging out to dry. You remember that, Brian?
I do.
Well, they don't do it anymore. But anyway, one more thing, and then Drew takes off his belt like, I'll show you, and fucking Punk takes it away and whips the shit out of Drew McIntyre. And McIntyre runs off. And then, of course, they go to the break hot, and the people are screaming and everything. And when they come back, the punctuation on the sentence, one of the girl interviewers, can't remember her name, is in the back saying that Punk had lied about the travel issues to get his hands on Drew. And Punk does a babyface promo, and he's got the belt, and he says, I think I just figured out a way to make everybody happy. So the belt will figure into whatever the goddamn first match of theirs is with no special referee.
I figured out a way to make everybody happy. Hey, everybody, we're all gonna get laid!
Yeah! But then again, this was fucking... Again, Gunther and Orton and then Drew and then Punk is just star, angle, setting a match. And the people are going crazy. And there's 13,000 of them in Austin, Texas.
It's pretty surreal, you know, here we are, many years later, and I'm designing my own collection together with I wanted to make it more user-friendly, player-friendly, not just for the people, but especially also for myself. It's obviously a nice way to stay connected to the game.
What'd you think of the whole deal?
I thought it was good. I didn't expect Drew to come out there So it caused me to pay a little extra attention when he did. And then the thing with him and Punk, again, you never get sick of him and Punk not even wrestling, just promoting each other or attacking each other. Good stuff here.
And the reason, with Drew, he wants to be the world champion. And again, that's why Punk screwed him out of his chance. It should be him instead of Orton fighting Gunther. He's not aligning himself with anybody, babyface or heel, because he's just pissed off. And that's why he's the only one. You know whose side everybody else is on, right? But Drew is different, which is why he's one of the more interesting folks on the roster now. And by the way, I'm going to put the lid on my pen now. I just clicked it. You can't hear it.
I heard some of that. It sounded like awful.
Well, Bronson Reed versus The Miz. Of course, we don't want to see the match, but at the end of the match, Bronson Reed won with a fucking splash. And then again, they do the angle. He's a madman. He goes for another one. R-Truth comes in and stops him. And he cross-bodied R-Truth. Truth is a brave son of a bitch. Flying cross-body off the top from Bronson Reed. Boom. And then he splashed Truth. And then he splashed him again. And then he splashed him again. Oh, Lord, he splashed him again. And then along came Joan. All right. About 3 splashes, and then they pull Truth away, and Adam Pearce is yelling at him. And then he went to the other corner and splashed Truth. And then he finally gets out of the ring, and he starts to leave, and all the officials are tending to Truth. And thankfully, the menace is leaving, and he runs back and does another splash off the top. This is great shit. This is wrestling. This is getting this giant fucking asshole, Bronson Reed, who's literally throwing his weight around, over to people by having him flatten fucking people. It's not brain science or rocket surgery.
Getting him over, it's also getting the splash over.
Yes, and
where do you think they're going with him and Pierce? Because it wasn't just Pierce as the general manager getting mad. It seemed like, they were face to face it seemed like they were leading to something. Do you think they're going anywhere with that?
Well, no, not to. I don't think they're going to book Adam to wrestle, but Adam is being. Nick Aldis is a different type of general manager because, as you mentioned, he's I don't really care what happens as long as my brand. He's the cutthroat businessman type. As long as my brand is getting over, see, I do the accent. Whereas Adam is trying and does take the more babyface, exasperated fucking official approach, and is good at that because that's more to his personality. I've seen Adams work when he's a booker, and when these guys would come to him with bullshit for real. And he's doing an excellent job of doing the same thing he does on camera that he does in the locker room. But I don't think they're going to book him. But they want Bronson Reed to be an edgy, against every out of control fucking person. So they're going to try to pit him against the authority figure on the show. That's my take on it. But in the meantime, they're letting him flatten all these fuckers, and that's great.
Is he going to flatten Pierce?
I don't know whether they need to go that far, or at least right now. But at some point, who knows if Adam was tending to one of these people and he came back for one more splash and Adam just happened to get in the way? Like the Freebird's hair cream was an accident too, right? And now Pierce is sitting there listening to the show going, God damn it, I don't want to take his motherfucking splash.
Looks like Pierce already had some of the Freebird's hair cream.
Well, see, so nothing can hurt him now.
That's right.
And then we were all ready to the main event of Raw, which was Sami Zayn and fucking Bronson Reed for the Intercontinental title, 2 out of 3 falls.
No, not Bronson Reed, Braun Breaker.
Or Braun, Jesus, I wrote Braun and I'm still talking about Bronson Reed. Let me try that again. For the Intercontinental title, 2 out of 3 falls, Sami Zayn and Braun Breaker. And see, there's another sign that Vince is gone. Would there be Bronson and Braun? Braun Breaker might have to be a backbreaker. Which kind of would be better than Braun Breaker, wouldn't it? Boy, you're a real ball breaker.
Anything would be better than Braun Breaker or this review.
Well, nevertheless, I wanted to acknowledge that they had a good main event, and it wasn't too long, and it was 2 out of 3 falls, so they fucking traded. Sammy won the first one with the kick out of nowhere. And then Braun evened it in the second fall with a couple of spears, and then the finish was Sammy coming off the top and Braun just spearing him right in the air, 1, 2, 3. That was the way that they did it, but there were a couple of big moments when Braun caught him on a moonsault off the railing and lawn darted him into the announcer pit. Did you see the bump that Sami Zayn? He didn't take the bump, he was given the bump.
He was thrown, yeah.
But Jesus Christ. That was a little... he went like 6 or 8 feet past Braun and into that. I know the wall was padded, but he was also going head first. And then Braun again hit that Breakensteiner, as they're calling it now. And also that clothesline over the announce desk that he does. So in the course of a 15-minute main event, you got 2 out of 3 falls. They kept it moving, but they had like 3 really big spots to spread that out. And finally, again, Braun wins to make sure that everybody knows that this guy is now in the upper echelon of the company. He beat Sammy on pay-per-view. Now he beats him on national television. 2 out of 3 falls without resorting to a bazooka. And that doesn't mean that the people are going to like Sami Zayn any less than they do right now. But they're going to take Braun Breaker more seriously than they may have up till this point. That's called booking.
Well, that was called Raw. Another episode of WWE Raw.
But they're pissing me off because there's more good stuff now that I actually kind of want to pay attention to. I'm not used to this encroachment on my personal time that they haven't done this in a long time, where they really wanted to make a lot of this program good.
Raw's been good enough lately that you'd want to call somebody.
Well, if you do want to call somebody, you know who you ought to call? You ought to call our friends at Mobile Mint. Folks, I'll tell you what.
Mint Mobile.
Well, they've got a new branch. What they're doing is they've got a truck, and they've outfitted it with all the plates and the engraving and the presses and the precious metals, and they're driving it around and they're minting you money for 50 cents on the dollar. You give them 50 cents, they will mint you a silver dollar. It's called the Mobile Mint.
It has nothing to do with Mint Mobile. So
well, they try to keep the overhead low. It's a new division of Mint, but of course the main business over at Mint Mobile, see, not to be confused with Mobile Mint, only a fool would confuse a truck that goes around minting money with a fucking cell phone plan. That's just ridiculous.
How the hell does that work? They go around minting money.
Well, see, they keep the overhead low because they don't have to rent a brick and mortar place.
No,
They've just got the stuff in the back of the truck.
So how are they in the back of the truck? They're minting money?
Yes, they'll for 50 cents they'll make you a brand new silver dollar.
How are they doing this?
Well, they're doing it with the press in the back on the plates that they've had engraved, and they melt the silver and boom, and there you go.
All in the van or truck.
All in the van. That's why they come to you.
Once again, this has nothing to do with Mint Mobile, although it is fascinating in many ways.
But Mint Mobile is the main business. That's what's financing this foray that they're making into.
No.
Everybody's got to diversify.
Not in this case. This is not in any way. Again, we should be talking about the wonderful service you get from Mint Mobile, but Mobile Mint has no association with Mint Mobile, period, exclamation point.
No, not until
space bar.
Not until they're listed on the Dow Jones together when they do the big IPO. But nevertheless, the folks at Mint Mobile, they're making this money so that they can finance the startup costs of the Mobile Mint. And the way Mint Mobile is doing it is they are offering premium wireless plans for only $15 a month when you purchase a 3-month plan. That means that you pretty much have to give these people your money, or elsewise you're just throwing it out the window. Because everybody else charges more than that. Brian, some of these people, these big companies, these big tech giants, these goddamn overlords, these people that think that they've got the rest of us under their thumbs where they can just extort and yank out as much money out of our wallets as they want to every month. They're charging a lot more than $15 a month, aren't they?
Yes. A whole lot more. So much more goes around and comes all the way back up behind you again. Well, Mint Mobile is here to rescue you and your squad. So, folks, if you're in the Reserve National Guard on the weekends and you have a squad or a squadron or whatever. Oh, that's what the young folks say, right? They have a squad. And so what about if you have your posse? Your posse, it used to be, hey, you and your fucking pals over there. I don't think posse's used anymore either.
Well, that's squad now. They are here to rescue you and your squad with premium wireless plans starting at $15 a month on the nation's largest 5G network. So that's a network of 5Gs all across the country. And you can use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan. Bring your own phone number. Bring other people's phone numbers. Join the party. Get a party line.
Bring your own phone number.
Do you know my Aunt Lola had a party line when I was 10 years old in 1971? She still had a party line.
What?
And yes, and it was it Ms. Peel that was on her? I'm trying to think. It's been so long ago. I was a young boy. But if the old party line where it was less expensive for your phone bill per month if you had somebody else on the line, but when you picked up the phone, if they were on it, you could hear them talking. You could hear their conversation both ways, and you had to either put the phone back down or ask them, "Pardon me, Ms. Peel, but could I make a call?" And then you might have an argument because they were there first.
How much cheaper was it that people did that?
It was like $5 or $6 a month cheaper, I believe. But now this was 50 years ago.
Right. But still, that's such an inconvenience.
Well, it certainly was, but that's the way things were done back in them days. But Aunt Lola had a party line, but you won't need to have one. But you can if you want to. Bring everybody. Just have everybody bring their phones and put them in a big circle in the middle of the room. And write everybody's phone number down and throw it in there and then pick out the phone numbers, and that's the person who gets the phone or the hotel key. You can do anything with these plans from Mint Mobile. You can get 3 months of premium wireless service for $15 a month. I'll guarantee you that. And to get this brand new customer offer and your new 3-month premium wireless plan for just $15 a month, you go to mintmobile.com/JCE, and that's what you do. Now, you got to pay them $45 for the 3-month plan at $15 a month. That's simple mathematics. But that's all you have to do, and you will cut your wireless bill to $15 a month at mintmobile.com/JCE. And as for the special party line plan, $750. But you might have to sometimes listen to other people's conversation.
I'm looking right here at the copy. There's nothing about party line plan, nothing about hotel room keys, and certainly nothing about mobile minting. But if you need good mobile services, Mint Mobile is there for you. One more time, what's that promo code? What's that website, Jim?
Well, mintmobile.com/JCE, the $45 upfront payment, or you can pray that they'll give you this plan. The $45 upfront payment is required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customers on the first 3-month plan only. And speeds may be slower, above 40 GB on the unlimited plan, but once you get that high, what the hell? Additional taxes, fees, and restrictions apply, but you can see Mint Mobile for all the details on this whole thing. And coming soon to your neighborhood, the Mobile Mint.
Which will have no association with Mint Mobile, but you can have an association with them right now. One more time, mintmobile.com/JCE.
/JCE. And then the Mobile Mint is going to, their tagline is going to be save cents on dollars.
Once again, we're talking about Mint Mobile, our friends, and they could be yours. Try them today. mintmobile.com/JCE.
Try them, then. What happens if they don't become your friend? Are you going to cast them aside like an old shoe?
Let's talk about good things and good services like Mint Mobile's. They will be there for you like a trusty shoe. Once again, what's that promo code one last time, Jim?
/JCE at mintmobile.com. Every trusty shoe I've ever known smelled like somebody's old sweaty foot.
The best feeling iron I've ever hit. Introducing the new Gen 7 iron, the greatest leap forward in irons technology, in performance, in PXG history. Our new quantum core material explodes off the face. Are you kidding me? The Gen 7 irons deliver groundbreaking new levels of forgiveness, speed, distance, and feel. That's what I'm talking about right there. Look at that trajectory. Just phenomenal.
Well, Jim, as we transition from the happiness of Raw and Mint Mobile to the dreariness of what came from AEW on Dynamite this past week, do you know who threw out the opening pitch for the Mets today? You know, the baseball teams, they usually have someone throw out the opening pitch before a game. Celebrities or local personalities or people who've done good things.
Someone of note.
Someone of note. Do you know who did it today for the Mets?
Who would that have been, Brian? I have no idea. I don't follow the baseballers.
It was Hawk Tua Girl.
Hawk Tua Girl threw out the first pitch for the New York Mets.
She either has a great publicist or she blew Ron Darling.
Was it a spitball?
It was not a spitball. She's no Gaylord Perry, I'll tell you.
Well, apparently she may not be a Gaylord, but she's probably a headlord.
Well, I don't know where exactly we're going, but usually with these things, you know, if you with the opening pitch things,
you give her some respect instead of just calling her one of these things.
I wasn't calling her that. Again, your gutter-driven madness is dragging me down with it. What I'm trying to say is, if you were the president and you threw out the opening pitch, you get the star player. You get the star player on the other team to catch it.
Yes.
Derek Jeter caught it for George W. Bush.
Mm-hmm.
If you are, you know, someone who has done something good or just a local celebrity, you may get the best player on the team, but usually you're going to get someone off the bench. And you're just happy you're throwing the ball off a mound. She got no one. She got her friend, some girl, caught the ball. I've never seen that before. Usually...
Well, if you were one of these major league ball players, would you want to catch a ball thrown by someone whose claim to fame is that she spits on dicks? There's got to be some type of mouth to hand to phallus transmission going on there, doesn't there?
She really must have a good publicist, I have to say.
Either that or something else is good.
Yeah, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that's funny. It looks like the person she threw the pitch to was her friend from the video. Remember she had some friend with her? The guy that interviewed her, he's nowhere. This guy was doing this to become famous. She became famous. She brought her dopey friend along. This guy's still there, like, interviewing people on the street in Nashville.
Do you think her friend is along for some of these Hawk Tua exploits?
See, that's the problem, too. If you meet her now and you're, like, a celebrity or something, you expect, like, and, you know, by the way, you want to go to the coat room? You know, like, what do you think?
No, I think, but instead of shaking hands, I think she has to spit on you.
Well, she could do, like, one of those handshakes where you spit into your hand, and then you...
Well, no, just go ahead and just spit in somebody's face. Just, well, what'd you expect? You wanted to meet her.
That's like the hottest photo that every, like, tabloid is looking for right now. A photo of her actually spitting at anything.
But no, she's going to do it for like $10 a pop at the state fair.
No, she can get more than that.
Well, I don't know what you're talking. Quantity.
I don't know what I don't want to go down the weird, vivid video road that you're fucking on right now.
Oh, well, I'm just saying,
the degenerate highway.
If she does take a booking at a state fair to spit in your face for $10 a pop, one of the Cult of Cornette members needs to let us know if that happens, so we can publicize it for her.
Which wrestling promotion will have her on the air first? WWE or AEW?
Well, I normally I would have said TNA back in the day, but probably, what is that fucking promotion that Shitstain allegedly behind the scenes books for? Rocky Mountain Oyster or something? She'll show up there.
All right, we shall see. That's the Adventures of Hawk Tuah Girl. Jim, some other breaking news as we are recording. You just sang this on the show a few weeks ago. Greg Kihn, the Baltimore-born singer, songwriter, and guitarist, best known for the hit Jeopardy, or as this article says, Jeopard.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He has died. He was 75 years old.
You're fucking, you goddamn fucked this guy's whole obituary up now. You're laughing about a typo, and you've just disregarded this poor man's entire life's work and career, and he's dead now.
He was 75.
And, well, apparently not a moment too soon did Greg Kihn depart. He must have been the victim of a conspiracy.
Ba, 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 ba.
They don't write them like that anymore.
No, they don't. And there it is. How could they mess that up? Best known for the hit Jeopard.
Jeopard. Jeopard Depot. Well, that sounds like that Bobo Brazil line. I'm standing in the... I know I've told it, but I'll tell it again.
Oh, this is the best.
It's 1977, and I'm standing in the back of the Louisville Gardens, a 16-year-old waif, novice photographer, waiting with Bobo Brazil for the bell to ring for his match. And over across the back of the backstage area there, I see one of the old Andy Frayne ushers, and you heard, because the sound carried back in that room and echoed. And the one usher asked the other usher, "Who's that big guy?" And the other one said, "Well, that's Bozo Brazier." And fucking Bobo looked at me, he said, 30 years in the business, and it's Bozo Brazier.
Hey, speaking of wacky names, let me pull this up. I don't know if you saw, I tweeted it out. I've been going through the wrestling news files recently for a bunch of reasons. And found a photo of Harvey Whippleman, downtown Bruno, on the Pittsburgh Indies. You want to talk about what was going on in the Pittsburgh Indies in 85? The back of the card, which was sent by them, or by him probably, downtown, and then in parentheses, Bruno Lauer, downtown Dr. Leonard, but it's Leanord, Leonard, Dr. Leonard Hot Stuff Spazinski, manager of Pop Life Bongo Beefcake, October 1985. And this was Hildebrand's prime competition.
Yes. And that's the thing is, Mark Curtis, Brian Hildebrand, was livid over downtown Bruno because Brian had been working some of those there was a small independent area of shows in the West Virginia area near Pittsburgh back in the late 70s. And Brian had been working for those small shows around that area, and he was Dr. Mark Curtis, the master of disaster. And he always swore if fucking downtown Bruno came along from Fort Duquesne Boulevard shoots a road in Pittsburgh, which is down the road from where Brian grew up for a shoot. And Bruno came along and stole his whole fucking gimmick. And the thing was, and they were opposite in most every other way. But whereas Bruno had that fucking just ability to talk bullshit. He just naturally talked bullshit, whereas that's where Brian, you know, was shortchanged. Is his promo, he wasn't as confident and just as fluid, whereas Brian could work as good or better as most of the boys on the show, and Bruno obviously was somewhat lacking in that department. But fuck it, when Bruno got into Memphis, Brian was fucking bullshit. You're like, God damn it, he stole my shit. Dr. Leonard Spazinski.
Well, the hot stuff. he had
Hot
multiple
Stuff
nicknames.
Spazinski,
Downtown
yes.
Hot Stuff. Manager of Hop Life Bongo Beefcake.
I don't even remember ever seeing Bongo Beefcake.
The Gardners just arrived here. Let me give it.
Oh, God damn it! Now you can't even hear me slapping fucking meat into the goddamn microphone, but you're gonna fucking blame your.
Once again, I don't know what is going on in this whole world that you have over there. One other question. Did you get the email I sent you? Because I wasn't sure if it went through. The photos of promoter Herman Sheffield.
Yes, I did.
Tupelo, Mississippi.
Yes, but he was not. Do we know if he was the promoter in Tupelo then, when Gene Gordon took those photos?
On the back of the photos, there are two. One says promoter and wife, and the other one says promoter Herman Sheffield, Tupelo, Mississippi.
Okay, well then Gene Gordon was taking a trip to Tupelo, but yes, that.
I don't know if those were Gene Gordon photos. Let me just say that.
Well, but if it's Gene Gordon's writing, and it says, and on top of an envelope, it says photo by Gene Gordon.
No,
what other kind of goddamn clues do you need?
It's on top of another photo that was taken by Gene Gordon.
Oh,
and
well,
that's Gene Gordon's handwriting in the green at the bottom of that one.
So what you're saying is this could possibly be somebody surreptitiously slipped something into Gene Gordon's files.
I believe this was in the random S file.
Promotor.
Sheffield.
Herman Sheffield. Promotor. T-O-R. Herman Sheffield.
Yeah.
And promotor and wife, that was the woman. Obviously, this looks like early to mid-60s at latest. By 1981, this woman standing next to Herman Sheffield was that portly, gray-haired lady in the fucking flowery shirt and short pants with the bad attitude when Tojo Yamamoto and Fuchi and Onita were tearing up the concession stand. They got in a slap fight.
Had you heard about that before you actually saw the footage? That it had happened with Tojo, that she jumped in thinking her husband was really getting beat up?
Well, no, because it showed on TV here in Louisville the 8 days after it happened, and I didn't have a correspondent in Tupelo, Mississippi.
I didn't know if anyone was talking about it. Like, you know, you had to see what happened. Tojo beat up the promoter's wife.
Well, no, actually, he didn't beat her up. He just slapped her back. But no, that wasn't even the fucking the talk amongst the talent and the guys and the fans at the shows was just that they had another Tupelo concession stand brawl. Not that Herman Sheffield's wife got into it with Tojo. Because the fans all thought everything was a shoot, right? So they wouldn't mention, well, Tojo and that fat woman got in a shoot.
Or fat like you just did, but Jim...
Portly then. Plump.
Let's speak of the plump wrestling program.
Billowy.
The billowy and plump wrestling program known as AEW Dynamite, which took place on August 14th, 2024. From
Norfolk, Virginia.
That's right. That's where they were.
Boy, howdy. And they must be, at this point, a gluttons for punishment. Because why would... They went straight into the ring introductions. No intro, no nothing. They thought, boy, we're going to grab them. And it wasn't MJF. It was Mercedes Moon. The opening match of this program was Mercedes Moon versus Hikaru Shida. So pretty much the most unpopular, and not in a heel way, but just in a, oh goddamn her again way, the most unpopular person on the roster versus another now you see her, now you don't girl. She pops up every once in a while, does something, and goes wherever the people that go away go. And how long was this? My God, it was every indie girls match ever with an extra helping of awkward. And I kept hearing a noise throughout the whole match, and it was this clicking, and then I realized it was so many channels were changing at the same time I could hear them in my own home. It is entertaining watching Mercedes do the stripper shimmy and act all full of herself while Camille stands there with the stone face, and hopefully Camille will not go down with this ship because Mercedes is an anchor around her neck.
Well, what did you think about the way she looked and the way she was dressed? You know, from behind for a moment, I almost thought it was Britt Baker from the way she had her hair and from the outfit she was wearing, but they dyed her hair. She used to be blonde, now she's brunette. Do you think she stands out and is as striking now as she was a few years ago?
Well, not even a few years ago, but just not too long ago, last time I saw her anywhere. She needs to, I don't know if she looks like Britt Baker from behind. Britt Baker.
Well, I think I've seen Britt Baker wear that outfit on the show is what I think.
Okay, well, maybe wearing the same thing, but I don't think Britt Baker has a back you can show a drive-in movie on. But she needs, I think, a more striking look overall, rather than just the fact that she's a good-looking young lady, but she's big. Her size is the... Can we not give her something striking to wear? I'm not saying go for the China look with the leather and chains, but let's have a fucking look there like she's not just wearing her street clothes. Is that maybe what you're going for?
That's a part of it, but again, she used to be blonde, now she's brunette.
Oh yeah, well, and the hair. Well, I didn't notice the particular shade, but I saw that she was darker headed than she is now, which again, I would say she needs hair you can see in a big building, but they're in big buildings, but not anybody is that far away in the big building. It's all blocked off, so maybe I don't know. But anyway, so this match went on, and then finally Camille kind of interfered, and Sheeta hit her with the kendo stick, but Mercedes took the stick from Sheeta, and the referee yelled at her, and while the referee was yelling at her, then Camille just hit a big boot on Sheeta, and Mercedes did that fucked up finish, so once again, you can't tell who's giving a bump and who's taking a bump. 1, 2, 3, and that was the first 15 minutes of the show, and what millions of dollars, and Camille has to help her beat Sheeta. Who does Sheeta? That's the point. When Shawn Michaels was having matches with job guys, did Diesel powerbomb him first? If you use her when it matters, then it gets heat. But if it's just, they do everything because they think that's the way everything's supposed to be done. There's a run-in in every match. There's interference in every match. There's a fight on the floor in every match. There's goddamn multiple people involved in angles every match where they're getting heat after the match, whether they've won or lost. It's the same over and over with everything. Did you hear that?
I heard that. What do you think, statement-wise, what kind of statement is this? That after everything we heard about with the complaints from Britt Baker, or others maybe, the gardener behind me.
The gardener behind you is pissed off, I can tell.
In terms of the women, starting off the show with this, giving it a long time to go. The women's segments have not traditionally drawn people to watch the show. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, he gave Mercedes a gimme because the highest rated quarter hour of their program, regardless of who's on it or what they're doing, is the first quarter, which they took up entirely, and then Britt Baker. Britt Baker over on Baker Street, Britt Baker's music played, And I'll get to the. I'll tell you about this afterbirth, and I'll get to the point of the thought. Camille sees a fan in a mask like Britt did before over the rail in the front row and pulls her over the rail and beats her up and kicks her. Well, Britt Baker comes in from behind and has a sloppy exchange and puts the lockjaw on Mercedes, and then Camille pulls her out. And then oh my gosh. And the fan that got beat up is never revealed. Never seen again, never mentioned again. Is the fan going to sue? Because they just beat up a fucking innocent person, apparently. And then that's not even referred to.
And we've seen that before, too.
So, this whole thing could have been done in the middle of the show in 7 to 8 minutes to get Mercedes a quick win, which for the good that's going to do because she's the shits. And then do the angle because you're building your match at the fucking big show. But instead they had between 15 and 20 minutes to just bore the shit out of people and run them off. So, and I'm telling you, that fan, later on in the program, we'll have a number they can call.
Yes, we will.
Yes. Well, this is my show, isn't it?
You usually go from one segment to the other, but we can go.
Yeah, boy, I'd like to go from one segment to the other.
Well, what was the next segment?
Modern look. Thick, absorbent layers. But these...
Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal and Sanjay and Karen are back in the back talking about Hangnail Page when Page comes in and gets in a big fight with Lethal, and they fight to the ring. Out of the interview that never got started, and the referee rings the bell, and they have a match. They are trying desperately to hook people and keep them somehow on board with this shit, but they think that if they never stop, if they never take a breath, that they'll, which is true, they'll lose people because nobody cares about their goddamn talent. But now they're gonna, I predict they may run them off quicker because this shit never stops. And you're like, what the fuck? And Lethal hits 5 dives in a row out of the ring. And then Page gives Lethal a dead eye, his finish on the apron of the ring. And then they go over the rail into the audience to fight to go to the break. What the fuck? So then when they came back from the break, they were actually in the ring. And I will say again, Jay Lethal could have been a hell of an addition to the roster if they'd have treated him with any kind of fucking respect from the start. But Tony only books indie level guys like Hangnail on top instead of professionals. And Hangnail won with a buckshot lariat 1, 2, 3. What else is there to say?
About this? I mean,
yes, or the state of your goddamn stock portfolio. Anything you care to discuss?
I don't really care to share any of that information. What I want to say is, the last few ratings have been pretty bad, and that was with strong competition. I don't think it's as big or as bad, the competition this week, but this show was so bad with no star power and nothing in advance that looked like it would make you want to watch it. No MJF, no Will Ospreay. They had a video, but that's the hottest and the biggest program in the company, and it was barely even referenced or mentioned. Kyle Fletcher. Poor follow-up for everything they tried to do with him last week. Right? I mean, if they're trying it with him, was there any follow-up at all this week?
Was that shown or mentioned? Or maybe in one of these packages that, because, Osprey's grinding, so he couldn't be there. He's out grinding. And I guess MJF's probably making him another movie.
He's grinding Tony's weed is what he's grinding.
Well, yeah, they had the video of MJF beating somebody in England. And whoever the guy was that he was beating in England looked very malnourished, and his girlfriend was highly upset about it. Not MJF's girlfriend. The guy's girlfriend was in the ring with him. And then Osprey came out and made a save. This was shot on apparently VHS. I'm not sure. It might have happened in 1996.
Seriously, MJF just wrestled in Mexico. He main evented at Arena Mexico. Now he's in England. They should just air those matches on Dynamite. MJF's the only guy there that can get ratings, and everything they're putting on this show is terrible. Just air MJF around the world.
Hey, but you know what? There could be another meaning to that.
What do you mean?
Well, if they got a video just marked MJF trip around the world, maybe they better screen it first before they air it.
Once again, the perverted thoughts of Jim Cornette do not represent those of the living.
Who else is on this call? So, Pac did a promo in the back. He's the #1 contender for the American title. Darby Allin did a promo in the woods talking about Jungle Jackoff and the Buckaroos hiring their friends. And this was interspersed with video of Darby riding a skateboard in the dark. Is this
everything
match...
he said was true, by the way? If you listen to actually what he was saying about the Bucks and everything, that was the funny part.
Well, because now they're just saying it out loud, but they, I don't know what their goal is, but yes, a lot of unqualified people were hired because of these people, so we must hunt them down. Is this match between Darby and Jungle Jack going to be the lowest combined weight ever for a professional wrestling match?
Maybe. Should they take advantage of
Not involving the Minis or any of Lord Littlebrook's crew.
Should they take advantage of last week and change his name to Taco Bell Jack Perry?
He needs to make a run for the border.
Or just work some kind of deal with Taco Bell and you could sell the name, 2-for-1 Jack Perry. Taco Tuesday Jack Perry.
How about Chalupa Perry?
That's good.
See? So then Darby, who just was in the woods on the video, made an entrance, and before he could get 10 feet out of the entryway, Jungle Jackoff attacked him from behind.
What are you looking at?
And
let's get
got some
this
sloppy
over
heat
with.
on him and took him to the backstage area, and they fought on the equipment cases and trash cans, and then they lowered one of those infamous elephant doors on him. And while he was stuck under the door, Jack is going to try to run the equipment case over him, but security stopped him. And as they were dragging Jungle Jackoff back to his cage or wherever he resides, he was screaming, "I want a coffin match!" This was bad indie wrestling on national television, wasn't it?
Oh, it certainly was. And again, we've seen these gates before. We saw it to Nick Jackson a long time ago, and we've talked about how stupid it is. It's Jack Perry doing it. It's not Hercules Hernandez.
You want to guarantee, huh? Well, if you want a job
there
for
could
me,
have tackled him and taken him by the throat and thrown him to the ground to get him to stop doing this.
Yeah, there was 8 guys there, and they were like, "Oh my God, what are we gonna do?
Oh,
He's gone mad." It was the Mongolian Stomper on the loose, right?
Don't you have
fucking
work to
Jack
do?
fucking Perry.
And he wants a coffin match for no good reason. And, the one move he has, and he did it when he attacked Darby on the stage. Reveal yourself and smirk. That's the only thing he could do. That's what makes him a heel, is that alone. And, again, we were hearing that Tony really believed in Jack Perry, wanted to go far with him, and like everyone else, Jack Perry's booking has just completely fallen into the dirt. We'll see what happens here, but I don't think anyone's buying Jack Perry. And again, his whole gimmick is based around CM Punk, so it's counterproductive.
If nobody's buying Jack Perry, maybe they need to reduce the price on him. You know what? That's what they could do. They could say, look, our pay-per-view is going to be $49.95, but if you'll let us put Jack Perry on it, we'll only charge you $39.95.
How much you want to bet they're going to do a glass spot at Wembley?
Well, but how... Will there be a pane of glass over the coffin instead of a lid? Or will there be, when they raise the lid, will the coffin be lined with glass?
What if he says, "Cry me a river," and they throw him in the River Thames?
Cry me a river as I float downstream. I'm shit out of luck up shit creek. Oh, cry me a river. See, we could do something with that.
Well, we'll see what they do with Jack Perry and Darby, but Dynamite continues.
Yes, and speaking of being up shit creek, Maria May did a taped promo about Tony Storm. And then Renee Moxley Good was in the back with Mitsu Arakawa. And she said something, but I don't know what. And she apparently is taking acting lessons from Mercedes because there was that element of dramatic breathiness involved. The WWE has stars talk us to death. AEW forgets the stars part sometimes. And we're just listening to clerks and bank tellers and accountants and goddamn simple, normal, everyday people that don't necessarily need to be on television talk to us, including their main announcer.
You know, the other problem is, and, Mina Shirakawa actually speaks pretty good English, but I think, and I know
Better than you speaks pretty good English.
Better than WWE. Well, let me rephrase that. WWE does things one way. It doesn't mean everyone else should do it. I think AEW is doing way too many backstage promos. I think it hurts the show. I mean, everything hurts the show, but they're doing so many backstage promos with just random people, and then sometimes they're challenging people to matches on other shows you don't watch, and everything feels canned. Like it never feels live or in the moment. All these Renee Paquette segments or interviews in the back all feel like they were taped a week ago every time you see them. Nothing's ever like in the moment. It's almost like you have two shows happening concurrently. The live show and then the tape segments shoved in there. And I think they're doing too many backstage promos.
Well, I think Renee, by the end of the show, she should be sweaty and disheveled because she's running from place to place to do these promos with these people.
Back in 2022, I lost two very important people in my life. Big figures. It really wasn't until February of this year that I finally gave therapy a chance. And the cool thing here is I actually use BetterHelp to do it. In fact, I still use it weekly to.
So then they had Pockets versus Roddy versus Kyle O'Reilly. And all I could think, well, go ahead.
And it's a stipulation. Did you get the stipulation?
Oh, yeah, whoever wins gets to be the first person in the gauntlet casino blackjack fucking match to determine who gets to be I don't know what.
Are the other two not in the match, or are they just not going to be first in the match? Because why would anyone want to be first?
Why would you want to be first in the match?
That's what I'm saying. Why would anyone want to win the match to be first in the gauntlet?
Because then they got to outlast all the other people. You would think you would have wanted to throw this match, is what you're saying.
Unless the other two are just not in that match, and you're the only one who's going to be in that match of the three. Because otherwise, there's no reason to win.
Oh, God damn it. But why would you want to win something to be number one in the gauntlet?
You wouldn't.
Whether the other two were in it, why would you want to be number one? I'll just not be in it. Instead of letting everybody else beat me up.
I'm going to predict this is going to be the segment that loses the most viewers. Orange Cassidy versus Roderick Strong versus Kyle O'Reilly.
Well, because it went forever. And again, first of all, I'm personally not insulted, but irritated that as hard as Kyle O'Reilly and Roderick Strong have worked for 15 to 20 years to at least be legitimate athletes and put some work into their craft, and this is how Tony decides to insult them by not only putting them in a match with the company fucking mascot, but then having them put him over. They ought to double team spit in Tony's face. It's like Nick Goulas brought in Ric Flair and Harley Race to have him take bumps for my son George. Go to bed, Georgie. It's fucking, and then it went across the 9 o'clock hour, but as a way to apparently hook the fans at 9 o'clock that might be switching by, they had Taven and Bennett and Mark Briscoe and Ishii, the Japanese Pillsbury Doughboy, interfere in the match and get in a big fight and do a dive and then leave. And the match went another 10 fucking minutes after the run-ins. And then the mascot wins. This is another thing. If Tony Khan ever wanted any normal people to watch this show and give it a chance and take it seriously, to be involved in the fucking thing. Every time he puts this fucking jack-off little joke on television at all, much less in a position of prominence, much less winning things over supposed other real professional wrestlers, is the only way you can draw money with this fucking guy or get anybody to want to watch this is if you promote You Will Set Fire to Orange Cassidy on live TV, not as a gimmick with gel and a flamethrower, but for real. We're going to pour gasoline on this fucking annoying fuck, this joke, this disrespectful piece of shit, and we're going to set him on fire for your enjoyment. Otherwise, that's why normal people don't watch this fucking program.
You know, I don't think there's as big an audience to watch Orange Cassidy in Flames today as there was a few years ago. That's the sad part.
Most of the people have given up hope that that would happen and just quit watching entirely. And then why were Claudio and Okodi in the big pre-taped interview with Renee Moxley Good, why are they upset with each other? And they're going to fight next week in Cardiff. They're going to do Dynamite in Cardiff. After somebody has carted off all of their viewers.
No, that'll be good because the UK fans sing, and there hasn't been any pulse from the AEW fans on Dynamite in years.
Well, Claudio was the well-spoken babyface, and Okodi looks like a bleach blonde Japanese accountant. It wandered in, and the only word that he enunciated clearly was bitch. And this cost Tony Khan more millions of dollars. This fucking joke. It shows up to do a comedy line every once in a while. And then when he does get in the ring, it's like he was put together with fucking paper clips and scotch tape, and if he falls down, his body parts will fly apart.
Again, with Okada, it's the material. He speaks fine English. They gave him bad material. I'd rather listen to him talk than Claudio. Claudio's a
didn't we
fucking
agree
bore.
your first job was going to be free?
This was a snooze fest all the way around.
You know, you brought up Ishii before. We have not seen it. I may have it on my DVR still, but we had a lot of listeners tell us we had to watch Ishii versus Swerve Strickland on Collision, that it was embarrassingly bad was the way it was put to me, and then other people from Campbell by the Sea may have been defending it, saying that, you know, Ishii is one of the great sellers, and Terry Funk would have loved him.
Me off.
Wait, what? What does he sell? Nobody will even touch him with the shit they're hitting him with as a work.
Well, it was the forearms.
And he sells nothing.
It was, I believe, the forearms from him and Swerve back and forth that people were citing, but I've not watched it. So
I've seen that movie though. Every time that there's a forearm around Ishii, it's either phony looking or not sold or both.
Be careful out there.
But anyway, have you noticed that in Christian Cage's group, that Nick Plain's mom is the second biggest person in it?
Well,
you
good
pointed
luck.
this out several
The
times.
looks of it, you're gonna need it.
Well, Renee Moxley Good had an interview with them. And then the fireball that Jericho burned Hook with was replayed because Tony Schiavone was in the ring with Hook to do a live interview. Hook, who never speaks. Now we know why. Nobody could help this fucking kid not make an imbecile out of himself. Tony Schiavone, 40 years as a wrestling announcer, gives him the most awkward fucking question to respond to ever. Well, the thing everybody want to know, how's your eye? Hook has come out wearing a white wife beater, exposing his New York tan. He was barely any darker than the fucking wife beater, but he's wearing the fucking, what do they call it? The stocking cap or the ski cap, or what are those kind of caps?
I know what you're talking about. I don't know what the official name is.
Well, it's not a hoodie, because but it's the fucking cap. But he's got half of his head wrapped up like Boris Karloff in The Mummy, trying to sell his eye that he supposedly can't see out of, but you can see that all they've done is wrap him with gauze. There's no eye patch over the eye underneath the gauze. You can see through the gauze. Whoever approved that didn't talk to Doc Sampson or some doctor that might have ever bandaged an eye. And he's wearing the cap. He looked like this is the time. Come out, dressed like a goddamn adult, with the demeanor of a goddamn adult, and talk like a goddamn adult about what you're going to do to Chris Jericho. Instead, he leaned into the camera so you can see that perfectly clean snow white gauze that had just been put on him fucking 5 minutes beforehand, still wearing that fucking goofy cap, and screamed what he was going to do to Chris Jericho. And while he's weighing 150 pounds, he looked like a teenager on the street yelling into somebody's phone to do a TikTok video. Everybody let him down on that one. From makeup to goddamn creative to fucking production. And then Jericho and Big Bill and Brian Keith came out and said Hook's a stupid son of a bitch and he ain't gonna fight him tonight. It'll be at Wembley. And that's gonna be his last chance at the FTW title. And next week in Cardiff, it's Hook versus Big Bill. Hook is 160 fucking pounds and Big Bill's 7 feet tall. So let's do everything we can to make the fucking babyface look like he's a goddamn middle schooler before he fights Jericho. Are you following any of this, Brian?
And then you get to see Big Bill potentially choked out by Hook.
And well, that'll be icing on the cake.
The Chris Jericho stuff's been awful. Hook's booking is bad. I don't know what his potential or what his ceiling is or isn't. At least it wasn't another person with just an eye patch. We've seen that like 20 times in AEW.
And they couldn't even sandpaper his face a little bit? Because it was a fireball. It wasn't just a fucking poke in the eye with a sharp stick. He'd have some residual damage all around that. I think maybe they sandpaper him a little bit. Towel it.
Maybe Jericho can make the fireball like a real kind of thing. Like incorporate things that he really does. Like take a big swig of vodka and spit the vodka into the flame.
Well, they taught Ricky Steamboat how to blow fire to be the dragon. So Jericho's already got a mouthful of vodka ready to go at any point. He could just, if you just hold the fucking Bic lighter up in front of him, he could pretty much do it on the fly.
Oh, he's going to give him the Grey Goose! He's going to give him the Grey Goose! And there it is. I don't know what sound you just tried to make.
That was the blowing of the fire.
Oh. Oh, now I understand.
Yeah. So then came the Buckaroos, the Hardley Boys, the Cucamonga Kids, the Lollipop Guild.
Did you hear what they said right at the start of this? They said, we don't have any more commercials tonight. And there was a lot of time to go.
Oh, yeah, well, this match went forever. I had to shave twice during this match.
These are always the lowest segments on the show. Is there a chance they can't get sponsors for the last segments of Dynamite? Or why would they all of a sudden have no sponsors for this?
No, it was their last they had no more commercial breaks because they had taken them earlier in the show because it's another ploy to try to artificially inflate their sagging numbers in the last half hour of the program, because if they figure the more we always lose viewers in the last part of the program, right? So if we give them a commercial break, that's a chance for somebody to tune out and not come back. So let's use all of our breaks up earlier in the show and not have as many at the end of the program to give people a chance to escape. That is the stratagem being employed.
Yeah, I mean, how long did we get, counting the old one, was it like 25 minutes, almost 30 minutes with no commercials, right?
Something like that, yeah. So we'll see when the numbers come out, because we are still unaware of those. We're vamping on the program until those come out. But nevertheless, that's what the theory behind it is. Whether it'll work or not, who knows? Because they're always playing with the numbers or trying to massage the numbers, as a former bookkeeping type in a wrestling company used to say. But that's what. So then this was technically the main event spot where it's going to be the Buckaroos, even though Swerve has a match in the main event against Wheeler Useless. More on that in a minute. But again, here come Maddie and Nikki, and the Acclaim jump them in the entranceway. They ain't got 10 feet through the fucking entrance, and boom, and they're again. And they have a sloppy fight on the stage and on the floor, and then they go to the ring and the bell rings. And it went forever. And you can imagine, it just, if you've seen one, you've seen it all. And then they squash the referee in the corner. Of course, it's the corpse referee, so it looks like he's a gentle breeze from death at any point anyway. How can he get licensed at his age? What is he now, 75, 80?
I don't even think he's that old, which makes it even worse. What do you think of the fact that crowd went completely silent at times?
Well, that's the thing, is nobody gives a shit. And they do these fucking goofy finishes, and nobody gives a shit. Where they squash the referee, and then Matt kicks Caster in the balls and gets the title belt. And he's going to hit him, but Dax comes out and snatches it. And he draws back, and Maddie covers up like funny, like, ooh, don't hit me. But then when he realizes he isn't going to hit him, he spits at him. And then Dax, instead of hitting him with the belt, tackles him. And immediately the referee pops up and calls for a disqualification. And the people are like, what the fuck? What is all this? And the Acclaimed are mad at FTR, and they argue, and security comes in. And the Buckaroos leave, and the fans don't give a shit. And it's been 15 minutes easily of fucking television. And then they go to the back, and there's Renee with Christopher Daniels, who makes an awkward announcement. Because now he's authority again. That, FTR is going to fight the Acclaimed on Saturday on Collision. And the winners of that match will face the Buckaroos for the tag team title at Wembley Stadium. Because this was the first time that the Buckaroos had a title match in 4 months since they won the fucking thing, right? And now probably, because this is what indies do, mud shows do, small-minded people do, they're going to have some other kind of fuck up, and they're going to have a 3-way tag team match instead of a legitimate match between all 3 of these teams so they can all vault off each other. And FTR, the only really full-grown men, can be the catchers. Is that where we're going with this?
I think where we're going is no one caresville. And that's the sad thing. There was clunkiness to the finish. When Dax got in there was like a clunkiness with the timing of everything. Did you notice that?
Yes. But I always notice clunkiness when the Buckaroos are involved because they don't do things naturally.
Yeah, this tag team division is, it needs some help. That's all I'll say. I mean, Bucks wrestled FTR last year at Wembley. I guess you're giving those fans there a version of that once again. That was the least acclaimed of their matches. The one people talked about the least coming out of it. So let's do it again. But with the Acclaim, but now with rap.
Now with greener people involved.
Billy Gunn got a bigger pop than every one of those tag teams.
And when the Acclaimed are out there, man, when Billy Gunn comes out, yay, let's do something now.
Because he didn't come out with them for no good reason. All of a sudden, he just showed up in the middle of the match to get a pop.
Well, yeah, whenever he shows up, he is the most over person in any combination of the Acclaimed, FTR, and the Buckaroos right now. Because FTR, they don't give a shit anymore. They've been booked into insensibility. So anyway,
speaking of booking, what did you say?
Into insensibility and beyond.
Insensibility. In terms of booking insensibility, let's talk about the main event. I believe that was up next.
Well, no. You can't skip over the Bryan Danielson video.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
And Tony, you paid for some more music. Green Day. Do you know what the actual title is? I hope you had the time of your life. Do you know what the actual title of that song is?
Hepatitis.
No.
Oh, I don't know.
Good Riddance.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I do know that.
Yes. And I used that on the video for the Ohio Valley Wrestling Last Dance event at the Louisville Gardens, when we had all the pictures of all of the great memories that had gone on, and the old time stars, and back when the kids were kids and the men were men and the sheep were scared and all that type of thing.
This is a great video to point out how much more interesting Bryan Danielson was on the indies than he is right now.
Well, that's the thing, is it was not really great nostalgia as much as old VHS of indie shows mixed in with some AEW clips, and yeah, it looked like Bryan had more fun going on back then. But here's what I want to just ask you, and then we'll move on to the main event, which ain't going to take long. What the fuck is what I want to ask you. So here's the situation we've got. We have Bryan Danielson, who the fans like and respect probably more than anybody else, almost anybody on this roster.
Smirk off your
Fair
face.
to say,
Doing one job doesn't make us pals.
Maybe in terms of respect, yeah, maybe, yeah.
He's one of the more popular guys that they have, especially with the core audience. And so they put him against Swerve, who was their babyface world champion until they kind of made him look like shit, and then people kind of didn't care, so now they've switched him back full-fledged heel, apparently, for
Quit
the world
gawking.
title.
Either buy
but
something or piss off.
before they announced this match, the people already know that Bryan Danielson has said that his contract is up and that he's promised his daughter he's going to quit wrestling full-time to spend more time with her. And so he's only at this point going to wrestle intermittently in things he wants to do or places he wants to go. Right?
Right. He himself has announced that, yes.
Right. And then he comes out and says on television, if I don't beat you, Swerve, and win the world title, I'll never wrestle again. Ever. Anywhere, is the inference here.
Cha-ching! Thanks,
so,
buddy.
Either they're going to beat Bryan Danielson in his last match, which would be kind of the rule of thumb in wrestling. If you're retiring, you're not coming back. Put the guy over. But then not only is it somewhat of a downer for his apparently last or AEW match or last major stadium match or whatever the fuck, not only is it a bummer that he gets beat, but also that would mean he's decided he's never going to wrestle again anywhere, right? Or elsewise he'd be a bald-faced liar. So if he loses, it has to be his last match. But if he wins, then you put the world title on a guy that has already said he only wants to wrestle intermittently. And one would think that then you would just be doing it for the moment, but you've beaten your world champion that you've already booked pretty badly, and you've eliminated the opportunity for another of your full-time talents, such as Will Ospreay or MJF, to win the fucking world title and continue its lineage. How do you do this, and who fucking comes out ahead here?
I mean, I think they booked themselves to the point where if Danielson doesn't win, you have a problem, because either that means he's going away right then and there and he's never coming back, or he's going to come back under a mask, which I don't think they'll do. So then
the Midnight Rider.
So then he's beating Swerve, and the fans, you would think the AEW fans get a happy short title run with an expiration date, unless you're going to make him a part-time world champion who's never around, who doesn't do any TVs ever again, which may be the best thing for AEW, to have a strong world champion who's never on these shows. I don't know, but we'll see what they do. he hasn't said he's going to fully retire. He said he's going to just wrestle every now and then, but he's going to be retired from full time, from attending wrestling shows once a week.
Yeah.
I think they kind of have to put the belt on, don't you? They need some kind of happy moment to end that
You better
show.
not fuck this up.
Well, but I thought that was going to be Ospreay beating MJF, because how they've known they were going to do Wembley for a fucking year. And so how have you not manipulated it some way to where that Will Ospreay will win the match in his fucking home country in the big stadium show, whatever the match might be? But then you're cutting MJF off when he's just getting started with this whole American title thing. So I don't know what they're fucking doing.
Unless Ospreay doesn't win. And again, remember, they have a pay-per-view, 2 weeks later to set up in Chicago?
Well, then maybe Ospreay wins over there, and then MJF fucking beats him back on good old American soil.
And again, there's Fletcher and Callis. You got to think they're going to be involved, and there's a way to make it so that MJF doesn't lose the title right away, gets a longer run with it, and Ospreay has something else to do.
God damn it. Again, they knew they were going to do this for a year. So anyway,
you say they, it's Tony. It's he, him.
The royal they. Swerve wrestled Wheeler useless in the main event that the bell rang for 5 minutes to 10 o'clock. And the emaciated Shell Station attendant went toe-to-toe with the world champion for a little while, but then Swerve got some heat on him and kicked him in the head, beat the shit out of him, and the referee stopped it. And Danielson came in to break it up, and Swerve bailed out and cut a promo on him from the aisleway. And then, after saying he would beat Bryan Danielson up in front of his daughter at Wembley Stadium, then he turned around and left, and Danielson went to check on Useless, and Swerve ran back out and kicked Danielson in the back of the head.
That looked good. That looked good. That was the best thing of the whole thing. The kick to the back of the head looked good.
Yeah, I believe you know why it looked good?
Because he kicked him right in the back of the head.
I believe it because it was a tater. His boots were made out of potatoes. He kicked him right in the head.
You know, again, you want to tell the story of him having to beat the protege of Danielson. I think they've wasted a lot of time with Yuta being the guy they've put in this position to be that guy. He just doesn't look the part, and I don't think it works at all. So Swerve took a little while to beat a guy that looks like he would have been a jobber on TV. Sorry, Dustin. Looks like he would have been an enhancement talent at Superstars in 1990.
He would have been a jabroni on anything in 1990.
Yeah, they've done no favors to Swerve. Swerve probably hasn't done himself any favors either, just in terms of the creative stuff. And the only thing I think people care about in AEW right now is the MJF Ospreay stuff. And that's obviously not as hot as things have been in the past, but it was almost not on this show at all. That's the biggest thing in the company. Nothing about Kyle Fletcher. They had the MJF video early, the MJF Ospreay video early in the show, and the stuff from England. They had to be more in a segment. I mean, they should be just pounding. That's the big feud they have right now. It gets mentioned in the segment, and then it gets ignored the rest of the show.
How are they gonna pound it when neither guy's there? Did they have to fly over early to do publicity or something?
I don't think they had to, but Ospreay's obviously from England, and MJF he just wrestled in England. I don't know if he's still there or where he is. Maybe he got a few-week vacation out of it. I don't know. It's Tony Khan. You never know.
Oh, anyway, where's the plumber? Where's Moxley?
He's taking a break from AEW.
He's go ahead.
To lose in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu fights that keep popping up, not even grappling tournaments that keep popping up online.
From Newport, Kentucky. But he just gets to go when maybe he's giving us a break. Is what it is. But he gets to go whenever he wants to.
Do you think you need? Again, we're not Moxley fans, and there has been talk in the past that he has turned after booking vacation or time off, and he canceled it because AEW needed him. Everyone wants time off. Does AEW need someone with his stature in the company on a Wembley, or is it okay for a guy like that to miss that show?
Well, my personal preference aside, and he's the worst wrestler in the world, and I could go the rest of my life without seeing him and never miss a second of it. He's one of the fucking big, high-paid, alleged names in the company. If I was Tony Khan and I'm running Wembley Stadium, I am packing this thing with, to quote MGM, more stars than there are in the heavens. And the idea that this is not all hands on deck is just insane to me. Not that you want to book 150 fucking guys on one show, but you want to book the 30 biggest fucking names you've got on the thing, don't you?
You would think so, and we will preview the pay-per-view a little bit later. But Jim, that was AEW Dynamite.
It certainly was.
We shall return with the ratings right after this short travel through time.
Find the lowest price plan at healthcalifornia.com. Get a quote in 30 seconds. Find top carriers like Anthem, Kaiser, Blue Shield, and more. Lowest prices, simple process, healthforcalifornia.com.
As you can tell, I was not created by GoDaddy Aero. It uses AI to create great look.
It doesn't seem to want to stop. Let me.
Yeah, everybody wants it to stop, but it doesn't seem to want to.
We are here once again in the future. This amazing ability that we have. We are the only wrestling podcast.
Be right back.
know of that travels through time. And we are here once again. Any thoughts on this travel through time, Jim?
Well, yeah. Well, I had a thought, but it died of loneliness. No, I had a thought while we were on the ship, hurtling through space, all the fucking cosmic rays and everything. But we've just talked about AEW television, and we took a break so the ratings could come out. And in that interim period, Brian, I've started to realize what's going on here with some of these people that Tony's been signing. And you know what a rope-a-dope is, don't you? Yeah, the old rope-a-dope.
Muhammad Ali versus George Foreman.
Yeah, where, you know, he just let him punch himself out. I wonder if this is a modified game of Lube the Rube. Now think about this for a second.
Where are we going right now?
Well, no, because I know Vince is no longer there. Vince McMahon is no longer there, but that doesn't mean that in some cases they might not use some of the same business practices or tactics. And when the Midnight Express and I talked to Vince that first time in 1986, and we decided not to do it because we had such a great spot with Crockett. But one of the things that he told us was, he said, hey, he said, if you need to use me to drive your price up. And coincidentally, we didn't even have to, it didn't come to that, because when Tully's friend, God, what was his name? John, I think, worked at fucking US Air, saw us in Charlotte on the flight to New York, and word got back to Crockett. That was when he presented us with we were on a contract. I think the guarantee we had at that point was like $75,000 a year. And we got the 3-year contract for $375 guaranteed, which in today's money is somewhere around, what, $1.4 million probably. But anyway.
So John told Tully, and then what happened? In your eyes, how did Tully leak this back to the office?
Well, no, John Valdostri was his name. It wasn't that necessarily that Tully did it, but John knew the boys. Charlotte was a US Air hub. Back before they absorbed Piedmont Airlines, which that was the airline that Crockett flew a lot of guys on out of Charlotte. And he worked there, and so he would upgrade guys, and he would help guys change flights, and because the boys were always going in and out, and he and Tully were especially friendly, but he knew a lot of the guys. He fixed all of us up. But the thing is, when we went on a day off where we thought that, okay, we're just going to
Is there something
get in
you
one
need?
car, we're going to go to the airport, we're going to take this flight, we're meeting Vince, not at the office, but at a hotel in Stamford, and then we're going to back and boom, and nobody will ever know we were gone. We're boarding the fucking plane. The first person we run into is John Valdostri, and he looked up at the fucking to LaGuardia. And we said, hey, John. And he never, where's the other boys? Oh, they must be going somewhere else. I don't know what
You
we
got
said,
money
right?
this time, or are you just here to piss me off?
So coincidentally,
No refunds,
like I said,
deal's done.
immediately
Now,
upon the
beat
next
it,
week or
fucker.
whatever was when Crockett had those guaranteed money contracts. So anyway, I've also heard Vince McMahon from his own lips say that to other people. Use me to get more money out of them. And he did that for Bret Hart, to be quite honest, when he let him out of the day. Use me to get your fucking deal back or whatever. Don't, blah, blah, blah. That's all been regurgitated over and over. How many people
I got just
that
a job.
the
Can't
WWE
say
and
I'm
Tony
not
Khan that we
surprised.
know, I'm not saying a bidding war where they're like doing the fucking Storage Wars auction. 1,000,005, 1,000,007. But how many people were both talking to both companies and Tony won out? We heard about Will Ospreay, famous for the grind, right? Did he want the grind or did he not want the grind? We don't know about the grind. And Okada, people were saying, oh, they're talking to Okada. Well, maybe they wanted to get into Japan. And Mercedes Moon.
Yeah, right before she signed with Tony, all of a sudden we started hearing that she was negotiating with WWE again.
Yes. And then you can further remember when they were talking to the Buckaroos. And remember when Edge was coming, Edge left and Tony gave him a better deal. And you could say the same to Mark Henry. When he left, he wanted to be more involved in either training or whatever he's wanted, they didn't apparently want him, but he got a lot of money to do very little in AEW for the past 3 or 4 years, and then that deal is up. And when that deal is up, his son suddenly signs with NXT and he's back on the television. The point I'm making is Tony's winning a lot of these, right? What if they're fake fucking finishes? Because it wasn't something that Vince wouldn't do to say, hey, you might not want to come now, but you might want to come later, but right now, he always wanted to babyface himself to the boy, use me to get more money. Well, what if they're talking to these people that, let's say, that I am the WWE, and I make a lot of money, and you, Brian Last, are Tony Khan, and you have a lot of money. And I know that you want to sign the newest indie darling or somebody from another country or Jack Double Barrel Cannon. Everybody's all making a big deal on the internet about Jack Double Barrel Cannon. So what if I call old Jack Cannon in and say, I'll give you $1 million. But of course I'm going to own your name and I'll change it and I'm going to own your likeness and intellectual property and you're going to work X hundred days a year, and give him a sales pitch that you don't necessarily want him to take. But you've set an offer, a price. And then old Jack Cannon goes over to fucking Tony. Tony says, well, I'll give you $1.5 million and you can own your shit, or you can be an actor, or you can only work 1 day a week, or you don't have to come then if you don't want to, or all the ancillary things that everybody that signs with AEW says they love about the company and the job. And then the WWE, they particularly may not have wanted the fucking guy to begin with, but since they've got billions of dollars, if they fuck up and get one every once in a while, who gives a shit? Meanwhile, they're setting Tony's price that he's got to beat and treat him like bosom buddies too. And Tony's winning more of these than he's losing. And I'm starting to think that in some cases, what do you think? Is the WWE serious, or are they saying, let's see if we can lube the rube?
But there's an important thing that you're not putting into the equation here. When Vince McMahon would deliberately say that to both make himself a babyface, the talent, but also because that's what he wanted. He wanted competitors like Vern Gagne, specifically Jim Crockett Jr., but he wanted Bill Watts, everyone. He wanted everyone to overpay because he knew that they were wrestling promoters living on the money of wrestling. You don't have that with Tony Khan. It doesn't mean they have billions. He's got billions. Well, I mean, his dad's got billions. So it's not like it even affects him in any way unless at some point his dad said, let's see the P&L. Let me see how much you're spending versus how much you're actually generating. But we haven't seen any sign that that's going to happen.
Well, no, but here's the thing. It's not like it's going to be the end of the company. It's fun. It's fucking fun. Brian, let's say somebody stole some money from you and me. We would have fun, even if it cost us more money, bringing that motherfucker to a miserable point in his life, right?
I can't comment on anything that may involve pending litigation, but
I'm just saying.
But you can't take things lying down. You have to make sure that you teach people a lesson. And one of the lessons has to be you can't do this shit again to anyone else, and you will respect that shit.
Okay, we're starting to take a side trip, but I was just giving you a for instance. And the point is, what if Nick Khan and Triple H and a bunch of the gang are sitting up there going, I wonder how much you'll pay for this fucking guy. Let's offer him $1.5 million a year for 3 years and see if Tony will beat it.
But they know he will. I mean, it's not even.
Yes, and it's fun to watch him because now.
That's the thing. They wanted Okada. They wanted these guys. Tony offered them,
but
not just more lucrative deals, but just better for the wrestler, not necessarily the promotion. The fact that Ospreay's flying home all the time and just
yeah.
They couldn't match that.
I'm saying if I was still in a Stamford office, I could see a bunch of people having fun with this. Even if they want somebody, if they know that Tony's gonna goddamn break the bank, as they say, why not? Well, let's see how far he'll go. Let's be, and it'd just be fun. Maybe they've got an office pool going. I'm just telling you.
You know, and then it really screws up the talent on the other end. Like, Okada's probably on the back end of his career in the States.
You think?
But he signed a long-term deal with Tony. I don't know if he's going to sign with WWE after that or just go back home. Ospreay's still young. Mercedes Moné.
Ooh.
Let's just put a number out there. Let's say she's getting $5 million a year.
No, Jesus Christ.
Let's say she's going to get that for a number of years. Notwithstanding if she boosts merch, ticket sales, pay-per-view buys, streams, whatever it may be at that point, she's going to get that money. At the end of that contract, Tony will have to ask himself, what am I going to do? Am I going to continue on at this rate? Or am I going to move on? If he moves on, she's never going to get that kind of money anywhere else. It almost screws her. Not that she doesn't want the money right now, but she's now locked into
Why would you need money after that?
People need money.
Oh, hey, give me $5 million a year for 3 years and see if you ever talk to my fat ass again.
The challenge is this. I'll take the same challenge. Give me $5 million for 3 years.
Well, give me 6.
Oh, fuck. Come on.
Yeah, see? That's the way it works. You bid the thing up.
Selfish.
No, I don't give a fuck how old you, unless you're a complete fucking nitwit who wants to drive a fucking Maserati around and act like a goddamn movie star. If you make $15 million over a 3-year period and you ever work again, you're a fucking moron.
Get the fuck out of here.
Unless you want to. Where were we going with that? Anyway,
a Maserati is nice to drive like once if it's not yours and you don't have to worry about any of the bills for it. That's my experience.
But anyway, I'm just saying that it would be fun. They know that Daddy got money. You're a rich kid. They know Daddy got money, but it would still be fun to make the other guy spend more than he needs to, and certainly more than a commodity or a product or a piece of merchandise or an action figure or whatever is worth to get it. So there could be some shenanigans taking place, is what I'm trying to say to you.
You know, this also goes to the bigger problem with AEW, the culture of AEW, I guess we'll say, Tony Khan's leadership. You know, in the early days, not that money wasn't the primary thing for a lot of talent, but in the early days, there was a positive energy around it publicly.
Yes.
And it was a wonderful place to work. And there was no drama. And the locker room kept secrets. Remember, Brody Lee was sick. No one said a word. This is the same locker room, some different people, but a lot of the same people. And they talk about all sorts of shit now. And
you can't shut them up.
Now you have to open to get someone there because it's like WCW in the early 90s. It's not a place you want to be if you're serious about your career. You want to get the fuck away from Tony. It's not, see, that's the thing. You have to almost separate AEW, the idea of a number 2 promotion that's well funded, with the fact that it's run and always going to be run by Tony Khan. Because Tony is the core problem. If you are a great talent and you deserve all the money you're getting, and he's the person overseeing your booking and formatting the show, your career's going to die. He's not capable of doing it. He's not good at it. He's proven it. And he's not capable of doing it. That's the thing. But you'll go there and you'll get a bunch of money. You'll get to book programs with you and your friends. But, you know, the other thing, going back to your point, Jim Crockett having to start paying guys more and more to keep them from WWE is a contributing factor to Jim Crockett Promotions' financial problems.
Actually, I can disagree with you on that. And here's why.
You think it's just the pay-per-view?
It was the promotions and the TV network and the costs of doing that. Because here's the thing, the contract that he signed with us in, what was it, May 1986 was $100,000 first year, 125 second year, 150 the third year, guaranteed minimum. We made much more than that the first year, and more than that the second year, and then the following year we renegotiated. And even though we didn't make as much as we should have from Crockett, the point I'm making is that us as main event talent, we were still on payoffs on the houses, making more money than our minimum guarantee. But what was an extreme drain and burden is the expansion of buying the different promotions and then going into Florida, going into Kansas City, then expanding across the country with live events, and then the big UWF thing. That was the fucking problem. And the plane. And the goddamn...
The second plane, yeah.
The second plane, and the office in Dallas. Because it was a major media center where the brain fucks that said they were going to make all this money on fucking syndicated television were headquartered.
Well, then here's the question. Are we to believe then that all of that would have been paid off if Starrcade had not been fucked with by Vince? Or that there would have still been financial problems even if Starrcade had come off without a hitch and had however many pay-per-view buys across the country?
Well, okay, examine this. Crockett was $2 million in the hole. $2 million, which today is like goddamn catering. But he was $2 million in the hole when he said, oh shit, we got to sell. We're worried about our mother's retirement. So that was not even the amount of money that they had spent on these promotions and the fucking TV network and blah, blah, blah. If they hadn't done that and concentrated on what they had, they to that point would not really have lost money. Or if Starrcade had gone through, God damn it, what was it then? Was it $30? And the cable system got a little over half. So if they'd have $10, let's say they got $10 for each pay-per-view, and they did in those days. What was Vince doing? What did the Great American Bash do? I can't remember. I ain't got it in front of me. But our first, let's say it was full cable coverage and it did 100,000 buys at $10. There's $1 million. That's half the amount they were in the hole when they were panicking. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't like, oh God, this is a catastrophe. It was only a catastrophe to somebody that was not used to losing 7 figures over the course of like a year in a wrestling business.
Well, Vince's objective in doing that and saying that was to drain these guys. That was one of his goals in the wrestling wars, was he knew he could drain his opponents of assets. In fighting him and doing what they could to keep him away, they were going to kill themselves and lose talent in the process. Tony is a different animal. Like I said, with him, you can't worry about draining him of money. There's no talent that'll cost more than that video game. You can't think of it that way. So with that, it's just about how much will he pay. The joke's on you if you're laughing and he's shrugging. And he doesn't give a fuck. He's Richie Rich.
Yeah, but I still think there's money to be made in the WWE and the office pool that they would take on, will he give $3 million to this fucking schlub?
Who's the next one?
That's all I'm saying.
How much you think he's going to give Ricochet?
Oh, he'll break the bank for him because then he can team him up with Hologram, and it can be Hologram and Telegram.
Oh no, I think he wants
you're
to do
pretty smart.
Will
Well,
Ospreay versus
if you got
Ricochet.
money,
That was the big
I
indie
guess I
or
can
New
stand
Japan
your
match.
smell.
Oh, good Lord. Well, I'm sure that, but yeah, Ricochet is set.
Does
Oh,
Ricochet
look,
get
another
7 figures a year?
dumbass stumbling into my shop.
Well, with the financial scale that the WWE is on now, even a guy that's in the middle or upper middle may be approaching that. So I think he almost has to. Besides, didn't he give fucking?
I tell you to go fuck yourself, but you did that when you didn't buy anything.
So if Riho is $400,000 to work 8 times a year, then I think you got to give Ricochet $1 million, don't you?
Do you think Riho will work 8 times in 2024? Has she worked that many times? She couldn't have.
I think she's hurting. Yeah. So, he's running the motion picture country home for wrestlers.
Jeez. It's amazing too. It's like, again, all the big money people who are the big star, like Kenny Omega's just been gone forever. I know he has, allegedly, diverticulitis, but There's a major salary, a major star off the TV. They signed his buddy Ibushi. That was a fucking disaster. He's still under contract. We'll see him. He's coming back at some point when he has feet or whatever the hell's problem.
Yeah, they signed him for all his money and then they amputated his fucking feet.
Nakazawa, who has a great job, apparently he's just with Kenny. He doesn't even have to, do anything else. And then Riho, now she's hurt again.
Moxley's on vacation again.
Moxley's on vacation. Adam Cole has moved back to Pennsylvania. Wardlow is missing in action.
Wait a minute, he didn't beat Miro. Miro went to fucking Romania, didn't he? Or is that where he's from?
No, Bulgaria.
Bulgaria. I knew it was one of them areas.
That's right. Miro, well, you can put Miro on the list. I think he's still under contract. Miro's in Bulgaria. Who else? Wardlow.
Well, we can't remember who all has disappeared, but they're still getting paid.
Is Hobbs hurt or?
Hobbs is hurt.
Takeshita's in Japan.
Oh, I forgot about him.
Anna Jay's in Japan. I've seen footage of that. She looks great over there. I always told you, and all the women there
look differently over there than she does over here.
Well, she's a very attractive woman, but what she's doing over there, the idea of making her a little better by having her work over there, when she gets to NXT, she'll be the biggest star they have there because I think she still has more upside than almost any woman in AEW. But she's not on their show now. And their show is just rotten. It's just rotten.
Rated teen. Star Wars Outlaws, available August 30th.
Well, speaking of which, did anybody watch this particular program they did Wednesday night or not? Or last night, or whenever the night? We've traveled through time. I've lost track.
This was Wednesday night. It is still, Dynamite is still on Wednesdays. In the future.
Well, yes, but the day that we are talking about it could have not been last night, except if it was the night before.
Well, AEW Dynamite, August 14th, 2024, TBS from 8 to 10:07 p.m. On average, watched by 703,000 viewers.
Wow!
Dynamite ranked number 1 for the day on cable in men 18 to 49. Day on cable.
Wow!
Watched by 703,000 viewers.
Wow.
Dynamite ranked number 1 for the day on cable in men 18 to 49.
But, okay, so, because I was going to dispute something, Tony Khan tweeted out, apparently, that they were number 1 on cable for the whole day and just put a period on it.
18 to 49.
Okay. So now that might make a little sense, but no, they were not the most watched program on cable television on Wednesday over all the programs and all the networks. That would be stretching credulity somewhat.
Yeah, but they're losing. I'm looking at the breakdown here. WrestleNomics is the one who compiled all this. Men 18 to 34, 60,000 viewers, down 6%. So that one keeps going down.
Well, but now the Olympics are dusted, done and dusted, as they say across the pond, right?
So
they got an extra, what was it, 80,000, 85,000 or whatever people to come back from the last couple of weeks.
That's right. All right, let's go to the quarterly breakdown here.
Well, don't make me twist your arm or anything.
This will tell the real story of what's going on. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Once again, these were compiled by WrestleNomics. Mercedes Moné versus Hikaru Shida in the post-match with Camille and Stone Cold Britt Baker. 836,000 viewers.
And I believe I predicted and predicated earlier when we were talking about it, well, you know, that's going to be the highest quarter hour, so it doesn't really prove anything with Mercedes in it because it's always the highest quarter hour. Was that indeed the highest quarter hour?
It was indeed the highest quarter hour, not in the key demo, but in the overall number.
So what did that effect did that first segment have on the second segment?
Well, the second segment, with no 1 minute of the Big Bang Theory to start off, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., the Jeff Jarrett, Jay Lethal, Hangman Adam Page backstage angle leading to Lethal versus Page with picture-in-picture, and an MJF Will Ospreay video, 755,000 viewers.
Okay, honestly, that's not as big a drop as they usually do. Last week, I think it was like 100,000 or more, wasn't it? So they only lost, Thursday, 45, 81,000 people.
Now, this is the high point in the 18 to 49-year-old male category, 347,000 viewers. Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. An ad break. The Pac and Darby Allin backstage promos, Jack Perry and Darby Allin's backstage angle, an ad break, 706,000 viewers.
Ouch. Okay, so I don't know whether the ad breaks drove them away or whether it was the backstage promos that drove them away, but they lost another 49,000. Okay, now they might better stabilize pretty soon or they're not going to hit their average.
Well, there was a segment I predicted earlier would be the one to drive away the most viewers. Let's see what this did. 8:45 to 9 p.m. Quarter 4. The Mariah May promo, the Mina Shirakawa promo, and the start of Roderick Strong versus Orange Cassidy versus Kyle O'Reilly. 666,000 viewers.
666, the mark of the beast. In this case, it's the mark of the mascot.
Just the mark.
No, the mark is the one paying the mascot. So there's another 40,000. And now we have lost 170,000 viewers in the first hour.
Well, we now go to hour 2, the big 9 o'clock hour, quarter 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m. The continuation of Strong versus Cassidy versus O'Reilly with picture-in-picture ads. The Claudio Castagnoli, Kazuchika Okada backstage face-to-face promo, and an ad break, 684,000 viewers.
Okay, so 18,000 curious people wandered in at the top of the hour and began wondering what they were watching.
Well, they continued that wander into quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The Christian Cage backstage promo, the Hook and Learning Tree confrontation, an ad break, And the start of Young Bucks versus the Acclaimed with no more commercials the rest of the show. Actually, that's not true. But Young Bucks versus the Acclaimed, 684,000 viewers.
So, well, that's odd. That's completely flat, so it's neither good nor bad. It's indifferent, is what it is.
Well, the indifference continues in the quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The Young Bucks versus the Acclaim continued. 2 rounds of picture-in-picture. 678,000 viewers.
God, okay, so 6,000 more people again said the Young Bucks this long, no thank you, please.
Well, let's please go to quarter 8. I remind you there's a 7-minute overrun. 9:45 to 10 p.m. Young Bucks versus the Acclaim continued. The post-match with FTR, Billy Gunn. Oh, and that's it. FTR and Billy Gunn. A Christopher Daniels backstage promo. The Bryan Danielson video. And the start of Swerve Strickland versus Wheeler Yuta. 661,000 viewers.
Oh.
7-minute overrun. Continuation of Strickland versus Yuta. And the Danielson Strickland live angle. 606,000 viewers.
Jesus Christ. They've killed Modern Family. Modern Family, by the way, is following again instead of Impractical Jokers. Maybe they're taking turns so as not to damage either program. All right, so in regulation, they went from 836 to 661. That's a loss of 100 and, oh, God damn it, 39, 69, 175,000 people. And then they dropped another 55,000 in the last 5 minutes of the thing.
Hold on, I'm pulling up the true number, taking out the first quarter and the overrun.
That overrun isn't really helping them anymore, is it?
No, it's hurting them. And again, they usually keep key stuff for there. I mean, this is Swerve and Danielson, and no one stayed for it. 690,000 viewers is the true number.
Without the quarter 1 and the overrun, that's what is in the body of the show.
Without the minute of Big Bang Theory that weighs the first quarter up every single week, and has since the beginning. And
also there's some, crossover amongst people who might not want to change the channel, but it never lasts.
I see a lot of commercials for Dynamite on TV. If I'm watching like the news, I've seen it on CNBC. I've seen it all over the place. And I just don't think it's effective. Again, to the general public, just selling people flying through the air and talking about the greatest people wrestling there means nothing. It's personality. And everyone's personality fucking stinks on this show.
Well, you can advertise all you want. Hey, free shit. It's fucking manure. It stinks, and an animal crapped it out of its ass, but it's free. All you got to do is go pick it up. That doesn't mean that a lot of people are going to go goddamn scoop some up.
Well, those were the ratings. Feel free to scoop that up.
He's got some troubles, doesn't he, Tony, with the big announcement that he has made in our time travels, and he's got more to worry about now than the ratings, trying to fill up a stadium.
Well, let's talk about it, Jim, and we're going to preview AEW All In London shortly, but I guess for now we're talking about next year. AEW, while we have been recording, have had a press conference, and they put out this official press release I have here. For immediate release, Globe Life Field in Arlington to host AEW All In Texas 2025, the first AEW pay-per-view to ever be held in Texas.
Wow.
Is that a big deal now? Like everywhere you go, like this is the first pay-per-view in Des Moines.
Because they've been in Arlington several times already, and they're going back for more with that residency. And
you have to wonder if one deal's not tied to the other at this point.
Well, and probably is. But here's the thing. Obviously, they realize they can't risk Wembley again, because what if they come back next year? First they did 80,000. Now this year they're going to do 50,000. If they came back next year and did 20,000, they'd look like fucking idiots. But he's trying to do something to kind of blunt or mute the idea that they're not going to do Wembley. They said, oh, we're going to go back to London in 2026. To London. He didn't say Wembley. But yes, they may get a ton of publicity, and I'm sure they'll have every living Von Erich there. But the bloom is off the rose, because the reason Wembley last year was a phenomenon was for all the reasons we talked about. They announced it a year out. 2 years ago, they were in way better shape. But also in a country, a continent starved for big shows, big pay-per-views, big events because of the time difference and Vince not wanting to do things like that, like the WWE hierarchy is now, going internationally. And even if they were... They got WWE house shows, but they've never seen WWE. And Wembley Stadium, what they thought was a once-in-a-lifetime thing. It was the perfect storm. Then this year, the folks in the UK are very, what's the word I'm searching for, understanding. When they buy tickets and the product is half of what it was last year when they bought all the fucking tickets, they're still gonna, I'm sure, love it. But it's going down every time. The idea of coming to... They've not only had multiple pay-per-views from the United States, all of them, almost all of them, but they've also been in Texas a bunch of times. And the WWE's all over the place. This country is not starved for wrestling events. And look at Arthur Ashe Stadium. The first year they ran it, they did 20,000 people, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, and then last year, 2023, last year, they did 11,263, according to our friend at WrestleNomics.
And I believe that was a surprise, right? Wasn't there a surprise big walk-up for that event?
Yes, because it wasn't looking that good. And now, this year, on September 20th, so far they have distributed 3,548 tickets, but the building is set up for 4,800. They've set up a 20,000-seat stadium in New York for 4,800 people. What are they going to do with a 40,000-seat stadium in Dallas, Texas?
And again, by the time they return to London, wherever that may be in 2026, is the WWE going to have their deal with London? And that's part of the story here. WWE, there were photos of Paul Levesque, Nick Khan, and the mayor of London. He was going after them. It wasn't the other way around. Arlington's going to have AEW. They already have this relationship. There'll be a series of events they announced around All In. You got to think they're going to use this esports arena again. And they do these events with the idea people are going to fly in. And that raises another problem in terms of who you have and what you're going to do. The diminishing returns aren't just because the wrestling's coming back. It's because of what the wrestling is from year to year. The booking, the talent, the TV show, the interest in any of the storylines that you're putting on your TV show. It's declined year by year as everything has gotten worse and worse. Where are things going to be next year? And who's Tony going to fill up that show with? We were talking earlier about Vince's strategy of draining wrestling promoters of money. If you look at the classic wrestling wars of the past, and we did some comparisons to them way back in the beginning of AEW. Look at what happened in Montreal in 72. Look at the Georgia Wrestling War.
Indianapolis in 74.
Georgia got to a point, Ann Gunkel, where she couldn't get any more talent. And the fans had taken to one side more than the other. Tony has a very similar problem now with talent. He doesn't have to worry about running out of money like Aunt Gunkel did. but he has to worry about the talent he's going to have a year from now on that show. And the other thing is, for appearance's sake, we've seen year-by-year declines in attendance, and at times it's glaring. Where are things going to be next year? A year from then? I know you got to announce things in advance and everything, obviously, and you got to try to make things better, but you're not going to be able to make them better if Tony's running creative. Where's that TV show going to be in 1 year? And also, this stadium show they're announcing, July 12th, correct me if I'm wrong, unless they're not going to do Forbidden Door, and they probably shouldn't, because every year Forbidden Door eats up like 2 months of TV where it kills the ratings.
Hey, that goddamn door is like a Waffle House. It's never even locked anymore.
But that's like the worst TV usually of the entire year, the build up to Forbidden Door, where people just randomly start showing up on the show and the viewers start tuning out. That's going to be right before the build up to this event. So there's a lot of questions. It's very ambitious. You know, if AEW had booked this 4 years ago, we'd be having a different conversation right now. But it's the state of AEW right now, and if you look at the talent today that was there 4 years ago, almost no one means as much now as they meant then.
Well, and it's part of a pattern that Tony has had time at this point to correct, in that the reason why that their crowds at TV look like piss holes in a snowbank is because they're running giant buildings that they can't put people in. And we've been talking about it for months and months and months. Yes, you have to book arenas way in advance, but goddamn, a year and a half at this point. One more statistic, and we'll talk about his upcoming...
Well, you heard, the rumor that came out like a day or two before this announcement that it may still be coming, because Tony has indicated he has a series of big announcements to come, is that AEW may be running a stadium in Australia, which...
I didn't even know they had a stadium in Australia.
It could go either way. It could be a rabid fan base that just wants wrestling in a stadium in Australia, or it could be a complete disaster. So that'll be very interesting.
What is the major population center in Australia?
Oh, I'm not an expert in Australian.
Well, I mean, it would be Melbourne?
City.
Would that be?
I would think that would be one of them, if not the one, yes.
So, how many people? Google, how many people in Melbourne, Australia? Because it ain't easy, even like in the United Kingdom. You can come over from Scotland and France and Germany and Ireland and all those, they're all right there. There's no such thing as driving a long distance in the United Kingdom.
Melbourne's population is 5.2 million. It's number 2 behind Sydney.
Ah, Sydney. Forgot about Sid.
5.4.
So they've got stadiums.
Yeah.
The question is,
do
they have enough people in the country of Australia, and what is the television exposure for AEW like, that they would draw 20 or 30,000 people to a stadium event to make it look respectable? There's people there, but are they motivated?
Despite the realities of AEW, Tony never gives in to reality. Every statement he gives, everything is great, everything's positive, it's the best they've ever done. That's not just to the public, that's to everyone. Is there a chance, considering what WWE's doing, certainly not for that amount of money, but could AEW be swept into that wave of, on a smaller scale, being able to get money from cities and towns, states, whatever it may be, countries, Australia, to run these shows like a sold show?
Well, now, sooner or later, even a blind squirrel finds a nut. I'm not going to say it's not possible. It's not impossible for them to get money from a tourism or whatever, but you would have to think that would be a state or a city or a municipality or whatever that was not doing their due diligence and looking at, oh yeah, they drew 50,000 people in Wembley Stadium, but they drew 2,200 people in New York City or whatever. It's not a sure thing with AEW that there's going to be a mass turnout in a stadium. Because here's the other statistic that I was going to tell you. Rupp Arena, Lexington, Kentucky on September 11th. They have distributed 1,385 tickets. Now that is 4 weeks away, approximately. However, they've set the building up for 3,300 people. And I believe that we have mentioned before that Rep Arena holds 23,000 for basketball. So why are you running a 23,000 seat arena if you're setting it up for 3,300 and can't fill that? And the last time they ran it last August, they drew 3,200 people. Don't run Lexington! I mean, what the fuck is going on here?
I don't know. And again, it's tough to see the road to turning things around as things are currently situated in AEW. Jim, why don't we preview AEW All In London?
I'm all in on that. I got paper right here.
All in London, which takes place August 25th, 2024 at Wembley Stadium. It's the second edition of All In London following last year's record-breaking event. Let's go to the card. This one.
Well, now, wait a minute. This can't be the whole card because they're still setting matches up because it's goddamn, just a little over a week away. They got plenty of time to add 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 matches, right?
And let me go to the official AEW website to see what they have. I'm on Wikipedia because I've learned they usually have more than AEW's website. I'll just keep this up here in case there's anything they don't have. Jim, apparently this will be on the pre-show. Watch this one.
Uh-oh.
Chris Statlander and Stokely Hathaway versus Willow Nightingale and Tomohiro Ishii.
Oh, good Lord.
How the fuck did that get booked?
What the fuck? Has Stokely ever wrestled, but he's still going to be better than Ishii?
How did this match happen?
Poor Stokely. He's the one I found. Well, wait a minute. Now AEW, when they do a mixed tag, can the men and the women beat each other up? It's just in WWE they can't, or does AEW do that also?
I don't know. I mean, can you see Ishii chopping Statlander? I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. I'm thinking I want to have sympathy for Statlander, too. Whoever's got to work with that goddamn Japanese baked potato with arms and legs, I have sympathy for. But what the...
With that said, and what you're just talking about, does Willow have to get her hands on Stokely?
God, I don't know what the fuck is going on there. Because Stokely's the smallest person in the goddamn match to begin with. Both the girls are bigger than him, too, so it looks like he's going to be taking a lot of bumps that night.
Well, Jim, the next match for the AEW Women's World Championship, Timeless Toni Storm, the champion, versus the Glamour, Mariah May.
Oh, good Lord. I bet Mitsu Arakawa's going to hit the ring and they're going to have a fucking three-way, and then they're going to bring an x-ray machine in, and the girl that has the biggest fur ball in her stomach is the winner.
Who do you predict the winner will be?
It's probably going to be Maria May. She looks like she'll give you a tongue bath in a heartbeat.
Okay, I don't know what road you're going down.
I was talking about the biggest fur ball contest. I don't care who wins the wrestling match.
Well, Jim, speaking of fur balls, the last chance match for the FTW Championship. If Hook loses, he can never challenge for the FTW Championship for as long as Jericho is champion. Chris Jericho, the champion, versus Hook.
Oh, good Lord. I mean, like, it's a made-up belt, and they've got so many made-up belts. Who gives a shit? And the stipulation, who gives a shit? But it probably... Jericho, being a smart politician, will have some way or another one of his guys fuck him up somehow so Hook wins to give the people what they want, to coin a phrase. And
does Taz have to choke out Jericho for this to end, for the payoff?
I don't want Taz to do that because then Taz might get some on him. Keep Taz out of this whole fucking fiasco.
Jim, in a casino gauntlet match for a guaranteed future AEW World Championship match, it'll be Orange Cassidy versus opponents to be determined.
So wait a minute, the gauntlet, that's like a battle royal, right? Or a Royal Rumble type of thing? Or are there only 4 or 5 or 6 or 8 people in it, or are there 20?
I think it's one of those things where it starts with a couple people and then people just enter and then they're in the match. Everything's casino this and casino that. I don't know why. They're in London. But anyway.
And Tony never even, it's like, you know, he never even had the fun of having a gambling problem to orient everything around the casinos and the all in and all out and double or nothing and place your bets and craps, boxcars, big bennies.
Right, well, we can't predict the match we don't know the opponents of, but for the AEW team.
Pockets will win. Pockets can't get beat. He's invulnerable.
Jim's next match for the TBS Championship. The champion, Mercedes Monet, with Camille.
Hassan Pepper.
Lone Lion Inheritance Incorporated versus Baker DMD.
You know, this one is interesting because you wouldn't imagine that you would want to beat Dr. Britt on her first big time back in this issue, but at the same point, are they ready to acknowledge that they have made a massive fuck up in giving this fucking girl, Mercedes, any money whatsoever because she stunk the joint out?
And apparently her writer, Alexandra Pepperday, or whatever her name is, did an interview we'll talk more about on the experience where she talked about the relationship and the brilliance of the writing for the women's division.
Oh boy, I'm telling you, it is goddamn Oscar Wilde would be proud.
You know, a lot of fans were guessing, and I was even thinking this too, that with Camille with Mercedes, Britt Baker is going to need backup. They're in London. Perfect time for the return of Jamie Hayter. However, word has now come out, apparently, as reported by Sean Ross Sapp, that since before she was injured, Britt Baker had a major falling out with Jamie Hayter in real life, and they don't want to work together.
Oh, good Lord.
Which is why we never got we got like a weird breakup without a breakup, if you remember. Like there was no match. It was just all of a sudden they were doing different things. Because Jamie Hayter would have fucking killed her.
Because Jamie Hayter hates her.
Yeah, she's a hater. Well, who do you think will win, Mercedes versus Britt?
I don't see why they beat Britt. People actually like Britt. But since Mercedes has her own script writer, maybe they've figured out some way to con Tony out of some more fucking valuable television time and effort. So Mercedes retains.
Is Mercedes more valuable dancing with the belt or chasing the belt?
Mercedes would be more valuable getting dollar bills stuck in her garter belt than anything that she can do on a professional wrestling program.
All right, there's words to live by. Let's go to our next one here, Jim. The next match, this one, a tag team match for the AEW World Tag Team Championship. The Young Bucks versus FTR versus the Acclaimed.
Well, wait a minute. Are they saying that already?
Wikipedia is. AEW is not officially.
Okay, so we need to tune into Wikipedia for the spoilers on this. So they are going to fuck up maybe the only good quality match that the Young Bucks might have this year and make it a three-way to make it harder for FTR to steer the ship in any kind of meaningful way.
It doesn't matter. The tag team division's dead. It just doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, but at least it might have been palatable to watch. But now we can save some time because this fucking fiasco will go on for hours and hours. So, yeah, three-way. Who gives a shit? Probably the Buckaroos will retain in some nefarious fashion.
They should just change the tag team titles to it just doesn't matter, championship. Jim, for the TNT Championship, in a coffin match, the champion Jack Perry, Taco Bell Jack Perry, versus Darby Allin.
The first time in history, as I mentioned earlier in the program, where they have a professional wrestling match between two grown adults with a combined weight of under 300 pounds. Once again, you would think that on the big show in a coffin match, Darby would have to win, but since Tony books backwards and the nuclear war comes before the goddamn minor border skirmish, maybe Perry will fucking take it.
We have 2 more matches, Jim.
Oh, good heavens.
For the AEW American Championship, the champion.
What the fuck did England ever do to us to deserve this kind of treatment?
For the AEW American Championship, the champion MJF versus Will Ospreay.
Thank God they're going to have that, because at least we'll enjoy. See what I did there? A little pun. We will enjoy watching it more than anything else on this journey through hysteria. And I mean, again, I don't know why that it's come to this in this fashion, to where that MJF has just returned and switched heel, but now you got to beat him. But you have to beat him because it's fucking Ospreay's home country, and that's the most important match, and you don't want the people to go home any more unhappy than they're already going to be. And some people will say, well, MJF beat him in the first one or whatever the fuck. Well, this could have easily been done in a lot. They had a year. They had a year advance notice they were going to do this show. Something else could have been done. But Tony, you do you.
Who do you think's going to win?
Ospreay. He goddamn better.
I think it'll be MJF with Kyle Fletcher interfering.
Well, and then some people will probably set the fucking seats on fire or ask for their money back at that point, because the rest of the show is going to suck.
Well,
and then their boy gonna win.
We have 1 more match, and that sucks. Title versus career for the AEW World Championship. The champion Swerve Strickland with Prince Nana of Queens versus Bryan Danielson.
And we talked about this earlier. They worked themselves into a corner where they either Bryan Danielson loses and never wrestles anywhere ever again, or he's a liar, or Bryan Danielson wins and they've got a part-time world champion, and then he has to come back in anticlimactic fashion and lose it to somebody else. And I don't know why this match is fucking happening, otherwise than Tony's a mark. And
what match do you put on last, and who do you think's going to win this match?
Ospreay and MJF need to go on last because it is the draw of the fucking thing, if there is one. And we'll have the most interest because of Ospreay. And at this point, I bet Danielson's probably going to win the thing. Because, and if Danielson doesn't win the thing, Ospreay better. Because then in your 2 main events, you've got the people being pissed off in both finishes. I would put MJ. Well, I won't say I would do anything. I wouldn't be having these specific matches with these specific stipulations and setups. But I would put MJF and Ospreay on last, and Ospreay would win. And then at least people would be happy. And yes, Danielson and Swerve probably be a good match. But it's not going to have the emotion of Ospreay is new. He's young. He's just got there. And he's their home son. Even if it's Bryan Danielson, if they react more to him than they do to Ospreay right now, the company's in trouble. Because the other guy's 40-something years old with brain damage and about to retire.
Ospreay's not going to win, though. We'll have him go on last.
If he's not going to win, well, if he's not going to win, you might want him to go on last so they don't set fire to the fucking stadium and prevent the rest of the matches. What? I don't know what the fuck's going on here.
That seems like a great way to sum it up. AEW All in London. We'll be reviewing it on the show next week.
At Jimmy John's, just $10 gets you a full 8 inches of any original sandwich, chips, drink, and a dessert.
Jim, I have an announcement that has been put out by the Fulham Football Club. AEW announced as Fulham Women Front of Shirt Partner.
What? Wait, what?
AEW announced as Fulham Women front of shirt partner. I shall continue.
I wish you would.
Fulham Football Club is delighted to announce a new partnership with All Elite Wrestling, AEW, professional wrestling's first true mainstream competitor in more than 2 decades, responsible for revitalizing the industry.
Oh my God.
With a renewed emphasis on creative spirit and in-ring athleticism.
Holy shit.
The partnership will see the AEW logo
But wait a minute, isn't this the fucking football team that the Khans own?
That is correct. The partnership will see the AEW logo adorn Fulham women's shirts during the 24-25 season and reflects AEW's commitment to progressing women's sport.
The Fulham women are a team of some description.
Yeah, they are.
I thought they were trying to put AEW fucking stars on the front of women's t-shirts in the city of Fulham.
The collaboration has been founded off a shared passion for entertainment and sport on the global stage, driven by both organizations' mission to foster a safe, inclusive, and welcoming environment for its fans and athletes. Aligned with Premier League's Family Club.
It's safe, it's inclusive, and it's welcoming. It's just not nearly full.
AEW attracts all age ranges and particularly appeals to a younger demographic, families with children. Their talent portfolio sees...
Wait a minute! When have you looked in the crowd at a TV taping and seen families with children?
AEW, not too, it doesn't stand out that I've seen that recently at any time, no. Their talent portfolio sees equal representation across all gender profiles. Alongside
what is a goddamn gender profile?
Alongside their support.
They're just adding words now to this thing that aren't necessary.
Alongside
like it's rain event. It's a rain event.
Alongside their support of Fulham women, fans can expect to see AEW's brand presence on a match day.
Brand presence.
And throughout the stadium. Tony Khan, director of football at Fulham, said, "Both Fulham Football Club and All Elite Wrestling hold a special place in my heart. And the partnership established here represents not only an elevation of both organizations on the global stage, but also a reminder of our investment and commitment to furthering women's creative and athletic endeavors at all levels. Come on, Fulham!"
Wait, on the global stage, putting pictures on the front of a fucking shirt? And this is going to raise people's profile on the global stage?
Well, what I don't understand, what I don't know, because I don't know how they do things over there in the Premier League, if they have sponsorships on the jerseys, on the shirts, usually the sponsors would pay for that, I would think. Does this mean either AEW is using some of their budget to go to the other Khan family interest, or is this gratis and they don't have any paying sponsors?
Well, if there was any financial transaction being facilitated here, it would be from Shad Khan's left pocket to Shad Khan's right pocket, wouldn't it anyway? Does it make any difference?
Yeah, I mean, they're both owned by the same people. We have a big announcement of a big deal we're doing. It doesn't say both of them are owned by the same people until later on in the whole thing.
Yeah, it's like in the state of Louisiana, you know, as soon as a guy gets elected governor, his brother-in-law has property sold to the state to build a bridge. It doesn't matter whether the bridge goes anywhere, but that's the thing. It's from the left pocket to the right pocket. This means nothing to either the football or the wrestling, does it? In actual practice?
Can Tony move talent from back and forth? He's all about inclusion and promoting women's sports. Going like Britt Baker join the soccer club.
Only if she wants to get her fucking face kicked in, I bet.
That's happened a few times, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, but they weren't really trying. It just happened. This time, other people would be trying. Can you imagine if we're gonna put a professional wrestler on the team? She's never played any soccer before. Well, she did at the playground when she was 12, but it'll be great publicity. It'd be like bringing a soccer player into a wrestling match. All right, we'll fuck with this fucking guy, girl, whatever.
Well, that is the AEW news as we are recording, and we're going to wrap things up shortly.
Well,
here.
that's going to put a lot more people into Wembley Stadium once they see that logo on the shirt of the girl soccer player people.
Women specifically, not the men's team, the women's team.
Yes, I'm sure all the women's soccer fans over there also loving professional wrestling.
Jim, one last thing, because a lot of people have been asking us to ask you, or asking me to ask you, I should say.
Well, then ask me.
Any thoughts on Bobby Lashley and MVP being gone from WWE?
Yeah, I just saw that the other day. That apparently they both expired. Is that the case?
Their contract. They are both living.
Yes. No. Their contracts expired. They weren't fired. They weren't expunged or expulsed or whatever. But their contracts ran out. They were not happy that the Hurt Business was teased and then not put back together, as we all were unhappy because that was what we wanted to see. And did they get caught up in the switch of the administration? Could they have gotten more what they wanted from this one, or was this the one that was the problem? Do we know that?
Well, I think if we go just based on what we've seen, it seemed like MVP specifically and Lashley were used better under Vince than under Triple H. I'm guessing they're not Triple H favorites.
Well, in that case, by cracky, Tony, for only $4 million a year, you can get both of them, I bet.
Let's make
maybe
that
$5 million.
Let's go. MVP's a great talker. Let's go to 6
let's make
million.
it 6.
$6
Let's make
million.
it 6.
I think that's fair. Plus
$6 million a year.
Our
yes.
20%.
Let's see. That would be 600. That'd be 1.2 million for 20%. So that'll work.
Yeah,
okay.
That works for me.
Yeah. I'll take a cut just to get this deal done.
Let me ask you this: if Tony does sign them, and you would have to think that is someone he should be looking at, Bobby Lashley, with MVP, because MVP, like I said, is a great talker who wasn't utilized enough in WWE. Shelton Benjamin is also a free agent. Yeah, and he's not a kid anymore. Still in great shape, looks young. But do you bring it, if you're going to reunite Lashley and MVP, do you go for Shelton also?
I bet he won't go for any of them.
Really?
Because you signed Bobby Lashley in AEW. What is every match he's going to have a handicap match, or is he going to have to fucking try to fly around for these fucking midgets? And how many somersaults can he do? Who could he work with in that company that wouldn't just be visually repellent, but that could actually work a regular goddamn wrestling match with him past MJF at this point? And Shelton Benjamin, he would look like Andre the Giant on that roster next to quite a bit of the fucking talent, because Shelton's 6'2", 230-ish, maybe, whatever the fuck. So, and they're not indie darlings. None of the fucking rec center crowd are so, oh, we wish we could see Bobby Lashley versus El Hijo del Fornicator.
They all own their names. You have that going for you.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying, Bobby Lashley is too big a star. And literally, he's too big a star, and he's too big a fucking guy. I don't think that Tony would be smart enough to want to sign him or have anybody for him to work with that would in any way be palatable, that it wouldn't look like child abuse by a grown adult.
You can't use the Hurt Business. That is owned by WWE. What would you go for? Would you go for Pain Incorporated? What would you go for? The Corporation of Public Pain.
I would go for the raw nerve. The raw nerve of you. Get right to the fucking raw nerve. Now, I mean, we'll see, but I don't, there's, again, it's a shame because there's a dozen people that you would think of that Bobby Lashley could have a program with right now in the WWE, and I can't think of anybody that would be meaningful for him to work with in AEW or wouldn't look ridiculous.
Adam Copeland.
Okay, one. But his leg is broken.
That's true.
And he's 50, and he jumped 25 feet. So how long is that going to take to heal?
Yeah, I don't know.
He's at Tony's motion picture country home for wrestlers now.
It seems like it takes people a lot longer to heal under Tony than it does under WWE, doesn't it?
Well, that's true because they got more stringent medical procedures, right? You got to be completely cleared.
Although there are now rumors that AEW may extend Rey Fenix's contract another year due to time off the injury.
Oh! Well, that ain't going to get over with the boys because that's very businesslike. Yeah, see, that could fuck up the Lucha Brothers to WWE rumors.
Well, Jim, as we begin to wrap things up, maybe you're someone being fucked around with and you need to sue. Let me play this. It'll count as one of the song submissions. This was sent in. I have his real name here. Burt Backabreaker, which is not his real name, but we'll use that because it's clever. Here's his submission.
Got a pain in your ass and you wanted to leave. Call 877-50-STEVE. Litigation skills that you wouldn't believe. Call 877-50-STEVE. Lawyer, call 877-50-STEVE.
All right, well, that was a different kind of feel today.
Wow, a little day in the life chord on the out there. But I'll tell you what, I echo the sentiment that if you've got a pain in your ass that you would like to leave, but before it leaves, Hello again, everybody, and welcome to the Jim Cornette Experience. Today, we're going to talk about SmackDown. We're going to talk about the new documentary out on Dorton Arena and its place in the world of professional wrestling and some more things. But obviously, we're going to talk about Kevin Sullivan, who passed away a couple of days ago as we record this, and some more things about his career and our interaction with him that we didn't cover a month or so ago. And that's going to be a lot of the program. Joining me, as usual, you guys all know his allocates, but most importantly, germane to this program, he was a friend and a fan of Kevin Sullivan's, the great Brian Last, everybody.
Aloha, Jim. A pleasure to be here once again, and we'll have another good conversation about Kevin. We just talked about him, and of course we have this sad news, but there's a lot to remember and a lot to talk about.
Well, and you know, already, this happened as we said 48 hours ago, I guess, was we got the word, and, you know, even if we had been ready to sit down and record this program and it just happened, we wouldn't have talked about it because I didn't want to today. But we took a little time to think, and actually I took a little time not to think about it, because that's what I've done for the past day and a half or so, is just not think about it. And then I realized as we were about to record this that this is another one of those shows. I love doing the show for the people, but this is another one of those that I wish that we could just not do and say we did and pick up with the drive-through and act like we did it and got it over with. But that would not be fair to people who want to hear what we have to say. Am I rambling here today on the program? The problem is that it's like, and Brian, I was telling you, and you tweeted out some pictures from the files of Kevin, including some things you didn't know you had till you went looking. And I don't tweet about people dying anymore. I haven't in quite some time, because besides the fact that it was becoming way too regular an occurrence, it seems a little frivolous for this situation. But I'm starting to think maybe we ought not talk about it either, because what the fuck?
Most people have no clue that in 2023 the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical products. It's Amazon's other company, Audible. Audible pays me
everybody gets older. I think that's Stevie Nicks wrote that, didn't she?
Oh, I don't know the Stevie Nicks.
It's sound. You don't know the whole canon, yeah. But anyway, we're gonna forge ahead and do this here today, and hopefully, because you did halfway tickle me right before we started recording with, you said, hey, do you think that the people remember that Kevin Sullivan was partners with Whitey Caldwell? And I said, that's the first fucking story I was going to tell, because it's still one of my favorites that Kevin ever told me. And let's get this out real quick. Folks, we still don't know, exactly. I believe that the sepsis that he got from the surgery from a couple months ago, and we talked about it on about a month ago on a show, and you can find it on YouTube, when we found out that he had been hospitalized and had an emergency surgery that led to complications, and that's the underlying cause of this whole thing. But the last update that we had gotten was that he was doing physical therapy, and I know some people think, oh, he was in the gym or whatever. No, I know from my cousin, physical therapy at some level, depending on your condition, is teaching you how to swallow water again without fucking it going down in your lungs and giving you goddamn infection. So, but it was positive at last we heard, but then this was apparently the underlying cause was the infection that he'd had. But anyway, the Whitey Caldwell thing, because Brian, you found some of his rookie pictures in your wrestling news files, or not even rookie pictures, but when he was still in wrestling school, the first pictures he had taken. And that was what, maybe 69, 70-ish, that part of time, because initially after he wrestled some, and he was obviously from Massachusetts legitimately, and wrestled some in New England, and I think he got a few Canadian dates, small shows, whatever, but his first territory was, he was in East Tennessee. For Knoxville was John Kazana promoting, and then the Tri-Cities, Kingsport, John City, Bristol. By that point, Ron Wright was running it behind the scenes, but nobody knew he was the top heel. Nobody knew that publicly. But what they would do is, after Ron Wright and Whitey Caldwell, who, as we've talked about before and the Smoky Mountain fans know, was the all-time top babyface in the territory. Well, Ron and Whitey had been working a program with each other on and off for 10 years, right? The chain matches and all that shit. And since Ron's partner, Don Wright, was a wrestler also, and the Wright brothers were a big heel team, they would give Whitey different babyface partners through the years so that he could face the Wright brothers in tag matches and freshen it up. And Les Thatcher did that in, I think, was it 72, 73? He might have followed Kevin Sullivan.
Was it that late that Les Thatcher was there?
Or was he there before Kevin? Was it late 60s?
That's what I thought, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, you know what? I'm probably wrong too, but nevertheless, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Les Thatcher was a young, spry white meat babyface at one point in time, back when people still saw in black and white. It probably was the late 60s, now that I think about it, because he was there at the same time as Don and Al Green, and that was late 60s. Nevertheless, it was like 1971. Kevin Sullivan gets booked his very first territory in the wrestling business. He's never been out of New England. He's as Boston as you can get, and he ends up in the hills of East Tennessee being Whitey Caldwell's partner against the Wright brothers. And the deal was the young babyface would sell, and the Wrights would get the heat on him and whatever, and then he'd make the tag to Whitey, who people thought was the toughest man in the world, and he'd clean house. And so anyway, Kevin told me a story years ago, and I can't tell it as good as he told it, and also the accent. But he said the first week they have a tag match and they get wild and everything, and maybe it's a disqualification or whatever. And the second week they have no disqualification match and all kinds of shit happens, whatever. And so they come back the third week in a cage. And even back then in those days, I don't know what kind of cage they may have had in, it was probably in Kingsport. It might have been chicken wire, because they were still using that in Tennessee in the 70s. They just bring out a roll of chicken wire when the guys got in the ring and wrap it around the fucking ring post. But it's a cage match, and they go to him ahead of time and say, "Kid, we're going to need you to get a little color tonight." And, you know, at this time, he's never done that before, right? He go, "Oh, okay." And I can't remember whether it was Ron or Don. I think it may have been Donnie. Said, "Oh, don't worry, kid, we'll handle it for you." He's like, "What the fuck?" So they get in the match, and obviously, besides it's a cage match, everybody's got a chain in their pocket or a fucking roll of quarters or some kind of Tennessee gimmick. And they're going to have this wild match. And when it came time for Kevin to get to color, this is when he found out about the chisel. The wedge that, and Bo James still has one of these, an actual legitimate Wright Brothers fucking chisel that he has tweeted out pictures of at King of Kingsport. You can find him. But for the people who haven't heard the story, the Wright Brothers, and Ron specifically, didn't want people smart to the wrestling business, and if they saw somebody blading, they get smart to the wrestling business. So Ron invented a shortcut. He went to a machinist shop, and he had a piece of flat metal. he had the tip of a chisel sharpened down and put on the goddamn piece of flat metal that was high enough to go in your skin, but not deep enough to goddamn fracture your skull. And then they put tape around it so that the chisel part was sticking out, and they made it a set of brass knucks, kind of for real, but the tape cushioned the blow of the metal, but they would draw back and pop you on the forehead, and you would get color without having a blade. So the way Kevin told the story, he's like, and we're fighting and it's getting crazy, and then fucking, he said, yes, he said, it's Donnie. He said, Donnie grabbed him by the hair with the left hand, and he said, okay, kid, here comes your color. And he drew back, and he said, Kevin said, we looked at his fist, it looked like he had a double-bladed axe on the goddamn, in the end of his fucking fist. And he punched him with it, boom, and he goes down and he's bleeding. And at this point, Kevin says, fuck, these fucking hillbillies, it's all been a plot. They've got me down here, they're gonna fucking kill me. This is a double cross, I've got to defend myself. And he pulls his chain out of his fucking tights and wraps it around his fist and gets back up and punches Donnie in the face as hard as he can and busts his fucking cheek open. And down goes Donnie, and Kevin gets on top of him. He's gonna beat him to death. And Donnie looked up at him and said, "Attaway, kid, lay it in. That's the way I like it down here." And he dropped, he just started freaking out. What do I fucking do? He dropped the chain and everything. He was thinking about climbing out, and they fucking grabbed him and started working with him.
GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Current eligible GMC owners get over $5,200 purchase allowance on select 2024 Sierra 1500 models.
See your Central Valley GMC dealer today.
There are 15 new jobs added to Indeed every second. So how do you sift through so many jobs to find the right one for you? Do you want a remote job? Are you only interested in a specific work schedule? What licenses do you hold? Indeed uses this information to match you with new opportunities. And after you add your qualifications and job preferences, your search results become more tailored, and your job feed will become more personalized. How? Well, you'll notice that you'll start to see labels on job posts. If your preferences or qualifications match the job, you'll see a check mark. If they don't, you'll see a straight-through symbol. And if information is missing, you'll see a question mark. This makes it quick and easy to know which jobs to click and apply to. These indicators work.
That was his introduction to Tennessee wrestling.
And not the end of his relationship with Tennessee wrestling. Again, that's the early 70s. He would end up there again in the early 80s. That's, I guess, where you would first get to know him.
Hold on, no. He went to Memphis from there. Kevin Sullivan, as a young babyface, worked for Goulas from the time that he left Knoxville after that run was over with through sometime in 1972. I'd have to go back and look at Tuesday Night at the Gardens, the wonderful book on that era. But he had worked this territory in the early 70s, the Memphis territory as well. And then I think from there, did he not... He had an early run in Georgia also, did he not? But nevertheless, maybe I'm thinking wrong. But he started going to some of the major territories. Everybody that's been talking about his career and all of the tributes that have come out have focused on, well, you know, they kind of start with the Varsity Club and, you know, there's the 90s WCW and everything, but he had been a star in almost every territory he worked in.
And the Florida stuff, I feel like the again, it's not Satan, he's not the devil, but
yeah,
the dark side Kevin Sullivan kind of not overwhelmed, but it's kind of the thing people most think about, because in one way or another, even with the Varsity Club, he kind of still held on to that persona.
Yeah, well, that's why the clips are easier to find, and everybody has seen, you know, more of that was on TBS, etc. But he didn't start the Sullivan's Dark Army of Darkness, the whole 9 yards, until what, 82?
Right after he left Memphis. Remember?
That's right.
He left Memphis because there was a thing on TV when he returned, and I want to say it was Lance Russell interviewing Steve Kern as like a warning to the fans of Florida, the promoters in Florida. He's a different guy. He's not the Kevin Sullivan, the friendly, I'm going to tag up with Mike Graham, Kevin Sullivan. That guy's gone. There's something different about this guy. And that was his return, and then, of course, that's when the whole gimmick change happened.
So that was 1982. He's 12 years into his career. And the early Florida run, where he was the partner of Mike Graham and one of the top baby faces in the state, gets overlooked because that was really the pre-home video era for any but the most fanatical. But Kevin, again, you know, when I did a Back to the Territories interview with him, we talked extensively about that period because he looked like Mike Graham. They were about the same height. Mike Graham in those days, not the thin, you know, late 80s wrestler or WCW executive. He was a power lifter, so he was bulky. And Kevin, even though he was short, he was bulky because in those early years he was more into powerlifting and, you know, strength. And when they grew a mustache, they looked like brothers. So it was almost like you had a Graham brothers. That's the way Eddie Graham used them. Mike Graham and Kevin Sullivan, for some period of time, were joined at the hip, indistinguishable in Florida wrestling.
Actually, for a time, Eddie Graham was closer with Kevin than he was his own son, apparently.
Well, yeah, that's another issue, is that Eddie and Mike had the Graham family, and we won't get into a sub-reference here, but the Graham family dynamics at various points in time, people were on the outs, and Eddie had taken Kevin as more of a son. He was out in a fishing boat, and he was confiding things in him more than Mike at one point. And that's another reason why that, I mean, you know, when everybody says, oh, what a great mind, what a great mind, a lot of the fans, he was a booker, but they don't understand that he got to actually sit in a fucking boat with Eddie Graham and have a personal relationship with him and learn all of that shit. So he not only, he could book, or he could call a finish, or he could just, you know, look at a guy and say, you ought to do this, or you ought to more of that, or less of that, or whatever. And it was carrying that, you know, that business on. When Flair was the booker in WCW, Kevin was his assistant, but Kevin was the only one who had booked. Between me and Rick and Kevin, he's the only one that had actually been a booker. So he was kind of like showing Flair, as we've talked about, had the big time ideas and the major programs and made the major decisions, but it was like, you know, Kevin knew how to put it together. That's how I was able to learn something about it. He was assisting or involved with a lot more people who were booking at the time when they were successful. Did I make sense of that statement? Even if he wasn't official, he had a hand in things.
You know, when you think of his run in Georgia, I always loved that match, him and Tony Atlas against Alexis Smirnoff and Ivan Koloff, where they used the ether, and then they interview the fans who, I'm a nurse, and that was ether. Like,
yes.
It gets it over so good. But he was great as a babyface there, and he was in charge. That was Bill Watts as one of the co-owners. That may have been, at that point, Ole and Bill Watts booking, or Bill Watts alone booking. But he was there in Georgia under people that he didn't have the same relationship with that he did Eddie Graham. But, again, he was exposed to a lot of the top minds.
Well, and they did show some footage or a couple of clips on the tribute that the WWE did. And we got to recognize them because we said, oh, Sika got 2 minutes because, you know, because The Rock's on the board of directors, but Kevin got 2 minutes and he never even worked there. So it's the new regime. So we got to recognize him for
Pro
that.
Wrestling, though.
Oh, come on.
Him and Mark Lewin and the Fallen Angel.
Well, yes, they did, but still, I don't think we're going that far. And by the way, if we do make a couple of wisecracks during the course of this, Kevin would be jam it, Brian. I can't do the fucking accent. I sound like Jericho, but Derek. But make some jokes. What is this? A fucking funeral?
He used to every now and then. I never knew what it was sometimes that triggered him to text me or leave me a voicemail, and it would just be like, Brian, you're a great therapist. Okay. But I like that. I would hear feedback from him, and sometimes he would be listening to something that I had recorded a while back, and I would get recently, or the most recent text I got from him was out of nowhere. Great job on the Atlanta War podcast. I'm like, wow, that was a long time ago. He was just listening to it.
He just found it. But I've got a couple of voicemails that I've saved and recorded for posterity for myself that I probably, if I played them from Kevin, it would hurt the feelings of some people who may love him, but he'd be like, you're completely right. He's a fucking idiot. What the fuck are they doing?
I got a few of those too, probably not as good as yours.
But anyway, where were we going with that? Oh, so they showed some clips. He had a run in the WWF as a babyface, Kevin Sullivan. What was that, 1976? Because of the relationship that Eddie Graham had with Vince Sr. in the Florida and New York pipeline.
I wanted my hepatitis C gone.
I put off treating mine.
Epclusa treats all main types of chronic hep C. Whatever your type, Epclusa could be your kind of cure.
I just found out about mine.
I knew for years. Epclusa has a 98% overall cure rate.
I had no symptoms of hepatitis C.
Mine caused liver damage.
Epclusa is only one pill, once a day, taken with or without food for 12 weeks. Before starting Epclusa, your doctor will test if you have had hepatitis B, which may flare up and could cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you have had hepatitis B, other liver or kidney problems, HIV or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Taking amiodarone with Epclusa may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor today if Epclusa is your kind of cure.
I have an idea for a meal prep food truck. Chef wheels, cheesy meals. I like Busy Bites. Oh, Nourish to Go. That's cute.
Yeah, so he had already worked for Vince Sr. By the mid-'70s. Add that to Watts and Ole and Eddie Graham. And then Knoxville, Kevin was not before he was a heel in the, in the 80s. And, we talked about that he at one point, one of the TV stations had him just introducing clips of other wrestling promotions when there was no local promotion in town because they wanted wrestling. And he was the guy that they had hosted. But when Ron Fuller was running Southeastern the first time around, by what was it, 77, 78, Kevin was a huge fucking babyface there for a couple of years. He was a babyface there during the 1978 WFIA convention.
And that was coming off his run, the last big babyface star in San Francisco, him and Bob Roop. That was right before that.
Yep, where they revitalized the business for Roy Shire, and then Roop tried to steal the territory and killed it again.
And then Kevin ended up in Knoxville to watch Roop try to do that exact same move
and then
again.
here comes Roop and kills the goddamn territory again. Jesus Christ. But fortunately, by then, Kevin went to fucking Georgia, did he not? So,
yeah, that's right.
Again, he's on TBS, or he's in the middle of a hot territory, or he's revitalizing something, or he's working for these, smart fucking people. And then the reason why that I was excited to see him before he even came to Memphis, his first Tennessee run, 1971 or whatever, was right before me. So I'd seen the name in the newspaper ads, but until cable became a thing, we'd see him on TBS and heard his reputation from Florida. But at that point in time, the Tennessee territory, it was still a big deal when a major name from national television came in as a regular. It not necessarily to make Memphis shots or to fight Lawler or whatever, but as a regular on the card. And Kevin was a big name at that time. So when he came in here and they instantly, aligned him with Jimmy Hart, the top heel faction, he and Wayne Ferris, Danny Davis, and a rotating cast as the second Nightmare when David Oswald quit the business and Ted Allen dumbed himself out of position. But, he could talk then. And as a heel, it was different because he had been a babyface most of the time that you'd seen or heard of him. But also, you've seen the pictures just yesterday. At that point, all of a sudden, Kevin Sullivan, that had been a big barrel-chested power lifter, he was fucking ripped. He had gotten into bodybuilding, and I think at one point he dieted down to like 188 pounds. He had fucking 8 abs. The goddamn definition was insane, and that's when... Didn't he do a bodybuilding contest at that point with somebody?
They had footage of it on Georgia TV. I want to say it was Tony Atlas.
Yes.
But I'm not certain, but I think it was Tony Atlas.
But anyway, he goes from 5'8", 270 to 5'8", 188 and 2% body fat. And, then that was a real good run as a heel for him here, even though he was still doing... He was Kevin Sullivan, a regular person, right? But then, as you said, by the time that he finished the run here in Memphis and went back to Florida, he was fixing to go the whole heel route. And this was kind of a dry run for at least working in the ring.
Well, he was in the First Family with Jimmy Hart, and that's a great period for the First Family. But, Kevin, and I haven't listened to it in a while, but in the many conversations I had with him, I want to say he indicated that before he went back to Florida, he either thought he was going to be, or he was led to believe that he may be one of the bookers or get a chance to book. Do you remember anything about that? In Memphis?
Well, see, that was when I was still a photographer. So I would not have been sitting around in the locker room listening to people complain because I wasn't in there yet. But I can believe he was led to believe that by somebody, not saying who, could have been one of several people, but I can't see it ever actually happening because, not because he couldn't or because, he wouldn't do a good job, but because Jarrett, he owned the company. Lawler was not a 50% partner in 1981, but still he had a percentage of Memphis, and if Lawler wasn't the booker, Dundee was going to be. Except, and the one time they went outside the circle was Robert Fuller, and that didn't end well. So, I don't know, unless Jim Barnett or Eddie Graham were telling Jerry Jarrett, oh, you've got to do this. I don't think he would have done it just because Kevin was not a homesteader. And they tried to keep it in a circle.
And again, he returns to Florida, and this is really the...
And let me make this point, and then if Eddie Graham or Jim Barnett was telling Jerry Jarrett, you ought to do this, and he was thinking about it, then Lawler was figuring out a way to say, oh... And maybe Dundee would have been fine with what Little Man wanted to do, but I think Lawler, wait a minute.
Well, he would return to Florida, and this is really where we would see his creativity come out for the first time. At first, it's him and Jake Roberts, and then slowly they add people. Everyone remembers Mark Lewin walking out of the water, the purple haze emerging from the sea. But this is really kind of Kevin's creativity unleashed, both with Dusty there at the beginning in '83, and then after Dusty leaves Florida, the show kind of becomes all about Kevin Sullivan and his stable.
And by the way, that's where I researched bringing Leviathan up out of the Ohio River, was the Purple Haze deal. Because, and Kevin at that point, I think Florida was a perfect territory for that because they weren't going to get heat with the TV station because Eddie Graham had such wonderful, goodwill and was involved in every civic organization in the goddamn state, right? And always getting awards, so they were pretty safe with the TV. But also, what made it, I've talked to Kevin a couple times about this also, was he had massive heat and his group had massive heat with much of the fan population, but there was that 10 or 15% in Florida of those weirdos that started either not only coming to support him, bringing him snakes, traveling around to see him. Remember the Kevin Sullivan fans van is the one that got burned in the parking lot that time. Do you remember that story?
No.
They had some group of, several, alternatively thinking individuals who were into whatever they thought Kevin's group was, right? For Rio and the Snakes and the fucking... They were driving around following him into the town, and they got so much heat with the other fans because they were trying to support Kevin Sullivan and his group that the other fans set fire to their goddamn devil van that these fans were driving around in the parking lot of the wrestling matches. And because everybody believed it either one way or another, right? It was like 90 against, but 10-4, and that made it really fucking intense for people. And they could get away with doing wacky things because they believed that Kevin was off his fucking rocker.
And Kevin took it really far, at times maybe even too far, but he took it really far, but there were lengths he didn't want to go. Didn't he get, I don't know if mad's the right word, but upset when the Aftermags had a quote attributed to him that was made up, like, I am the devil, or I worship the devil?
Yeah, yes. See, that's the thing. He never said Satan. He never said the devil.
Oh.
It was non-denominational devil worship, if you will. It was just a cult or a group or a band of wild, weird, wacky personalities, and he let people's imagination take it into, well, people would have sworn that he was slaughtering goats in praise of Satan and drinking blood in the moonlight. He didn't do any of that shit. Never said devil, never said... Now, Dusty would say that, Kevin Sullivan, you little devil. Shit like that, but no, he never said Satan, never said devil, never mentioned God. But it was what people imagined it to be.
But the things he did talk about, you remember. Abu Dhabi,
yes.
the Tree of Woe. Like, these were the things we heard about.
I have taken the beetle nut. Him and Mark Lewin were taking some beetle nuts on planes over to the fucking Pacific Rim. They were always with Steve Ricard over there, different shows. King Curtis.
Is the Purple Haze the most successful wrestler named after a strain of weed?
Well, or either that or a Hendrix song, one or the other.
Well, same thing.
And there's a little LSD involved in there also, which is where King Curtis came in handy. But where were we going with this? Now you've thrown me off.
And it's interesting, too, if you look at the people Kevin would end up not only surrounding himself with, but getting along with and being a liaison, maybe the last connection in some ways they have to the wrestling world. Mark Lewin, King Curtis, The Sheik. It's interesting the people that he forged relationships with.
Kevin is the one who set up or helped facilitate the Sheik to come back to Crockett for the summer '88 Great American Bash in Detroit, that the most successful show Crockett ever ran there, because Sheik was in the main event. And but also Kevin would facilitate, as we talked about, the international shit. And that went back before the 90s and or, Victor Quinones in Florida going to Japan with his group, or Steve Ricard doing something, in Singapore, or the Polynesian Pro Wrestling bringing in guys from Japan, and then Kevin getting on one Smoky Mountain Wrestling TV taping. I had Miguel Perez Jr., Bill DeMott, who at the time was Crash the Terminator.
Crash the Terminator. What a cool name.
Yeah. Kanamura, the Japanese guy, bless his little pea-picking heart.
Yukiro Kanamura, later Wing Kanamura.
And somebody and Taz, I think, was on that same taping. And he was always keeping track of
Trader Rick is now
who
open.
and what was
We
going
got
on in
food,
wrestling
waiters.
outside of the
She
big
got the
companies
money.
if he wasn't in a big company, and was, working on deals for everybody. And side note, he's the one, Kevin, God damn it, I've told you this in person.
Holy
He was the
selling
one
to
that told me,
even
oh,
a
this guy
dumbass
gigs
like
his
you.
arm. Like, what the fuck? For those of you, and I will now blame Kevin. For those of you who know, you know, but for those of you who don't know.
Most gruesome match in American wrestling television history.
So Kevin is a heel in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. He has been the one Brian Lee, primetime Brian Lee was the top babyface at the time. We were struggling, ladies and gentlemen. But suddenly these weirdos and these creeps and these monsters start attacking him from out of nowhere.
You
this
good,
big
and you don't
Mongolian
even
guy,
fucking
Mongolian
tip me.
mauler. I think he just passed away not long ago. Mr. Peter R. Miller. One of the weirdest fucking people, in a nice way, weirdest fucking people I ever met in the business of weird people.
Job. Good luck.
Oh, goddamn. But the night we had him hide under the ring at the TV taping to fucking come out and goddamn attack Brian Lee, right, as another emissary sent by this mysterious force. He's under the ring when the people come in the door. And it's on the second taping, so he's got to be under there for like 2 hours, 15 minutes. And in the first taping, it's Robert Fuller and Jimmy Golden, the stud stable. And they're beating up whoever they're working with. And it's getting wild, and Jimmy Golden goes, and he's going to look under the ring, see if he can pull out a chair, and he fucking flips the apron skirt back, and he comes face to face with the Mongolian mauler, who he doesn't know is under the ring. It scared the shit out of him.
Oh, he had those contact lenses too, remember?
Yes. He had contact lenses, and Mongolian did. It made his fucking eyes all black and a goddamn giant fucking bulbous bald head with a fucking little thing of hair sticking out on top. And Jimmy Golden was looking him nose to nose when he was looking for a chair under the ring. Oh, goddamn, he said. And he throws the fucking flap back. And anyway...
Hey, how did you signal him that it was time for him to do his thing?
Hildebrand went, I think, somehow bammed 4 times on the fucking mat or whatever, I believe. This is low budget. But anyway, not germane. There had been Adam Bomb, Brian Clark, the Night Stalker. He did something, and Kevin finally is revealed as the master, the secret fucking manipulator behind all of this band of weirdos, when he came in the ring and he stabbed Brian Lee in the head with the golden spike like fucking, I don't know, 25 times or whatever, and Brian bled like you run him through a razor blade factory. And we instituted the goddamn red X up over the screen like they did in the 70s in the WWF so that we wouldn't get kicked off television showing all this blood, and it made it even, oh my God. So now Kevin says, Jimmy, I can't do the accent. We can get the spike over. He's these guys from that Victor was booking in Japan, Miguel and DeMott, and also Kanamura with the Wing promotion, I guess, or whatever they were doing over there. Well, can they come and be on the American television, and the Japanese photographers will be there? Got a big spread on Smoky Mountain in the Japanese papers. And he said, and Kanamura, to get to spike over, he blades his arm. And at the time, you know, every once in a while, Dusty had done it, and the Sheik had done it when the doctor told him he couldn't fucking cut his head anymore. It wouldn't bleed. He'd cut his head and fucking sand would come out. So, I said, well, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, he does it over there. All right. You know, there's no athletic commission in Tennessee. I'm not going to get my promoter's license booted. He'll get a little color from the arm, you know, like Dusty has done or the Sheik's done or whatever. And so they have the match, and finally Kevin pulls out the fucking golden spike, and he fucking stabs him in the arm with it. And I see the guy go down, and he made a little swipe, and then didn't see anything, and then I see him doing something else. I'm like, what the fuck? I guess it just ain't gonna work, right? And then I see him do something else, and then you see, Brian, you remember Brian Hildebrand, Mark Curtis, when he walks over to look, because now Kevin's trying to work on him with the spike, and they're doing whatever they're doing. And you don't see really any blood, but then all of a sudden, Brian Hildebrand walks over and looks out and just gets that look on his face that Brian used to get when he was seeing something he shouldn't see, and he just kind of turns around and walks off. And he told me later on, it was the sickest thing. This guy had cut down the side of his arm, the bicep level, big enough it looked like you could lay his fucking fingers in, but it wasn't bleeding. And then all of a sudden it started bleeding. And so anyway, it still didn't. Brian Lee, by drinking 2 beers and taking a couple of aspirins, bled more from a fucking 1.5-inch blade job to the head than this fucking guy did when he just about dismembered or decapitated, amputated his fucking arm.
Yeah, it was really gruesome, really disgusting.
And I don't think Kevin assumed he was going to be doing that either, but whatever the guy did, he cut it somewhere where this expert at arm blading cut it where you wouldn't bleed anyway until you got down to the goddamn bone or whatever. And let me put the period on the end of the goddamn story and remember where you were going. So we're back in the back. So they're wrapping this guy's arm up. They've called the ambulance. I said, what the fuck is he doing? Why did he do that? I don't know, Jimmy. It worked before, whatever, but they take the guy. Now think about this. You know where Pigeon Forge, Tennessee is, don't you?
I do.
Well, we are in Sevierville, which is legitimately the next. Sevierville was actually a town when Pigeon Forge was just a wide spot in the road, but now Pigeon Forge is a tourist attraction.
The YouTube Music app, you can blend up to 30 artists into one big custom radio station, which means now you thought it basically a tiny little DJ. Get YouTube Music Premium. Try 1 month.
This small fucking podunk town at the high school gym, and I think the fire department took him to the goddamn hospital. He's a Japanese guy, still dressed in his wrestling outfit, with what looks to be a severe fucking knife wound running down his goddamn arm, doesn't speak a lick of English. And he comes in at 11 o'clock on a Monday night. Everybody in fucking town heard about this fucking guy. It didn't draw us a dime, but it was the goddamn biggest story in history in fucking Sevierville, Tennessee to ever happen on a Monday night at least. They had never seen anything like it.
But Kevin's run in Smoky Mountain overall, I think, is pretty underrated. It's one of the runs I enjoy. It was the first and maybe the only time I ever enjoyed the Night Stalker. Because remember, he had that match with Sid Vicious at the Clash of Champions.
Yes.
That everyone said at that point. Things have been a lot worse since. But people said that was the worst match ever. And then he really didn't do much. He had Ox Baker guiding his career. And then he ended up there with Kevin.
The worst manager ever.
But when he ended up with Kevin, it worked. Like, that was the perfect guy to stand behind Kevin.
But here was the thing. I had booked Brian Clark, Night Stalker, independently of Kevin. You know why?
Paul Orndorff.
He lived in Atlanta, and he was driving Paul Orndorff. And Paul said, would you do me a favor? Because when he said, would you do me a favor and book this guy who's going to drive me? I said, what's his name? The Night Stalker. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, because I'd seen the match, right, with Sid. But he said, no, I'm working with him. So Paul had been working with him a little bit. And then once that Kevin saw him, he said, he's perfect. Because the Night Stalker, right? Why wouldn't he be perfect for Kevin Sullivan? And that's where Kevin was able to take him. And as part of that, the angle that Kevin was doing where he led the group, which then we tailored down to the Night Stalker for budget reasons. But the group, and he was a heel, and he was involved in things without the pressure of being a single main event guy as green as he was on being on Brian Clark.
You know, the other thing I think about with Smoky Mountain is I didn't get to go to the first fan week in 93. I went in 94 and 95. But Scott Cornish, the late Scott Cornish, the noted wrestling humorist, always talked about the biggest welcome to Smoky Mountain moment for those fans in 93 was that first show, Kevin Sullivan versus the Mongolian Stomper. I want to say it was Morristown, maybe. And they wrestled in and out of the building. And again, the Mongolian Stomper hadn't really been doing much. So it was just this wild brawl, and now we're all used to them. They're everywhere. But not everyone was doing that then. Kevin was one of the pioneers, I hate to say it in some ways, of that brawl around the building, but it worked. And again, that was one of those memorable matches that people still talked about.
Yeah, and he took it because they were doing it in Japan. Brody and those guys were doing it in Japan, and it was easier to get away with because the Japanese people wouldn't sue you, right? But like you said, people weren't seeing that every match, every show on a regular basis, and I let the people do it that I could trust. And you trust Kevin, not going to get in trouble, not going to fucking be reckless with some gimmick and decapitate some kid. But also Kevin understood from his previous run in Knoxville in '78 who the Stomper was. So he was a big star that would come in and work at that time with Archie, who had... The Mongolian Stomper had respect amongst a certain era of the boys because, Bret Hart said the greatest heel in the history of Stampede Wrestling. And
he said, I think he may have said the greatest heel in the history of Canada wrestling.
The history of Canada, and it probably still be. And Joe LeDuc might want a word, but no, LeDuc was a babyface up there. So nevertheless, but also with Archie in Knoxville, because Kevin had been there in '78, he was the hottest heel in the history of that town, and Archie'd been retired for like 5 years at that point. He was working for the sheriff's department, but he still he rode his bicycle. What was he, 56 maybe when he started working for me? He rode his bicycle every day to work at the sheriff's department 7 miles each way. And he looked fucking great. So he became our go-to babyface monster. They weren't going to boo him anymore. He wasn't in the business of getting heat full-time anymore, but he was such a name there that if you brought him in and made him the monster, he didn't have to speak. He was the equalizer or a special tag partner, whatever the case. the people loved it, and Kevin knew how to work with him. So, and you set the tone from the start. As soon as the people heard, I played the theme from Halloween for him. Ding, 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 ding. And here comes fucking Archie. He hits the ring. They fight. They go everywhere. In and out, whatever the fuck. It's crazy.
I'd shake your hand, make it
so
snappy.
The boot comes into play. Something fucking happens. And whether it's a DQ or the heel gets beat, you don't beat the Stomper. And it worked for 3 fucking years, a couple times a year.
What the hell do you want this time?
We can bring Archie back. But
it started with Kevin too, because remember, it was Christmas Chaos '92, I think, when Brian Lee was hurt. Someone had to come and defend, I guess, Brian Lee. It was Mongolian Stomper.
The honor of him. What honor, you say? No, but yeah, and then, one of the greatest ones we did was after, I think Archie had worked probably with Kevin in Johnson City at Freedom Hall, and we're doing a backstage interview with somebody else, right, in the locker room. The announcer is standing there, and he's interviewing whoever this is, and all of a sudden you hear bam, boom from the next room, and then a door flies open.
Well, you better get your ass to crack a book, because you're dumber
Brian
than
Hildebrand,
dirt.
Mark Curtis runs out and says, he's loose, run! And then somebody else flies out of the room, and then there comes the fucking Stomper around the corner with his boot in his hand.
Bathe
and he
before
charges
coming
down
to
the
a
hall.
job
People are
interview.
screaming, get out of the way! And he goes across and he knocks down the heel door and fucking gets on Kevin. And you see the boot flying and everything. People love shit like that. We treated him like the Frankenstein monster, and Kevin was the perfect opponent for him because he knew how to fucking heel him down or use an object to get an advantage or, not when to not beat up the monster. Because to a lot of guys that had names at that point, Archie would have looked like a well-conditioned man in his 60s and probably not given him the deference that he deserved. Where were we going with that?
We were just talking about Kevin and Smoky Mountain and the various places Kevin was and ended up and the people he worked with.
Well, and going back also, but one thing, the Triple Tower of Doom, you remember that?
Yeah, unfortunately, 88.
88. But here's the thing. The whole thing leading up to that and the execution of that and the story behind that, Kevin sat down with me on Crockett's Plain one night before that whole thing unfolded and explained it to me. And I thought it was the greatest goddamn thing I'd ever heard of in the history of wrestling. The problem became in actual execution. Other people had to do it, and you had to see it, and you had to put it on television. And you needed Kevin Sullivan talking to you for an hour and a half, and then it would have been the greatest thing you'd ever seen. As long as you didn't see it, you just heard Kevin tell you about it. He could make even those ideas. It was very intricate, as I recall. It's so much so that I can't remember what any of the details were, but I was fucking captivated.
As a fan, you were captivated until you saw it, and then you're like, this is not good. I hope they never bring it back, and then they brought it back for Hogan, remember?
Well, but if you got to bring something stinky back, bring it back for Hulk.
They brought it back so Hogan could beat like 9 heels in one night, or whatever it was. Yes. Including the returning Zeus and Jeep Swenson.
Yeah, there's a couple of names out of the distant past. But, and that was Kevin having to work, unfortunately, with, the largest ego in the business, but he was trying to make things happen.
He made it work, though. He kind of always put it so that he had to, or the way he saw it was he had to gain Hogan's trust as a booker.
Yeah.
And he did. Unfortunately, he had to do a lot of stuff that catered more to Hogan than fans at different times, but at the end of the day, we said it the other day when Who Killed WCW, if you look at who built WCW, Kevin's responsible for a lot of the good things that happened, and he has almost no responsibility for the fall of WCW.
Yeah.
So he's certainly one of the heroes of the WCW story.
And as we mentioned also, when we talked about the first time they killed WCW, Kevin was not only part of, but pretty much the experienced, steady hand in the room behind the only successful period that they had from 1988 to fucking 1996, and that was when Flair was Booker, but Kevin was the only guy that had ever done that before. And then, yes, and there was Jim Herd was on the committee. And Jim Barnett, who, as we've talked about, was not there to contribute ideas on paper for matches or finishes. Jody Hamilton, who was snoring quite a bit and not given a lot of responsibility. Jim Ross, who was the beleaguered announcer, had to call whatever fucking came up. Myself, who had been looking for a grand total of one day, the first day that I was on the fucking job. So, Kevin structured the fucking thing just by lack of, guidance elsewhere.
What was the quote that was always attributed to him when Herd wanted to cut Flair's hair or something, and he said, like, would you change Mickey Mantle's number?
No, I think it was Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth?
I think it changed Babe Ruth's number. That's the whole thing. He had to suffer through the Spartacus and the Jim Herd, the Ding Dongs, and the Hunchback. He was there for the Hunchbacks. Kevin was in the room for the Hunchback pitch and only shutdown. Everybody's heard that story. Am I repeating myself?
It's been a while, and there are a lot of fans who may not know the legacy of Jim Herd's creative ideas.
Well, the Ding Dongs were such a major success. Ding Dong! That Herd pitched the idea of the Hunchbacks. They were a tag team of Hunchbacks, and the idea was that they were unbeatable because you couldn't pin them since they were Hunchbacks, and you couldn't get both shoulders on the goddamn mat at the same time. And he pitched this in front of me and Ric Flair and Kevin Sullivan and Jim Ross, and Ole Anderson was in the room at that point in time, and a few others, and we all suffered through it, and then Ole being the fucking one that you would think he would be the one, said, all right, Jim, then book me and Arn against the fucking Hunchbacks, and I'll slap a fucking submission hold on him and make him give up and beat him in 30 seconds.
Well, goddammit, Ole, you know what I'm talking about.
It's interesting, too, in between WCW, because he was there, I want to say he left by 91, and then he returned in 94.
You
in that period in between,
son of a bitch.
He had
That's
to make
all
a living.
you're gonna buy?
He worked indies like everyone does. And he did some overseas tours.
Let's make a pact.
And he did various things.
Let's
but,
get one thing straight.
You're
not working with me. You're working
with
for
the
me.
relevant things happening on what was then the independent scene, whether it was Smoky Mountain Wrestling, I don't know if you consider yourself an independent, or ECW. After Eddie Gilbert left, one of the first people Paul Lee brought in was Kevin Sullivan. I don't think him and Eddie Gilbert may have coexisted well together at that point. So after Eddie was gone, one of the many changes
Eddie would have shit himself if Kevin had come in, because Eddie was about being the booker and Kevin had been a booker, whereas Paul was about being a booker with smart people to help him be a booker.
And Kevin Sullivan was teaming up with Taz. And that was one of the first things that really elevated Taz from just being the guy that you used to see on ICW TV or IWCCW against Ray Odyssey or Tommy Dreamer, to seeing him as being an emerging talent.
The Tasmaniac.
Yeah, well, the Tasmaniac. A lot of that's Paul Lee, the way he used him, but a lot of that was the credibility of Kevin Sullivan teaming with him.
Well, and that's the thing is that Kevin got Taz down for the volunteer slam that year. We did the Rage in the Cage. That's why Taz was in it. Now that I think of it, it was Kevin had got Taz because I needed an extra fucking heel. That's why he was working Knoxville. That's why he was working ECW. As you said, he also did the international dates. And he was still living in Florida, but he was trying to make sure that he knew what was going on and had a had spots in various places, and, as you said, stayed, because there was no such thing as independent wrestling and internet publicity at that time in those days. It was all the magazines, and regional television can add up if it's seen in the right places, and as long as he's got his finger in 4 or 5 different things going on, he's always got something going on. Because Kevin was smart how the business worked, and when he saw most of the territories going away, he knew he just needed to expand and concentrate.
And you and Paulie both knew that you would be willing to accept promos from him on the beach.
Yes. but that's the thing. Well, like I said when we were talking last month about him, he would go above and beyond. Instead of standing in front of a brick wall, he would find a place that looked good. He did one of the promos that he sent in he was reenacting the fucking bar scene with the bartender from The Shining. And you got the extra, bonus of Nancy's arm or hand reaching into the scene every once in a while to hand him a drink or to be an off-camera, fucking personality of some kind. And he would put everything into it. It wouldn't be like just, I'm coming. He would think about it. And we'd talk on the phone about, what you want to do in the finish. What can we come back with? I wasn't just booking him for dates. It was, okay, here's what we'll do, and here's who you're working with, and blah, blah, blah. And he always, obviously, had great ideas on what to do with it.
Was it Smoky Mountain or ECW? There was one promo I remember he did on the beach where he starts like at a distance and he doesn't say anything, and it starts with him just walking fast right towards the camera. And it was intimidating. It was like, oh my God, what's he gonna do? But he would return to WCW as a babyface, team with Cactus Jack against the Nasty Boys, a memorable match in Philadelphia at Slamboree. And then, of course, and I guess we should send our sympathies to his brother Dave, Evad Sullivan.
Oh, good Lord.
Remember, they brought him and they gave him a goofy brother. That was they brought Kevin Sullivan back to WCW.
Yes, and he was dyslexic, so his name wasn't Dave, it was Evad.
And he was a Hulkamania.
What was his name? He was a fairly nice guy. I think I met him a time or two.
He had been wrestling as the Equalizer.
I can't remember his real name.
It has to be Dave something, because why else would you just assert Dave there? Is his name Dave Sullivan?
I can't, well, that's a fine Irish name now, goddammit. But, see, even the great ones are sometimes saddled with questionable creative. But, everybody just thought, well, if it's weird, Kevin can make it work, because he usually does.
I guess we should talk a little bit about everything in WCW with him and Nancy and Chris Benoit and everything afterwards. I've always had a problem with people who, it cost Kevin a lot of his good name.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, first people who were friends with Chris Benoit, who had become friends with Nancy, just were insistent that Kevin was this awful, awful guy. I think it was revealed when we had him on the show 4 years ago that Nancy had been arrested for abuse on Kevin, not the other way around. And oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, and by the way, what we're referencing, folks, 4 years ago, a Dark Side of the Ring episode aired on the Benoit and Nancy Benoit tragedy, and Kevin was not on the program. And so therefore, even though, other people may have tried to a bit, his story, his side was not represented well in the episode. And we had, Brian and I had him on the show here, which you can find it on the YouTube channel. Official Jim Cornette is what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to be commercial, but everybody should hear that, because he was not on the show because he turned down the request to be on the show because of a promise he had made to Nancy's parents.
Yeah, he was waiting for permission from them. He said that was the only thing that would hold him up from talking about it, was he wanted her parents to give him permission. Darkseid put up some text on the screen saying that he declined to be interviewed, but that was kind of not the whole story, and we had Kevin on to tell the story.
And to be honest, Nancy's sister, not a fan of Kevin's, which has colored some viewpoints on the situation. But Nancy was a handful, and everybody has issues with their personal lives. But what really just disgusted me was these stupid people, because the people, Kevin Sullivan had something to do with it. It wasn't Chris Benoit. That whole bunch of bullshit. You'd have to be a complete fucking imbecile on the verge of being locked up for your own safety rather than being out in public to believe that Kevin had something to do with any of their deaths. So what it amounted to was a bunch of fucking assholes, acting like assholes, trying to be assholes, and malign and slander somebody that was more successful than they would ever be at anything. And that's what makes me mad, because it's not like a great amount of people believed it. You couldn't. It's fucking stupid. But a great amount of people would say it because they thought that made them special in some way.
Yeah, but Kevin took a lot of hits, and he was quiet. He didn't say anything. And he took a lot of hits. And as time has gone by and different things have come out, I think you could say Kevin was really treated horribly by a lot of people, and that Chris Benoit was always the bad guy. He was abusive, not just at the end, but he was abusive, hooked on drugs, loaded to the tits on steroids, and it was easy for everyone to point the finger at Kevin as being the problem. But Kevin, like I said, he took a lot of hits. Triple H had very nice words to say about him in that tribute video on SmackDown, and they did a very nice job with that. Next time you're going to use any of my images, ask for permission. But, it's like he said all these nice things. What a great mind he was. And he was. We were talking to him in recent years. He was. Why not give him a job at some point? Why not bring him in and use that mind? And Kevin, there are a lot of very small independent promotions and some medium-sized ones that benefited over the last 15, 20 years from Kevin's availability and his ability to go someplace and treat something seriously. And even if it's for one night, if he was going to be booking or helping with creative ideas, he took it very seriously. He was still trying to help wrestlers and promoters.
You know what? Here's the I would say sad thing. I mean, my God, he's been retired for a while now. But if the Triple H regime, the Paul Levesque regime, the Vince's absence, if that had happened 15 years ago, you may very well have seen that, because I think this was another example of Vince's, he's a wrestling guy, or, he doesn't understand what we do, something like that. It is always been the problem with getting certain people that Vince didn't grow up around, didn't serve him well for long periods of time, didn't work in his specific company. Success outside, as he was very lackadaisical in recognizing.
Didn't we agree? Damn, you
and
smell
it wasn't like
dead.
Kevin Dunn was, we ought to get this Kevin Sullivan in here. He was, he's a wrestling guy, Vince, whatever. I think if now was 15 years ago and Triple H was in charge, I have a feeling that Kevin would have been being consulted on a variety of things.
Yeah, I mean, so many of the people who were involved with the failures of WCW, including the death of it, all were able to maintain employment in wrestling, whether it's in
make
WWE
up your
or
mind
TNA.
or make your way out.
But Kevin, again,
well,
Booker
how
for the
about
most
you
successful
browse your
periods,
ass right out of my store.
never got that chance, and a lot of it was because, the Benoits
Look,
and that crew,
kid, I'll give you some. Well,
putting them
good
out.
luck.
They made him the
Looks of
bad
it,
guy, not just
hate
to,
it.
not to the promotion necessarily, but to fans. Once you heard that all these guys hated Kevin Sullivan, it made a lot of fans hate Kevin Sullivan. I think a lot of people, for a very long time, looked unfairly at Kevin, who, again, from my experience, the nicest possible guy. And so giving with his time and his information and his knowledge. And I think his reputation, I think he's getting it back a lot now. But for years, it took a really unfair hit.
Well, and also think about this. Were they going to pick Kevin up in the WWE when Benoit and his guys had just gone there before WCW goes out of business? That was not an opportune time. But, that is, as you said, not only with the fans, but also with some of the boys. I can see where these guys would have gone, and if you hadn't worked with Kevin, this fucking guy.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say, like, he put, the famous story is, they didn't want to work with him, he put the belt on Benoit. And then Benoit left. But you can't say Kevin wasn't a guy who put over or helped young wrestlers. He always did. Always. He helped make careers. Would Rick Steiner have become Rick Steiner without Kevin Sullivan? Would Mike Rotunda have ever been watchable without Kevin Sullivan? Mick Foley, would he have ever gotten a chance on national TV? I actually have a promo here a bunch of people have sent. Maybe I'll play you audio in a moment. Without Kevin Sullivan. And
nope.
The list goes on. And when you look at WCW, again, he was the booker. If there was a time where you enjoyed Nitro, 96, 97, he was the booker. So if there's stuff you enjoyed, make sure you give him some credit for it.
And I'll tell you one thing, though. Talk about getting people booked and spots and, working with promoters and everything. This was about, goddamn, 7 or 8 years ago. Kevin, I'm talking to him on the phone. He says, Jimmy, there's this guy, and I'm not going to call the guy's name, but there's this guy in West Virginia. He runs shows. He's great. He's got the money. The shows are great. The whole thing. He'd love to talk to you. Well, Kevin, if you say he's okay, all right, it's not that far down the road for me from West Virginia. So I call the guy, I get booked on his show. He's okay. It's at such and such gym in, God damn it, was it maybe Parkersburg, West Virginia? I can't remember now. Parkersburg, Clarksburg, somewhere in that area. But yeah, there's a big festival in town. There's going to be thousands of people in town. And we're going to have this big wrestling show, and the Rock and Roll Express is going to be there, and Warlord's going to be there, and Barbarian's going to be there, and some other people. Okay, goddamn. All right, I'll do it. And it's in the middle of the summer, Brian. And when I get there, they had not lied. They were exactly right. There was a big festival in town. There were thousands of people in town. Guess where the wrestling show was?
Where?
Not in fucking town. It was down the road from it was like 5. I said, where is this goddamn festival? Because I show up at the building. There's an empty, it's like in a residential neighborhood. There's an empty goddamn parking lot for about 100 cars. And there's 2 in it, mine being one of them. And a trailer pulled up to this building. I said, where's the festival? Oh, it's in town. Where's that? About 5 miles down this road. You go and you'll get right into. God damn it! So it was like, yes, there was a festival there, but you couldn't see the goddamn wrestling from the festival. And get in this building. It's 90-something degrees. And by the way, Kevin is not there. Kevin's not booked on this show. Kevin, the jolly joker that he is, he said, oh, yeah, the guy's, I got my money, but oh, yeah, the guy runs great shows. And he's off home in fucking, I think he'd moved to Washington by then. But nevertheless, I get in this building, and it's 97 degrees in the parking lot. It's 127 in this building because there's absolutely no air conditioning whatsoever, and it's one of the old gyms where the only windows are right up at the top of the general admission seats, right? And they just open them like a foot. And that's supposed to cause some kind of, it looks like a fucking basketball gym from Hoosiers, right, in the 50s. And then I go to the locker rooms, and they're even hotter. And then I see them carting out this giant fan and it's about 5 feet across, and they go to the concession stand and they get a bucket of ice, and they put a bucket of ice in front of this big fan and let it blow into the building. And I go and goddamn get a fucking chair and sit right in front of it. If you are less than 18 inches from this thing, it's actually comfortable. But more than that, and you're like in a sauna. And as soon as I had to take a piss, and I get up out of my seat, the goddamn rock and roll comes in and sits there, so I have to goddamn kayfabe. But anyway, I then go downstairs because I feel cool air coming from the basement, the stairs down to the basement. And if you walk down there, it was 20 degrees cooler because it was a natural fucking limestone cave with water dripping, and the smell of mildew would make your eyes water. So after the show,
now that you
when
did
I
the
got
job,
home, I
I
called
guess
Kevin.
you
I
ain't
said,
that
Kevin,
damn
don't
bad after
recommend
all.
any promoters to me anymore. I can't take it. My allergies won't put up with it. I just got sidetracked telling that story, didn't I?
No, but it's good. I mean, these are the kind of stories we want to get on here. Not just the ones people know, but...
Not just the ones people want to hear, but
If
the
you
ones
want a
they
job
need
from
to hear.
Word of advice.
Let me play you some audio
Next
because I'd
time,
like to get your
selling
impression
to
because
even
this is a
a
period of time where I
dumbass.
think
If
you were
don't
still
like
on the
my
booking
food,
committee.
You can always go
And it's maybe
dumpster
the longest
diving.
bleep in terms of wrestling ever on TBS. Kevin Sullivan with Buzz Sawyer and Cactus Jack. Let me go to this.
Kevin, this guy's got to have a little help. He got a lot of help. He's got me. Let me tell you something. It ain't the dog's fault. When his mother was carrying him and she's walking through the desert because she was a nomad, she couldn't hold it any longer. She stopped. And left him there to die. Well, the dog didn't die.
By the way, while this is happening, he has Buzz Sawyer, who's on the ground, a chain around his neck, and Kevin's just holding it there while he's choking himself, Buzz Sawyer.
Yes, Mad Dog Buzz Sawyer, big log and chain around his neck. Cactus Jack, who's from Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, and obviously deranged. And then Kevin Sullivan talking about JYD's mother, who was a Nubian. And as I remember it from the taping, there was something about squatting down and fucking delivering the infant right there where...
You can read his lips, something about squatting and the cord, and Mick Foley, Cactus Jack is the most...
that's right, and she chewed the cord.
And Mick Foley's the most normal person involved in this whole thing, but let's go back to this.
Because from the fetal position, he crawled the heart-burning sands. It's me. He crawled the heart-burning sands. It's me. It's me. God. It's me. He crawled the heart-burning sands. And when he was burning up and withering, the she-wolf came. And the mad dog looked up, and he was given the breath of life. It's not the dog's fault. He's just a part of the environment. He'll be okay. You see, because the dog has me. The dog finally, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. The dog has me. The dog has finally found peace in his life. You see, all he is misunderstood. We'll be back right after this.
And did I say JYD?
You said JYD.
I said Mad Dog, whatever the fuck. But yes, it also with that one was didn't the she-wolf kiss the dogs and give him the breath of the I don't know what the fuck
I have to
the
go back
second
and read his
bleep
lips
was.
there, yeah. But he's smacking Buzz Sawyer as hard as he can right in the fucking
Yeah, that's
face.
what he kept when he kept stopping that one sentence. He's just slapping the shit out of him because Buzz loved that kind of shit anyway. Yeah, hit me. And he's slapping the shit out of him like he's, training a goddamn wild horse.
What do you think of him and Dusty together? You got to see them behind the scenes, so what do you think of their feud and their long-running thing in Florida, and then, of course, for Crockett? But behind the scenes, what was the relationship like?
Well, they worked great together because they had known each other so long, and they'd been, by the time that I was together with them, they had been, they'd drawn so much money with each other and been such great opponents. And that whole thing ran for 2 years in Florida till Dusty came to the Carolinas. And then Kevin, as you said earlier, took over the book down there when Dusty got the book for Crockett. But that's it. Kevin, as a performer, he knew what he needed to do, and he was also with the guys in his group. He wanted to flesh that out. He wasn't going to overstep his bounds, but if Dusty came to him, Dusty knew that Kevin can either give good ideas or help flesh it out or understand what Dusty is looking for, because they've worked together for so long. So that's the thing, is that, Dusty loved having Kevin working there on the card because he didn't have to fucking micromanage him. He could just give him shit and let him run with it. And he could make something out of it.
Kevin and JJ Dillon got along really great, too.
Well, yes. Same thing. They'd both been in the business for a long period of time in a variety of roles, and were not assholes or power mad, social climbers, and understood how to do their thing. And it was easy to work with both of them.
What's the secret to the stomp that Kevin used to do where he would stomp on the guy's belly?
Well, I would say the same thing with Finn Balor. I've had people say, oh no, they say you don't feel it. I don't know how. With Kevin, there wasn't as much of a secret as much as, at least he wasn't getting that much height. He wasn't getting that much air.
He made it work, though. He, you know what? And again, his earliest wrestling photos, they said probably to help him that he was 5'11". I think legitimately he was 5'7". And he made his size work with the style he worked in the ring.
Yes, as a babyface, he was powerful because, like I said, in the younger years, he was a power lifter, stocky body type, and had a lot of weight and a lot of strength. People could see it, even though he was vertically challenged. But then as a heel, because he was constant motion, and he was aggressive, and he had that level of crazy by that point, and that's why he was close with the Sheik, because he understood what the Sheik did to be special and unique, and that that kind of thing works when you're a heel and you're crazy, and he could make it work with a sense of danger and urgency instead of just the walk fighting around. So even though he, again, wasn't that tall, he was always in Memphis when he had been doing the bodybuilding. He wasn't that tall, but he was goddamn shredded. And it actually made him look taller. And then in the other eras, he wasn't that tall, but he was 250 fucking pounds or whatever. And you could tell that he had some oomph to him. And like you said, the style he worked, as a younger babyface, he could still sell, he could still bleed, make a comeback, or whatever. But as a heel, he really fell into that pattern of just trying to be dangerous instead of going for arm drags. But then as you said earlier, though, you didn't see the goddamn fight in the arena 4 matches out of 7.
Right. It was unique. He was one of the few guys that you knew you would get a wild match out of.
And also, and when Smoky Mountain the next year, I think it was the next year after the Stomper, he had the fucking arena fight with the Big Boss Man, Bubba. Came back and did it 1 year later. I've got pictures of them up in the balcony. I think that was whenever the fuck.
I think that was 93
no,
also.
No, that was 93 because it was the same week. He just did it with Stomper in fucking one town and Bubba in the other town. But nevertheless, where was I going with that?
Wild matches, and that you didn't see them all over the card back then.
You didn't see them all over the card back then. And also, the fact that Kevin could make you believe that there was something going on with him mentally and that he was way too into this to just be playing a part. So there was some element of legitimacy to it. That helped him do things that it would be bullshit if other people did them because you could see through them. And he could go farther over the... We talked about Stone Cold Steve Austin stomping a mud hole in somebody. But he was over like God, so he could not even connect, and the people didn't care. They didn't see it. They overlooked it. Didn't compute. Kevin in Florida had that reputation to the point where one of the... And now some asshole on an outlaw show is going to do this. It's going to fall like a fart in church. But the thing that Kevin did with Blackjack Mulligan, and the people believed in Blackjack too. All the rednecks and the country people down in Florida, the redneck Riviera over there in Pensacola, whatever. They were at the Orlando Eddie Graham Sports Stadium, which was a big tin building. It seated like 5,000 people out in the middle of a fucking field. And they made a fortune there for years. And Kevin and Blackjack, they have double DQ. They spill out of the fucking ring. They fight out the back door, out into the parking lot, and off into the darkness. They didn't even have fucking lights out there. They're gone. The people are running. Where the fuck did they go? And then the next goddamn week, on the same night, they have wrestling once a week. They ring the bell for the first match. The first match gets going. They've been going about 5 minutes, and suddenly through the front door of the arena, wearing the same shit that they had been wearing the week before and still bleeding, bust Kevin Sullivan and Blackjack Mulligan, and they fight into the fucking ring, and the place goes out of their fucking minds. They didn't stop to think, how could this be? They just, oh my God. That's the kind of shit he could get away with. That's one of the great spots I've ever heard of all time.
You know, I got to talk a lot of baseball with him. That was one of his big loves, was baseball. When the 86 Mets beat the Red Sox in the World Series, he was working in Continental. He had to watch it backstage, he said. A heartbreaking loss for him, but a few years ago, I'm looking at some of the text messages here. I wished him a happy birthday in October. And he wrote back, "Fuck LA and Mookie. Although he's going to be a Hall of Famer, he better go in as a Red Sox." So, loved his baseball, Kevin.
Did you see Fenway Park put him up on the screen, the scoreboard?
That would have meant the world to him. That would have meant the world to him. And, yeah, again, from my experience, and I met him when I was a kid, and that was an intimidating thing, even though it wasn't really supposed to be. It was just an autograph signing, but that accent, nothing he could say when you're a kid sounded nice. I was wearing a Knicks shirt. He's like, how do you think the Knicks are going to do? I'm like, I think they're going to win. Who do you think is going to win? No, it's going to be Chicago. Whatever he yelled it at me. But, getting to know him the last several years, he was such a nice guy. Like I said, always very giving with his time. He recorded a ton of segments with me. And he always just gave me unsolicited feedback, which from Kevin Sullivan I liked.
I make it snappy.
I like when
I gotta take
top
a crap.
minds give me feedback as opposed to, jerk-offs.
Yeah, the unsolicited part is sometimes the rub, but with Kevin, you didn't mind.
Well, with Kevin, I appreciated where he was coming from. So, from my personal experience, just a tremendous guy, a really nice guy, and I wish he was still here. A really, really nice guy.
Well, everybody heard what I had to say about how he helped me in WCW, not only my first booking spot, but in Smoky Mountain, and trying to help because he knew what I was going through and what I owed to him for that. I'm not going to go through it again because then I'd just be repeating myself and
I got work to do
rambling,
if you don't mind getting your hands dirty.
But
let's
a
get
lot of
one
people
thing
will
straight.
remember him
You're
for
not
a lot
working
of good
with
things.
me. You
And
want something?
who else can you think of? 54 years after they started in the business, their
Be careful out
passing
there.
makes the kind of
You wouldn't
news
wanna
his did,
get
not
hurt.
only in a mainstream level, but also amongst the fans and the boys.
Made the New York Times.
Made the New York Times.
Take a look,
and the
buy some
scoreboard in
shit,
Fenway
get the
Park.
hell out.
And, for that long, I mean, he was literally still working in the business as far as autographs and etc., and had wrestled up until just a few years ago on an intermittent basis. So I don't know. There's a lot of people, whatever era it may be, a lot of people have never come close to that level of
I'd go broke with
involvement or
more customers
longevity in
like
this
you.
business. And I think we should all be proud of him for that.
Absolutely. And of course, if you're a listener who wants to hear Kevin in his own words, go back through the archives. We've had many appearances with Kevin, of course, here with Jim on the 605 Super Podcast, telling his own story in his own words. But Jim, with that, let's take a short time out and we'll be back after this. All right, we are back, folks, and this is your show. I don't know why.
Yes, I don't know why you welcome the folks back when it's my program, and I was going to say that welcome back. Maybe they're not all welcome. Maybe some of them didn't come back after that musical interlude. This program brought to you in part by the International Ballpark Organists Association, the ABUA. We got to do a couple of things here on the program now of an entertaining fashion, but first a correction. A correction. Not us, somebody else. Somebody else has said something incorrect, and we're going to correct them. Can we do that now?
Sure. I don't know exactly what this is, but let's see where this goes.
Well, Uncle Dave proved he may be a small-town bird journalist, but he is not an orthopedic surgeon.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Because this was brought to my attention, and I looked it up, and sure enough, there it was in this recent Wrestling Observer newsletter that he printed, recapping SummerSlam. He said some people were upset because for those who watch great matches, it really didn't deliver that. No, it just delivered boatloads of fucking money and sold tens of thousands of tickets. But he was talking about, well, some of the matches, because they didn't really deliver with the matches. Well, some of that, and this is a quote, some of that may be related to talent not at 100%. Rhea Ripley was kept from any significant physical activity and angles leading up to the match, and the match was built around her selling her shoulder, which still had a noticeable bump and clearly wasn't healed. Brian, I'm sorry, I'd like to be the one to tell Uncle Dave that once you separate your shoulder, that bump doesn't go away. It can be as healed as it's ever going to be. And depending on the person, sometimes it's more pronounced, sometimes it's less pronounced. But the bump exists for the rest of your fucking life. And I'm sorry, I know that Rhea's a star, and it was an important match, but do you think that even for SummerSlam, that they would let this woman that they have got a fortune invested in, if she wasn't that's what the meaning of medically cleared is. They used to, it was like, hey, Brett, can you go after surgery? Sure, Vince, I'll be there. But now they have medical protocols, and you have to pass certain parameters of range of motion or strength, gripping, or depend on what the injury is. You've got to goddamn go through some shit to show them that you're ready to get back in the ring. Is it as good as it's ever going to get? Probably not, maybe not. But it's not like she's not healed at all and there's still some major visible damage. That's not what the shoulder separation bump is all about. It doesn't go away when you get healed. It's yours. You can keep it. You would think he would know that, being Mr. Bodybuilding and all that stuff all his life. He looks like he's lifted the whole fucking planet.
Well, I don't know about that, and he does like lifting weights.
He looks like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Well, maybe he hasn't had any sports-related injuries due to that.
I thought you were going to say he looks so miserable because he hasn't had any, but...
You thought that's what I was going to say?
Well, it was leading in that direction, and then you took a turn on me. But anyway, it's just, again, because his friend's company is struggling at every metric and every parameter, and the opposition that he was rooting against all this time is now leaving everybody in the fucking dust and drawing billions and billions of dollars. He's like, well, yeah, it disappointed people who were looking for great matches. Well, apparently there's more people who are looking for fucking logical, sensible shit performed by stars than his version of great matches. So he's got to fucking take this apart now. I just get cranky.
No, and you should probably break that down more. What is a great match? You know, Dave's star rating system is based on what Dave thinks. He could now say that sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't, and I think the star limit is infinity, he said. So that means, 7.5 stars really ain't that impressive when you think about it.
To infinity and beyond and a half.
But those are his sensibilities. Those are what he thinks are great matches. When you and Norman Dooley were doing it, it was what you guys thought were great matches. What smart fans today, or work rate driven fans, think are great matches may be different than the people sitting in the building. Because the average person who's not keeping up with all of this, with all of this, do you think they're sitting there going, yeah, this match just isn't that good? Or did they go, oh, that was great. Did you see what happened? That was great. So I think you have to really separate. And with AEW's issues beyond even Tony's booking with just the fan base they're catering to and the exposure of just how small and smaller it gets, but how small it is, you really have to think about what is a great match. And
well,
I'm not saying Liv versus Rhea was the greatest thing ever, but to the fans that are, that's always the thing we say. Like, this about a WWE thing, but the fans are eating it up. And that is kind of what matters. And it goes back to that whole Hogan versus Andre debate. Was there a long bear hug? Yeah. Could Andre do nothing? Oh, almost nothing. Almost nothing. But the fans there were going nuts. They loved it. So what's a great match? It's all in the eye of the observer, I guess.
Well, but there are different kinds of great matches for different people. But the problem that I have with what they think are great matches, maybe it's the same thing as if you're drunk in a bar and the fucking local band playing on stage, a couple of people in the band and your friends are all there and you're having a great time, and boy, that fucking guy, he can sing. He ought to be on goddamn television. He'd win a goddamn Grammy. But if a professional singer that had won a Grammy and was talented and experienced in that genre of entertainment was in that crowd, he'd think, what the fuck with this drunk fuck who's missing half the goddamn notes? And what I see, unfortunately, is Uncle Dave and the people of his ilk overlook all the sloppiness, overlook all the amateurishness, overlook all the nonsensibility. They want to see people flipping and flying and hitting and crashing and breaking furniture and doing the same shit everybody else does. And if they hit 10 big holy shit spots in the goddamn course of the match, they will call it a great match despite the fact that half of the thing looked phony as a football bat because they weren't really hitting each other and nobody knows how to grab a goddamn hold. So I don't know how you can call something great when they haven't mastered the primary qualification of a pro wrestler is that you're simulating combat, make it look good. They make it look like shit, and it's obviously phony, and people laugh at it, and then they start breaking furniture over each other's heads, and it becomes a great match. That don't work for me, bro.
And again, you look at the runaway success of WWE right now. It's a formula. It's a formula that works, and it's a formula that works without giving away too much, and you're not hearing about fans coming away unhappy. It's such an interesting time. With AEW, they don't have that. There is no formula that works right now. There's nothing working. And, well, let's not go into that right now. Let's just finish what we were talking about with the shoulders. I just want to clarify what you're saying, because I'll be honest, I didn't really know this. But then again, I wasn't reporting on it and saying clearly. I think you're right. That was what he said. Clearly, she was hurt.
Clearly has not healed.
Because Rhea Ripley twice in that match did the spot where she put her shoulder back into place. And I remember that because I thought the second time was too much.
Yeah, second time was extraneous.
But she did that spot twice. You're saying the bump she had nothing to do with any of that. It was a real bump from a real shoulder separation.
Yes.
That's always going to be there, even if the shoulder is 100% healed in some form.
Yes, when the angle that they did, 2 months ago, or however long it's been with her and Liv, where Liv ran her into the wall, and basically Rhea was apparently either over-exuberant or just hit it on the point or hit it the right way, and separated her shoulder. And that bump is indicative of the separation and will be there from now on. But the shoulder will heal, but the bump is not going to go away. So I don't know what Dave's looking at. Oh my God, look at her shoulder. Well, I mean, maybe I've just stooged something off that they could have used for an angle. People would have believed it, but no, that's the way that happens.
Hey, you know what episode of the Beverly Hillbillies is on MeTV right now as we're recording? The Wrasslin' Clampets.
Oh, with Mike Mazurki.
Gene LaBelle is the referee.
And Rebecca of Donnybrook Farm.
She's coming down the aisle right now as you say that. Sprinkling her flowers into the crowd. Granny loves her wrestling.
Speaking of people in pigtails coming down, sprinkling their flower petals into the crowd, we also got to talk about some more of Tony Khan's AEW soldiers apparently have gone AWOL. What is this I hear about? The Buckaroos ain't around much right now because they have a contract with limited dates.
Well, this is something that started going around and a bunch of people started emailing it to us, cornydrivethrough@gmail.com. And I went and looked, and I have the quote here. Now, for the record, before we say this, while they are EVPs, while they are the people who brought the elite name They brought the elite name to all elite. So you would think they're not just the average wrestler, but it's important to note that a lot of the average wrestlers in AEW, or a lot of wrestlers in AEW, have limited date deals. But here's a quote from Brian Alvarez, who very often seems to have the side of, them. So let's hear what this is.
Well, he is one of the house organs for their vanity project.
Here's the quote. I gotta say this because people have taken this out on the Bucks. Listen, everybody. If you think that the Young Bucks book their own stuff, they don't. If you are upset about the Young Bucks not being on TV, if you are upset about the Bucks not defending their tag team titles, there is one person you could be upset at, and that is Tony Khan.
Oh!
Because whatever contract they signed, it was for X number of dates, and he has not wanted to pay them. Maybe he's got some plans for the end of the year.
And wait a minute, hold on here. And he has not wanted to pay that. So that sounds to me like, and I've heard about arrangements of this nature, where they have a set number of dates for the exorbitant salary that they are getting, which they've reported from their own chicken lips, say that we're the highest paid tag team ever in wrestling. They want If Tony wants dates over and above that number of dates, he has to pay him even more per date if you prorated it than what they're already making. He don't want to pay him the extra money on the extra dates, apparently. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in.
And by the way, the problem isn't them wanting to work with their friends or them only being able to work one style of stuff and them doing really bad segments. It's Tony's booking. Well, let's get back to this. Maybe he's got some plans for the end of the year, or they used numbers of dates beginning of the year, or they used numbers, that's what it says. I don't know what it is, but it isn't the Young Bucks deciding, hey, we're going to take the summer off and not defend our tag team titles. It is like Brock Lesnar. Remember people getting mad at Brock for never showing up? For somehow Brock was calling the shots? It's like he had X number of dates. They did not want to pay him for extended periods of time. So they told him to stay home, and he farmed and he drank whole milk. And when they wanted, they called him back to work.
Is this a real quote?
This is what it says here. And when they wanted, they called him back to work. And that is exactly...
dropped that whole milk.
And that is exactly what the Bucks will do when they get the call. And as we are recording, I've heard they will be on Dynamite this week against the Acclaimed. So that's a part of a wonderful build to Wembley for that three-way match. But again, the Young Bucks have never meant less. You know, when he says you could be mad that they're not on the show or this or that, them being on the show is one of the things that hurt the show.
Yeah.
It's not just Tony's booking of everything with this awful feud with the evil executive vice president.
What can I get you? Here's your pay for
head of
a
the
job
company who has the power to overrule anything at any time but doesn't. Then he gets beat up.
And just did. He just overruled shit last week, but only some shit.
But they don't think they deserve any of the blame for how awful and how just the wrestling public at large is not accepting of them because it's not very good. It's the same match over and over. Bad characters. Doesn't feel genuine. Matt Jackson is world-class awful as a professional wrestling talking character. It's the kind of heat that makes you turn off the TV.
But let's think about this now for a second. With the other stuff that Tony puts on television, he said, "Oh, go home. I need to." It's like when Grizzly Smith wanted to quit as booker for the Culkins and come back to work for Watts, and Watts said, "No, I'll pay you to stay there and keep booking because you're lousy." Seriously, on any side of this, how did he sign them for a contract for that much money and has used all of their dates by August? Or enough of them that he's got to be stingy with them.
Do you want me to answer that question? The real answer I would give you if you asked me that?
Yes.
Their agent is Barry Bloom. He got them a fucking world-class deal. And Tony was afraid they would go to WWE, so he gave them whatever they wanted. That would be my guess.
Oh. He not only gave them all that money, but now he's out of dates on them by August, when we hardly ever saw him to begin with, except maybe they were in Ring of Honor. I don't fucking know.
Well, not out of dates, conserving his dates.
Well, conserving it close enough that you need to fucking break that pill in half, Grandma, and stretch out your blood pressure medicine or whatever. But also, they're not only making that much money, they not only have a job where when they do show up I wonder, do the pre-tapes in the back where they're wearing the headset and telling people what to do, does that count as a date? Are they getting paid for that? They had to go there, so point being, he gave them a screwy deal. They've got all that money and limited dates, but they started the fucking thing. They wanted to change the world, the elite in All Elite Wrestling. They wanted to change the world. They're executive vice presidents. Guess what? If you're a fucking executive vice president or any kind of goddamn wrestling booker or promoter in a real company, you don't get days off at all. Forget that shit. When everybody else is off, you're on.
I just knew you'd find something you like.
Like Ole Anderson used to say, the wrestlers, if you book them, they show up, they wrestle. If you don't book them, they're off. I'm a booker. I think for a living. What am I going to do? Get up one day and say, I'm not going to think today. Well, some of these people, I think, do that. But these two pygmies that get everything handed to them And he was scared they were going to go to the WWE. Boy, he should have let them. Because then he would have removed a drag on his ratings in all those crummy TV segments, and they would have been exposed for what they are. A couple of cosplaying kids that don't have any idea how far over their heads they were getting until they got there. And now they're getting paid, and they don't have to work. But that just means that no people are calling for them to work less. Nobody is aware of the Bucks. We want them back. Only the guy paying them millions of dollars.
It's not about where are they. It's why are they the tag team champions if they're not going to be there? Not, hey, let's get them back. That's what the conversation is. But the tag titles, like every other title there, means nothing.
No wonder Cody couldn't wait to get out a bunch of unmotivated, lazy, entitled fucking children. They started the thing and they don't want to be there every week at the national TV show for the company that they started and their EVPs in.
Yeah, one day the real story, let's see if anyone has the guts to tell it. Cody and Tony and Brandy. Let's see if someone has the guts to tell the story or they're going to hide behind these NDAs forever.
Cody and Tony and Brandy and Britt and the whole hee-haw gang?
And the Bucks. Don't forget those Bucks. While Kenny Omega's at home playing video games. But the idea that the Young Bucks have the most lucrative contract ever for a tag team, work the least amount of dates ever for a meaningful tag team. I mean, every tag team that made a lot of money worked a lot of dates, right? Would we say that?
Well, yes.
Yeah. Because they drew houses. That's how they made the fucking money.
Yes.
They drew Let me go back to that. No one draws. They have a Dynamite coming up. I think there's 2,400 tickets sold. You know, they're expecting maybe another 1,000 if everything goes well. So, and that's what the Bucks on the show, apparently. Being added back to it after weeks off TV where no one was asking for them. You almost feel sometimes like AEW, and it's hard with the Bucks because they are the elite, and they're more of a tie to the company at this point than Cody, obviously, and Omega's MIA. You know, Vince McMahon flushed his company of the talent he didn't need, and slowly but surely the people in NXT who got beat by AEW all ended up in AEW. Everyone that was in the, other than like Karrion Kross and Timothy Thatcher, everyone who was in the top picture ended up in AEW, who was getting beat by AEW. AEW should look at some of their people who underperform and do the same thing Vince did. You know, say, okay, c'est la vie, you know, we wish you the best, but you kind of hope WWE gobbles them up and they eat up their roster and their locker room and give fans at home a sense of sameness that is not good. But the Bucks are a big part of the problem in AEW, and you know, you're starting to see slowly but surely a lot of AEW fans, a lot of longtime AEW fans, they're now all of a sudden realizing the shape of things. And a lot of people who complained about things that we were saying, sometimes with humor, sometimes flat out saying it, that were all true. Every word of it. Everything was true. We told everyone, you told everyone, what was going to happen. And the road to get to the state of things today, there are a lot of people that just all of a sudden got off the bus like, oh my God, I can't believe this dystopia. Where am I? What's going on here? But we watched it happen, called it out. It's not a surprise to us. To a lot of people, it seems to be a real surprise that AEW is a complete shit show. And there's no end to that shit show in sight. Because the talent's going to be an issue, but Tony's got money, and Tony doesn't want to give up a piece of anything. So you got a problem.
Well, here's what they've also, real quick, and we'll move on, but they're working in reverse with what they were trying to do, which, hey, it's good to have competition. It'll drive up the boys' salaries. They'll be, well, the problem is now, when was WWE's on such a scale they can offer more money than ever before, but when were they offering the most money to people that, maybe they wanted, maybe they didn't? Before AEW was instituted, when they a billionaire is going to start a company, but we don't know what it's going to look like, but we might be worried. Okay, obviously, if the WWE was even interested as much as people say in Will Ospreay and or Okada, and Ospreay I can kind of see, Okada I don't know what the fuck, unless they just wanted to go to Japan and weren't even going to use him in the United States. But the Bucks, if they had any opportunity to ever get a WWE offer of any kind of legitimate scope, that's gone because the WWE now has seen they wouldn't be an acquisition to the WWE, which they probably never would have been to begin with, but they may have harmed AEW critically. That may have been something they were considering in the WWE office. But if the Buckaroos disappeared now off the face of the planet, the difference in AEW would be negligible. It's not like they're contributing behind the scenes, obviously, if they don't even want to come to work to wrestle in their own company they started. So why would the WWE ever offer anything to them? They wouldn't be a boon to their business. It wouldn't be a blow to AEW's business if they left. And they're probably thinking, well, yeah, let Tony spend some more of his money on more of these fucking guys that don't mean anything for him. And so they're gonna do the opposite of driving the salaries up, is they're gonna start driving the salaries down. Tony overpays for everybody anyway. Why the fuck are we trying to bid on these motherfuckers? Let him spend himself. Instead of rope-a-dope, spend a friend. Let him spend money on all these friends he's buying. I think they're all insane.
Well, the other interesting thing about this story is it's not the Young Bucks' fault that they're not there. That's Tony. So now you're overtly starting to see or hear from Young Bucks sympathizers. You're starting to hear the blame going to Tony outwardly for the first time. This is something that's been a reality for a long time that people denied. We always said more people got to come out and admit it. You're now starting to see it.
Well, yeah, because you know who Alvarez talks to get his slant on things, and that means that Tony's the bad guy, according to the Buckaroos. He's the one that's making us do all this stupid shit, and he's the one to sign us to a stupid deal, and he's the one that don't want to pay us to come back and have more stupid matches. It's all his fault. So everything's fine over there in AEW land. They're like a box of fluffy ducks over in AEW.
I don't know where that expression comes. I used to hear Piper say it. I was like, where did he get that from?
Well, I'll tell you where I got it from. I got it from Bruce Pritchard. You know who Bruce Pritchard got it from? Roddy Piper.
Roddy Piper.
Exactly. He gets a fear of pickles from The Undertaker and phrases of speech from Roddy Piper.
The Undertaker's afraid of pickles?
Well, cucumbers.
He's afraid of cucumbers?
And the associate... Well, you know this.
I do not know about the Undertaker's weird fears. No, I do not.
I went out to dinner or lunch or some meal of the day with Bruce Pritchard when I first moved up to Connecticut. I'd known him since '84, but this particular thing hadn't happened until we're ordering the food, and he gets the burger or whatever. He says, no pickles. Don't want a pickle on the burger. Don't want a pickle on the plate. Don't want a pickle touching my food. And I said, the fuck's with you and pickles? I don't want to be around pickles. Well, then later on, it mystified me until after more information came to light. The Undertaker has an aversion to cucumbers / pickles. Because when he was a kid, apparently his mother, grandmother, somebody made a big old batch of cucumbers, and he ate them till he got sick. My cousin Larry did the same thing on tartar sauce. Could never eat tartar sauce again. But because Bruce, like osmosis or whatever, absorbs characteristics of those he is around, Bruce then developed an unnatural and lengthy and strong aversion to pickles / cucumbers. And it just becomes a thing.
Man, that was like such a missed opportunity for someone to end the streak, like covered in pickles.
Well, that would have done it.
It's Pickle Man, The Undertaker versus Pickle Man. The Undertaker's never cowered in fear like he is today.
If Pickle Man and his sidekick, the Cucumber Kid, had come into the ring at WrestleMania, Undertaker would have dove over the top rope and run screaming into the stands.
So you hear that, folks. Anyone wanting to kiss some ass and get some work from WWE, send Bruce Pritchard a basket of pickles.
A big basket of Aunt B's pickles, the kerosene kind.
What the hell is that? I don't even know what that means.
Aunt B's, but you never saw the Aunt B pickle episode of Andy Griffith?
No.
Aunt B made pickles to enter. Well, she just made pickles for the family. She did it about once a year. And then Andy and Barney and Opie would have to eat the pickles. They tasted like kerosene. And so to make her feel good one year, behind her back, they gave them away to travelers that were on their way out of town. Here's your free pickles. Thanks for stopping into Mayberry. And they got rid of all of them, and that made Aunt B realize they were so good that she made another batch, and she's going to enter them into the goddamn county fair, where old Clara Edwards wins every year. But then, when she did that, Barney and Andy found out that Clara Edwards, it means everything to her to win that county fair blue ribbon on those pickles every year, because it reminds her of her husband that died that loved those pickles. And so Andy and Barney had to eat all those pickles again, so they'd be completely gone before the fair came about. Whatever. But nevertheless, Aunt B's pickles. Send them to Bruce Pritchard.
Send them to The Undertaker, too, if you really don't like him.
Well, no, because Undertaker is liable to get physical.
Let him get physical. I'll throw pickles at him. Come get me. I got barrels of pickles. You want half sour, or do you want sour? What do you want, Undertaker?
He wants sweet instead of dill, but you no good pickle tosser, you.
I will get a fucking super soaker and load that thing with pickle juice and just fucking shoot the Undertaker right in his face.
Oh my God! And then you'll see he'll melt like the Phantom of the Opera. His face will become a skull. The skin will drip off.
See, I want to do it because I think via osmosis that same thing may happen to Bruce. He'll just melt away.
Oh, Bruce melted a long time ago.
Into a puddle of his own goo.
You know, that's why he's been inflated with air for the past 30 years. That's why after he melted, they had to pump him back up.
That air came out of Vince's ass.
Oh, the flatulent air of the McMahon family. You know what? Maybe they could put all of these things. Maybe they could put pickle juice. Maybe they could put flatulent air of Vince McMahon. Maybe they could put fluffy ducks. All in a box of awesome. Do you think that would be possible?
I think, no, I don't think, well, who will be doing this exactly? I mean, it's possible for someone to do it, but not a reputable company like our friends.
Well, yeah, that's where you may be wrong there, Pismo.
What?
Because did you know I was in the post office one time and I heard cheap, 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 and they weren't just talking about me being cheap. You can mail baby chickens, baby chicks. You can, the United States Postal Service will transport live baby chicks. They're in a box with holes in it for air, and they make all kinds of noise, and they transport these, and it's a quick transport. It's not like parcel post where it takes forever, media mail, whatever. But you can mail. So, folks, if you...
Well, finish your story. How far can you mail them? Across the country?
Well, there's no limit on the distance. You can mail them as far as your fucking pocketbook will pay for them to go.
What do you ask for? Do you ask... I mean, it's not like first-class mail.
You ask for a chick rate.
And the chick rate is about
I don't know what the postage classification is called for it, but they will transport these baby chicks. I've seen them with boxes of chicks in the post office facility. And now think about that. If you go right now to boxofawesome.com and you take the quiz there where they ask you different questions about what you like, what you're interested in, what type of products that you would enjoy having in your home, and you say, I love chickens, then it very well may be that they could send you a box of fluffy fucking chickens.
I don't think that's one of the things on their menu. However, they could send you some of the things you'll need to kill that chicken and eat it.
Oh, come on now.
Out in the woods, you will get a wonderful knife or maybe something to start a fire. Maybe some camping equipment. You never know with Box of Awesome, except there will be no living, breathing animals, no livestock, nothing like that. Everything will be a solid, stationary, dead piece of equipment.
No! You don't know whether these things will come dead or alive, because it could, if you enjoy, now I don't know whether they can ship ducks. So it might not be a box of fluffy ducks, but we know they can ship chickens. And if you say, hey, I like eggs, I would like to grow my own eggs, what are they going to send you? They're going to send you a fucking chicken. They better send you a rooster, too, the way these things work. But it just depends on what you're interested in, Brian, and what kind of things you like. And they release boxes every month across a ton of different categories. Now, if you like to go fishing, maybe they'll send you some worms. You can choose from a standard or a premium box. So the worms come in the standard box, but the premium box, you may get a nice tackle box to put all your worms in when you go fishing. But when you become a member of the Box of Awesome family, and we feel like it is a family, that's why things get passed around from member to member, just willy-nilly, because we're all a big family. You're going to have access to discounts across a plethora of products, up to 30% off or more sometimes. And, of course, the Box of Awesome folks have a reputation for only finding the finest products made from the small businesses around the world. They're now concentrating on the island of Kryptonia out in the South Pacific. All the items this month come from small mom-and-pop businesses on that remote South Pacific island.
There is no island that you speak of. This will be coming from mom and pop all across America. Lots of moms and pops and maybe sons and daughters. We are all one, ladies and gentlemen, one love. We are all... Father is the child of man.
It looks like Mom got around if she's all over the country with various pops.
Oh, leave her alone.
Well, she's certainly got experience at this type of thing, but nevertheless, if you want experience with what Box of Awesome will send you every month, that it will show up on your front porch, on your doorstep, maybe on your back porch. It depends on whether the mailman is used to you being at work and comes in the back door on a regular basis or not. But wherever it arrives, you're going to open it up and it's going to be awesome. Whether it's ducks or chickens or geese or potentially everywhere. You know, have you ever seen the wild ostrich egg that you can make that into a variety of egg dishes? You got the omelets, you got the fucking fried ostrich eggs. They'll give you a special ostrich egg pan also in the ostrich egg kit.
There's no ostrich egg kit. They don't have
the pan is 2.5 feet across because those fucking giant ostrich eggs.
There will be no pan. There will be no egg. There will be no kit. There'll be boxes of awesome. Where can you get them, Jim?
Well, and also order them over easy. Do not do sunny side up because ostriches also secrete some of their bodily waste inside the yolk, and
ostrich burgers at
but they milk them for the eggs first.
Before they die and cook them, they milk them for all the eggs?
Yeah, they get all the eggs out first. Because the thing is, it's like deveining the shrimp. You know what that vein is on the shrimp? That's its poop chute. And if you ever get like a Chinese restaurant that's not looking real close, they're just kind of throwing things in there. If you see a dark line on the back of the shrimp running down from the handle to the head, that's its poop chute. They actually have a Box of Awesome that comes with a shrimp depuper.
No, they do not. They should. That's a wonderful idea, actually, but they do not have that.
Well, then I must have just gotten a stray delivery meant for somebody else when I got my depuper. But anyway, right now, folks, go to boxofawesome.com, enter the code JCE at checkout, and you're going to get 15% off your first box. That's just for you, just because we like you. Whether you want to depup that shrimp, whether you want to just mash on that box of fluffy ducks, whatever you want to do, boxofawesome.com, promo code JCE, 15% off your first box of awesome at boxofawesome.com.
Box of Awesome. Good friends, wonderful, fine items that will not be allowed for Jim.
Well, and remember, ladies and gentlemen, make sure your shrimp is deep. Many people are sickened every year from non-depooped shrimp.
All right, I'll make sure to stay on top of that, or strip it of that, or whatever it may be.
Well, whatever you do, stay on top of it. Don't stay underneath it. That's the last place you want to be when something's still pooping.
Hold on, maybe this will help. How do we move on? Where are we going?
That was definitely the shits. Let's talk about SmackDown.
The echo is back. Yes, let's talk about SmackDown.
SmackDown, we're smacking down. They were in Tulsa, Oklahoma for SmackDown on August the 9th at the BOK Center. Is this a new building out there, Brian? When's the last time you were in Tulsa?
I've flown over Tulsa. I've never stopped in the wonderful town of Tulsa.
You didn't even get the urge to fucking get a rope and just hang down and get a better view of it on your way across?
No, not really.
Well,
every time I pass over Oklahoma, I always think, where was Bill Watts hanging out? That's what I always think.
Well, out by his swimming pool where he had a big tall fence so you couldn't see him. That's how he was able to hang out without being arrested. But apparently it's a new building. They had 11,098 fans in this building. The Assembly Center and the Fairgrounds Coliseum back in the Mid-South days maxed out at about 7,500, 8,000-ish. So they couldn't have got this many people in the building back then. And you don't usually see that in Oklahoma anymore. These giant wrestling crowds. Apparently they can draw money anywhere. Just give them paper and a green crayon. So Cody made his entrance, and there was the hugs and the autographs and the whoa, and the Cody chants and the cheers. It's got to the point now, it was like these people had just been paroled from fucking Sing Sing, and they hadn't seen the outdoors when he just started. He said, Tulsa, ah! They wouldn't let him speak. They were cheering so loud. And then all he has to do is say, well, what's next? Who will I defend against at Bash in Berlin? And boom, here comes Solo's music. So it's to the point now where the babyface doesn't even really need to come out and cut a promo to get himself over. They're already goddamn creaming themselves that he's there to begin with, so he can just... He can set the premise up with one sentence, and here comes the heel. And off we go on our dramatic monologue for the evening. And Solo came out with the Tongas. Okay, now, Brian, are they fucking with us? What is it now? Do you think, is Fatu injured, not injured? They're taking advantage of this. It's really a shoot. Which of these answers are we going with this week?
I don't know. I mean, I thought he was hurt. I saw him in the walking boot. You thought, and you're right, it made sense for the match for him to get hurt when he did. So that makes you think that's a sell.
And it also made sense for him to wear some type of support afterward instead of just walking around 7-Eleven in front of the fans like a goddamn Olympic sprinter.
It also made sense in that it makes it so that he's not there when Roman returns and gets his hands on the people who were there. So he doesn't get his hands on Jacob Fatu.
But we've also heard reports that much of the WWE locker room is now convinced that he's hurt. So even the boys don't know for sure. But it's going to suck if he is, but it was too convenient. And here's another thing that made me think he's not, because he sold it too overtly. And if you go back and look, when most of the time, unless something breaks instantly and you drop like a fucking stone in a pond, when people do hurt something, they do everything they can not to show it if it's not supposed to be sold. And he was selling instantly to the point where that guy, if he was hurt and sold that big, that instantly, then he wouldn't have been in a walking boot. He'd have been in a goddamn wheelchair later on. So we'll see what happens. But it also worked here for this night that Jacob Fatu was not in the building. Because what would have happened if he had been? How could what happened have happened if it had happened that Jacob Fatu would have happened by?
And the other thing is, when he's not there and Solo comes out with the two Tongas, you're looking for Jacob Fatu. Because he's established he comes out of the crowd, he comes out of a corner, wherever he may be. So you don't know where he's coming from.
Well, we know where Solo's coming from. He's coming from a position that he wants a rematch. He is pissed about SummerSlam. If it hadn't been for Roman Reigns, he would have been the champion. And he wants another chance. And Cody fired up on him and said, You lost the match, you caused Jacob Fatu to get hurt, and you're delusional if you think that you deserve a rematch. And at that point, of course, the bloodline then begins to step into the ring in a menacing fashion when here comes Kevin Owens from the back door, slides in with two chairs, and they hold the bloodline off at bay, and Solo's like, well, I'm going to deal with you later after I find Roman Reigns. And you think that the bloodline leaves, music starts playing, you think that's it, and then they bring the music down. Because then Cody says, and I'm trying, I'll tell you what I think in a second, but I'm liking this. Cody pitches to Kevin Owens, and Kevin, I want to talk to you. And he pitches the idea that he wants to defend the title against Kevin Owens in Berlin. Because he's, been there, he's had his back, he's blah, 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 he deserves it. And Owens says, and boy, I bet they had to twist his arm to tell him the value in this storyline approach. But Owens says, I don't deserve a title match. I haven't earned it. Look at my win-loss record. And then the fans are like, you deserve it. And Cody wants to reward Owens for having his back, and he pumped him up and told him how great he was, and he said, I'm going back there now to tell Nick Aldis that I want this match, and I'm not going to let you say no. I will see you at the Bash in Berlin. And Owens was left looking fairly put off by the whole thing. What do you think, Brian?
What do I think about what?
Well, what do you think about this development where all of a sudden we've been talking about Cody can defend against this guy and that guy and the other guy? Kevin Owens, his name didn't come up. Kevin Owens and Cody for the title in Berlin, out of nowhere. What the fuck is going on?
I'm not crazy about it, and I'm going to guess that it's going to be part of a bigger thing. Because, again, the babyface world champion is saying that he wants to just give a world title shot. Usually it would be the babyface friend wants a world title shot, and it leads to something. This is going in the other direction. The babyface world champion wants to gift his friend, who hasn't won matches lately, a world title match, risking that he could lose the title to his friend.
Wild card, bitches!
I don't know. I mean, we'll see where they go. I didn't like the execution of it. Again, when Kevin Owens all of a sudden is the bashful, I don't deserve it. Get out of here. I didn't like the setup for it very well, and, Cody was very much into his Shakespearean dusty persona here, in the cadence and the way he lays things, I couldn't deal with it.
Yes, and the pronunciation.
Yeah, I wasn't, again, we'll see where they go, but I didn't like the buildup of it. Just the idea that Owens doesn't even want the match. Cody's giving him the match because he thinks he deserves it, which means that Cody thinks he could risk losing the title to his friend. I mean, I don't know.
Well, either that or maybe Cody says, fuck, he can't whip cream with an outboard motor. I gotta have a night off wrestling him.
You're what my brother wouldn't call a jobber.
But that wasn't quite it, because they go and have another one of those pesky matches with some people. And then they're in the back, and Cody is with Aldis, but Owens is there. I don't deserve a match. I haven't earned it. And Aldis said, well, it's a moot point because I'm going to go talk to Roman Reigns now about a title match. And then Owens said, what? Roman Reigns? Well, he he did this and he did that, and sure, he had the title for all this time, but that was because he had everybody else helping him, blah, blah, blah. And Owens works himself up, talking about all these reasons why Roman Reigns shouldn't get a title match. And then Aldous says, well, fine, then it'll be you versus Cody. And they're right back where they were. And I'm wondering if this might... Here, the only thing is, Orton's going to turn on Cody eventually. For a big... That's either a Rumble, a Survivor Series, a WrestleMania. After Mania. But it's a big... It's one of the big three, I would think.
I think it's a, it's a big Cody feud, yeah.
Yeah. So, is this an offbeat way to start Owens' heel turn? Because now we're looking at the number of baby faces they have that are fucking stars that are over. Should Owens...
What if Owens gets taken out? Cody's gifting his friend a title match, and then between now and then, the Bloodline take out Owens.
Okay, the only thing that makes me think that, I mean, that could still happen, but I wasn't leaning that way because of the fact that Owens was trying to talk him out of it and was reacting the way he was. Which was a little, that's why I said they may have to twist Owens' arm on the creative, because he could have said, oh, you know, I appreciate it, Cody, but, you know, I haven't been focusing on the world title, and I don't, you know, soften himself somewhat. Like, I haven't been working wrestling singles matches, haven't got the one-loss record, whatever, but I don't deserve it. I haven't beat anybody with that. I don't know, but something is up, and I don't know how Owens places in the top babyface hierarchy anymore when it's been, several years now that he's been featured, and they got a bunch more baby faces that are more over now than he is. But he can be an annoying fucking heel. We know that much is true.
But again, this is a weird way to start that off. This isn't him asking for a shot. This is him being given the gift of a shot. I guess we'll see where they go with it.
Well, speaking of gifts, I wish somebody would give me a gift and take the putrid dullards off television. It's AEW level phony. Nobody believes their fucking goofy outfits, their prissy way of talking, their stupid flyers for their musical. It's ridiculous. This is the kind of shit that Vince was shoving at us, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't like this. I don't watch it.
Yeah. Well, and also, Jade Cargill beat Alba Fire, but then Blair Davenport, followed by Mrs. Garrett, I believe, hit the ring, and they got some sloppy heat, and Isla Dawn was involved, and Bianca was in there, and then Naomi hit the ring, and the baby faces beat the heels up. It was a stirring moment when they stood tall in the ring.
Yeah, I got part two. Yeah, I got Granny wrestling right now with the main event.
Well, the finish is the big giant swing, right?
That's right. Well, I haven't gotten there yet, but I believe.
Yeah, the finish, she puts the big giant swing on Mike Mazurki and throws him all the way over the top rope. But back to SmackDown. Not anything as stirring in the wrestling space as the Clampets versus, oh God, what was the heel girl's name?
I don't know. I haven't.
The heel girl wrestler's name was, oh good Lord.
The Boston Strong Girl.
The Boston Strong Girl. There you have it, and her family. All right, at the 9 o'clock hour on SmackDown, now we're leaving the Beverly Hillbillies behind. Out comes the new U.S. champion, the new U.S. champion, L.A. Knight, after he beat Logan Paul at SummerSlam, to do an in-ring promo. He gets the big ovation. He gets the L.A. Knight chance. Lou Ferrigno was in the front row. Did you see that?
I did.
What the fuck was Lou Ferrigno doing in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
showing everyone that you shouldn't be scared of steroids. Clearly, you can live. They said everyone was going to die at the age of 40 and they're going to get giant tumors. It was all a lie. Let's all get juiced up now.
You think that lump in between his shoulders on top of his neck there wasn't tumorous?
That was his head, Jim.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, anyway, Lou Ferrigno has been apparently sentenced to work release in Tulsa or something. And LA Knight does the promo about beating Logan Paul for the U.S. title, and the fans chant, "You deserve it!" Bunch of deserving people on the wrestling program these days. And as soon as LA Knight starts bragging about the win, here comes the music of Pablo Escobar with the Lucha Heels and Carmen J-Lo, whatever her fucking name is. And oh, Christ on a cracker. Is this going to be a program, or was this just for him to come out and... Well, yes, because he won the match for the U.S. So the point is, we're going to have to suffer through L.A. Knight and Escobar. Now that L.A. Knight's won the title, we thought, boy, he really needs to produce, and he did at SummerSlam. And Escobar?
Did he always speak perfect English?
Yeah, you're thinking of Andre.
It's a complete mumble mouth in whatever language, but Escobar, he did a promo with perfect English. I didn't remember he spoke like that. I wasn't expecting it. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be exciting, but we'll see. Maybe it will be. Maybe LA Knight will turn it into something. We will see, but I skipped the Andre match against Escobar.
Yeah, well, Escobar may have spoke perfect English, but it wasn't a perfect promo because he brought the energy way down. And LA Knight fired it back up and said, well, you need to qualify and you're not good enough to beat me. And then LA Knight just left and Escobar wrestled Andrade for about 17 fucking minutes. Until Escobar won with a schoolboy and pulled the trunks. And then we the aforementioned Kevin Sullivan video that we discussed earlier, which was very well done and nice. But then we got Ciampa and Gargano against Pissy and Dookie. So they're actually letting them wrestle on television now, too. And so I skipped that. And then we get to the main event, which, as always, is not a wrestling match, but an interview. The Tongas were in the back telling Solo, we can't find Roman Reigns. He's not here. And Solo says, oh, he'll be here. And then they go to the ring, and we go to the break. And when we come back in the ring, son of a bitch, wouldn't you know, they couldn't find Roman Reigns in that building, but as soon as the Bloodline gets in the ring, the music guy's got his cue, the lighting guy's got his cue, everybody's all set. And basically Solo says, Roman, I'm the tribal chief now. If you call yourself tribal chief, and you want the lay, what do they call it? The umlau? Or the umagumma?
The red lay.
The red lay. That actually used to be a transmitted disease, but they came up with a vaccination. The red lay is, oh boy, I tell you what, it itched too. But if you want this, come and get it. And music, and here comes Roman.
Did you see the way Tonga Loa was holding the belt?
Yeah, it was awkward and potentially upside down.
Every segment with him, there's something that goes awry. I've never seen anyone hold the belt like this. Everyone usually, when you hold the belt over your head, you know, the center plate is usually over your head. And you have a little bit of the strap in each hand. He had, like, right next to the center plate in one hand and the strap in the other. So it was a way that no one has ever held
Yes, it was like, here's half of this belt, and now I'll turn it around and show you the other half. Well, he's inexperienced yet.
He's my favorite member of the Bloodline.
You got to see him try to walk and chew gum at the same time. Fuck. Anyway, well, the people went crazy over Roman, and one finger is up everywhere, and the Tongas bail out on the floor to meet him, and he levels them and hits them with the stairs, and didn't look like he was necessarily taking every precaution for their safety with those fucking stairs. And then Roman and Solo stare at each other. He gets in the ring. They have the face-off, and then they have the fight. And he Superman punches Solo, and he goes for the spear, but old Tonga Loa pulls Solo out. And then Roman sees the lei and picks it up, and all the day you'll have good luck. Think about this. Somebody was talking about this on Twitter the other day. The WWE has gotten a fake Hawaiian airport souvenir and a homemade bracelet of CM Punk's more over than any championship belt in AEW. Because they've put importance in these things. And then when they come into play, people are like, ooh. Instead of, oh, there's 14 of those, why do we care? So Roman picks the red lei up and starts to put it on. And there's Tama Tonga from behind, and they get on Roman. And Solo grabs the lei and leaves. And then Roman makes the comeback and spears Tonga Loa and spears Tama Tonga through the barricade, and then hammers Tonga Loa about 7 times with the chair, and then took a break, and it hit him about 5 more, while Solo was trash-talking him from the entranceway, and I bet Tonga Loa's probably like, motherfucker, why do I have to be the fucking flunky? But I mean, now Roman Reigns is a mega baby face. Roman, short-term, will be hotter than Cody. And you've still got L.A. Knight and Randy Orton and fucking this guy and that guy and the other fucking guy.
And Jacob Fatu not being there means he didn't have to take a bump for Roman.
Yeah, you couldn't have done this with Jacob Fatu in the building and kept Jacob Fatu's aura that they've spent the past month building up. He would have had to have done something, and then the first time that Roman Reigns physically interacts with Jacob Fatu really needs to be Jacob Fatu coming out on the head of it, on the top of it, because they know that Roman's over. But if the first time that Roman and Fatu were to lock up, that Roman beat him up too, then he's just another one of the flunkies, and the bloom is off the rose. But it would not hurt Roman in the least for Jacob Fatu, who has already no-sold Randy Orton shit and done other stuff, to get one over on him, especially in a numbers situation in a heelish way. But Roman couldn't be taking bumps on a lot of bumps on his goddamn, big comeback to network television. Yeah.
And it was their biggest ratings, I think, in a while, too. I'll pull them up if...
I have not seen those. If you would pull those up from wherever you got them, down low, you going to pull them up?
Well, I saw it somewhere, and I don't see it here now. But from what I understand, SmackDown had their best ratings in a while.
Oh, so you're just repeating rumors now, just hearsay.
That's right.
Stephen P. New would object to something like that in a court of law if you tried to get away with it.
He's on my side.
Well, that's why you're not trying to get away with it there.
Or here. Where are
we? Where are we?
See, that was the wrong note. There's an echo. There's this weird echo.
Well, that was the end of SmackDown. Not for good. They're going to come back and do another one next week, but just that particular program. Do you have any closing thoughts on SmackDown? Or potentially, if you don't, are there any persons or persons unknown on the Arcadian Vanguard Network this week that are going to be talking about Smacking Down?
Oh, well, in that case, fuck SmackDown. The Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network. Get information on all the shows on Twitter at Super Podcast or on Arcadian Vanguard. Or on Facebook at facebook.com/Arcadian Vanguard. A few notes, of course. The wrestling news each and every day, wherever you find your favorite podcast, or download it directly from thewrestlingnews.com, your free daily wrestling newscast, when other websites are raising their prices for you to get access to news that will be publicly available in seconds. We give it to you for free in seconds, or minutes if maybe. Wrestlingnews.com. That's where you find your favorite podcast. Want to make mention of the latest episode, or two actually, of Shut Up and Wrestle with Brian Solomon. Some interesting episodes. Mike Clark formerly of the Jack Tunney Toronto office, returns to the show. Also, recent episode with Sam Adonis. Hear what it's like being a top heel in Mexico, but appreciating the past. SCAWpod.com. Available wherever you favorite podcast, and of course, the 605 Super Podcast, The Mothership! Oh, you see that? You're failing us left and right. We never fail you. Go through the archive, 605pod.com. You've gone silent. Are you embarrassed? What's going on over there?
I don't know who you're talking to. You're
talking
saying
to you.
You failed us. How did I fail you?
We only got half the sound that you played. Let me hear it.
Hold on.
Yeah, what is that?
That's it.
That wasn't it. Hold on. I have the same. That's it. Let me hear yours.
It's the same goddamn thing.
I'm not hearing it at all. Hit it again into the microphone. Yours seems a bit abrupt, but
Oh, for God's sake. How about this?
I don't even hear that. Can you hear that?
How are you not hearing that?
I'm not hearing that.
It's right up here in the goddamn microphone. Here, how can you hear that now?
I hear you. I have no idea.
What the hell is the matter with now? You made me think. What is the microphone's broken or something?
Maybe so, but I definitely didn't hear your spring. But I could hear my full spring right here.
Here is my spring.
Yeah, it
there
stopped.
It is.
It cut off.
Yours does too.
605pod.com. The Mothership.
Yeah, mother is right.
Well, that goes a long time, that one.
Thank you, Doctor. Yeah, she did go on quite a long time. Should have seen the marks she left. Anyway. Alrighty, well, no sound effects were needed in the program we're going to talk about now. A little classic wrestling content. We've heard about this documentary being worked on and was scheduled for release. It is out now. It has escaped. And I was afraid, because this was done by the PBS station out in North Carolina, I was afraid I was going to have to learn how to use some kind of app or whatever. And then one of the listeners was kind enough to send me a link, but come to find out, any mark can just go to pbs.org and look up When Giants Walked Here, and you can watch the whole documentary on their website. So I thought I was being given preferential treatment by this fellow, and he just sent me a link to something anybody. Even you could see it, Brian.
I did see it. I saw most of it.
Even you.
Even me.
Even you. Anyway, it's a documentary on Dorton Arena in Raleigh, which may sound a little dry, until we say that it focuses primarily on wrestling was the top attraction at Dorton Arena for the first almost 30 years of its existence. Dorton Arena in Raleigh is also on the Register of Historic Places nationally. It's a worldwide, world-known architectural phenomenon because of the way it's built. It's in that parabolic curve. Brian, you know what other famous product is built just like the Dorton Arena, where the shape helps support itself from falling in a parabolic manner?
What's that?
Pringles potato chips. Think about them. Pringles in the can. When you pull them out, that's the same thing that they did to the Pringles to keep them from breaking, because it makes the structure more sturdy when they got the fucking sides up like that. I saw that on How the Food Built America.
How the Food Built America. Yes.
On the food that built America.
On the backs of food. That's how.
On the backs of food, yes. Anyway.
Hey, I thought that was actually some of the most interesting stuff was, although the historian or expert, whatever it was, may have been a bit dry, the stuff about the architecture and the history of why it was built and how it was built, I thought that was great.
Yeah, and I didn't know a lot of these things, about the building itself, but apparently, and this took quite a while after the or during the post-World War II boom, North Carolina wanted to pave more of their roads. I can imagine what the roads looked like in the late 40s out there. And they wanted to build new buildings, and J.S. Dorton was the director of the fairgrounds, and he led the development of the arena, and they had the original plans and drawings and different sketches on what it might look like, and the architect that built it was a famous Polish architect. He settled in Raleigh, and he worked on the project that took years between the Korean War delaying it and all that stuff. And then before they built the thing, he died in a plane crash, the architect. So the city rallied because he was a popular guy and completed the arena. In, I think the early 60s is when they opened it up, or at least when wrestling got there. But they had not only some of the wrestlers, talking heads we'll talk about, George South and Jimmy Valiant, but also some of the famous fans from the area. Brad Stutz, he was on there. John Hitchcock from Parts Unknown. Tom Sorensen was the guy that did the wrestling column in the Charlotte Observer and did a number of pieces on me and everybody in Crockett Promotions in the 80s. And Bruce Mitchell, good to see he's still fighting, man. Well, no, leprosy is a hell of a disease. And to see, you know, he made it to the sit down and only lost a couple of fingers. It was, you know, anyway, it's good to see, even in that kind of desiccated condition.
The last time you ever mentioned the last time you mentioned him on the show, you said he looked like he was decomposing.
Well, that's why I'm saying, you know, they've apparently that spirit gum that they got to hold his facial skin on is working. But anyway, nice to see a picture recognition of Joe Murnick, Carl and Elliot Murnick's father. Carl and Elliot were brothers, obviously, and they were major local promoters for Jim Crockett when I was there, but their father, Joe Murnick, was partners with Jim Crockett Sr. and started, the Murnicks ran everything at one point in the eastern half of North Carolina and some of the Virginia spot shows. But the thing about Dorton Arena, David Crockett was on and mentioned it. It was the biggest arena in those days in eastern North Carolina because all of the major population centers, Charlotte, Greensboro, Winston-Salem, Asheville, they're all on the western part of the state. Out east by toward the coast, Wilmington didn't have any major arena indoors. The big shows there, wrestling shows that would draw 4,000 or 5,000 people, were outdoors in the summer at Legion Stadium. That's where Flair and Valentine and those guys were going when the plane crashed. And Greenville, North Carolina didn't have a big building. Fayetteville, the Cumberland County Memorial Arena, seated like 4,000. So Dorton Arena in Raleigh, and Raleigh is still one of those other Tri-Cities operations over there next to Durham, and that was the big place in eastern North Carolina. And that's why, you know, a lot of the guys that grew up there that got in the business always wanted to work there, and because it was kind of like their Mid-South Coliseum or their Omni or their Madison Square Garden. But originally, and I think probably throughout the 60s and 70s, Raleigh was a more important market for Crockett Promotions than it became in the 80s, because that's when they were still running exclusively North and South Carolina and Virginia. By the time I got there, Raleigh had switched from Tuesday night to Wednesdays, and it was starting to be every week they didn't get the big card because Crockett was expanding. But for years, the Tuesday night matches were because they did TV at WRAL, which was at one time, along with, I think, WBT in Charlotte, the biggest television station in the state. And they did their studio show there on Wednesdays. So they do Tuesday night house show, Wednesday during the day interviews, and Wednesday night TV taping. But they switched Raleigh to Wednesday in the 80s when they bought the Nemo truck and started doing on-location tapings on Tuesday nights for their syndicated TV. But nevertheless, what a building to look at, and it is architecturally resplendent, but a couple of the guys mentioned it, and if you were working that fucking building, there were some conditions you needed to know about. There's no air conditioning, never was and still is not. So in the summertime, and Brian, you saw the thing that makes it such a striking visual is all the windows. It's not like a regular arena. Everywhere there above the seats all the way around is glass, is windows. And they didn't fucking make the high energy efficient windows back in the 50s. You can imagine when you'd start a show at 8 o'clock in the summertime, the sun was still shining. And it was fucking burning hot in that building. But by the same token, in the wintertime, I don't know if they had heat either. There was some in the locker rooms. It was steam heat, so you'd sweat in the locker room regardless. But in the wintertime, that building, same thing. Now it's dark, and it's fucking 35 degrees outside. You needed a fucking parka. I was wearing a suit sometimes. I was freezing to death. And it was a great building when it was full, or where there was a big crowd. But if you got there was 1,200 people because it was just a black card, the goddamn atmosphere was death. Because it was such, not only was it a bigger building, but the floor area was enormous. And we had a cold World Tag title match one night with Wahoo McDaniel and Ronnie Garvin. One fall, 60-minute time limit. Tommy Young brings the finish over. This was early in '86, right? And it wasn't a big card, and there wasn't a lot of people there. He said, they won an hour Broadway. Well, what? An hour Broadway. I swear to God, I was there at that ringside for 3 days. And at one point, they actually had to one of the baby faces, I'm pretty sure it was Garvin, Wahoo wouldn't have run that far, had to chase me to the back so I could piss. Out there a fucking hour, not able to sweat because it's 40 fucking degrees. They told the story about the locker rooms were being separate. You never saw the baby faces never saw the heels never saw the baby faces. Not only were the locker rooms separate, but they were at opposite ends of that building. And so the referees would go back and forth with finishes and spots and fucking things, and they'd be blown up by the time the show started because it was easily 500-600 feet in between fucking locker rooms by the time you came up the stairs, through the building, back down the stairs. And it was multiple times per night before the show even started.
What other buildings in the Carolinas and Virginia, the whole territory, what other buildings had separate heel and baby? What buildings didn't have separate heel and babyface dressing rooms?
The bigger buildings, like Greensboro and Charlotte, you could get back and forth behind the scenes, but it wasn't encouraged because building people were wandering around. In Greensboro, it was easy because it was all closed off and, you know, etc. Richmond Coliseum, the bigger arenas, you could get back and forth if you needed to. It was the smaller places. It was the Fayettevilles. It was the Columbia, South Carolina. It was the Asheville Civic Center. You know, you could go through the catacombs of the building if you had to talk to somebody, but it generally wasn't done. So a lot of the smaller buildings were where there was probably as many or more where you could not talk to the other side as there were that you could. But we were there wasn't a lot of conferences going on anyway about the match, even if you were together, because you were working with these people every night, or you were calling it in the ring, or you had your finish. What more do you need? Every once in a while for TV, if you were taping TV in a building and there had to be some conversation about positioning or whatever, you know, there would be some neutral ground outside where each side could sneak to and be unmolested for a little while. The good thing about Dorton Arena was because it was on the fairgrounds, all around the arena in the parking lot area were these little ticket booths. And it was like, I didn't care about talking to the fucking opponents, but it was like the arena was ringed by a series of small little hotel rooms. And once the matches started and all the fans were in their seats, if you needed to meet someone, to have a private discussion of non-wrestling events, these fucking little ticket booths were perfect. It was like a little roadside motel room and a boom, and there you go. Did that answer your question?
What was my question?
It was about people getting together to talk.
Oh, yes, yes.
People got together in those things, but no, there wasn't a lot of talking going on. But Earl Hebner and Jimmy Valiant, Bobby Fulton, some of those guys are quoted in this piece. That was Dorton Arena was the building, nobody mentioned this, where Piper got stabbed. And that's what predicated his babyface switch of the Carolinas. When he got stabbed by the guy in the fucking hallway in Raleigh at Dorton Arena. That was the building and they showed the clip of it. Baby Doll knocked me out with the punch to the base of the skull that night. When she was late because it was so far coming from the locker room to the ring, I had to run 2 laps around the fucking ring.
She hated you. She wanted to punch you as hard as she could after you were blown up, is what it was.
Well, it certainly felt like it.
The crowd going crazy. I mean, that's a great shot, too, because it's from ringside, and people go nuts when she hits you.
And that was...
you fall to Bubba's feet.
Yes, in a very convincing fashion. But that was the biggest crowd, or the biggest gate, I should say, in the history of Raleigh. But they did highlight, and I got to bring something up here. And everybody knows I love Buddy Landell. Bless his little pea-picking heart. But when they brought Buddy in to be Nature Boy Buddy Landell, put him with J.J. Dillon in the Carolinas, that's when Flair to the home territory people was a babyface. Flair was still, as world champion, a heel everywhere else, but he had become a babyface to Carolinas. And so Landell comes in, and they have the Battle of the Nature Boys, and that was, again, what Buddy was proud of to his dying day and was a big story. They sold out Dorton Arena in July of '85 for Flair versus Landell in a Battle of the Nature Boys in a thunderstorm. That's how much interest was in. They had a match in Greensboro, and they were going to do, more in the future. But then when George South told the story, and I'm not blaming George South, because Buddy Landell told him this story, and Buddy could tell a very convincing story. But Buddy told George, and George said, well, Flair was tired. He needed to spend more time with his family. He was going to take time off. Buddy was going to get the belt and run for, I think, a couple of years. But it didn't happen because then poor Brad Stutz said the next TV taping after this sellout was when Buddy overslept in Atlanta. Yeah, it was about 4 or 5 months later.
Oh, my favorite is Jimmy Valiant. Like, oh, no, Buddy. No, I knew what he was going to do. What was he going to do? He's going to party like everyone else does.
Yes.
You didn't know he was going to oversleep?
Stay with me, brother. I got an extra... No, Buddy was riding with Joel Deaton. Thunderfoot. Joel Deaton of the Wild Bunch in Japan, at All Japan years ago. And Joel went to bed and Buddy went out. And Buddy came back in while Joel was asleep, and Joel got up to go to TV, and Buddy, get up. And then the phone calls came from TBS, from JJ, and whatever the fuck, and finally Buddy draggled in about noon and got himself fired. But the point is, nobody was never going to be the NWA World Champion at that juncture. I'm not saying it. There wasn't much more NWA World Champion to be had in 1985. By 89, 90 was over with, but that wasn't the time. Can you imagine if Buddy Landell had been the NWA World Champion from fall 85 for a couple years till maybe fall 87? Well, nothing really historic in wrestling went on between 1985 and 87 that Flair needed to be around for.
Yeah, the idea that Flair would want off in the middle of the wrestling war with Vince.
Yes, and 1986 would be the biggest year of business that Jim Crockett Promotions ever did.
There were two faces of wrestling, Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
And Flair wanted to go spend more time with his family, so Buddy was going to get the world title and have it for a few years, which means he would have turned back Magnum TA, maybe Barry Windham if things still happen and he comes in, Nikita Koloff. It would have been Buddy with JJ instead of Flair with JJ. Buddy was with JJ. Different horsemen altogether. That's a... You want to talk about the horseman getting into trouble? There's a horseman that will get in trouble. The Buddy Landell, that horseman.
Boy, howdy. The thing is, JJ was with Buddy, and the whole thing with JJ and Tully came after Buddy overslept. So part of that possibly would have happened, but anyway, again, not knocking George South. He told a story. Buddy told it to him. It's a good story. Doesn't stand up to independent scrutiny. But anyway, when Crockett expanded, he's running more shows, he's running more towns, they started neglecting the Carolinas somewhat. As I said, like by 1986, you could tell there were starting to be some chips because again, not only did Buddy and Rick sell the place out in 85, but when we did that big TV taping with the Midnight and the Warriors, and I think it was Flair and the Horsemen against Dusty and the Superpowers or the Road Warriors or whatever on top. That was $74,000 and sold out in 1986. That it would be the equivalent of about what, almost $250,000 house in today's money. And that wasn't even a Great American Bash date. That was just a loaded card in Raleigh at that point. But on some of the other weeks, you'd have the Midnight versus Wahoo and Ronnie in a cold match for the title, and you'd have 1,200 people. And that was the year they started kind of neglecting Greenville, South Carolina, that had been one of their major markets. In 1986, Greenville, for 40 wrestling events, grossed $600,000. By 1988, you could barely get 1,000 people in a fucking building. So, and by the way, 600 grand, almost 40 years later, that Greenville, South Carolina was the equivalent of a $2 million a year town for Crockett, and it was one of his B towns. So that was, anyway, that was what started the chink in the armor, and then when Turner Broadcasting bought the thing in 88, most of the Carolinas towns went dark. And the fans got pissed. They wanted to run the big cities. They wanted to run Los Angeles and Dallas and this and that. And the big cities didn't draw what the Carolinas towns did. Then when they tried to go back to the Carolinas towns, the fans were like, oh, fuck you, now you need us. This was ours. You took it away from us. Remember I told a story when I said, why did you book Greensboro on a fucking Wednesday night? I was at a production meeting. I was asking Pedicino, who was working in the office then. He said, well, they wanted to save Saturday nights for, you know, the big markets. I said, what is bigger than Greensboro? And I got my books out and I showed him how Greensboro over the last year had outdrawn St. Louis and Chicago and this town and that town. And then he said, well, I didn't realize that. I said, you people are working in a fucking office. I'm digging in my wrestling bag. I've got access to records you don't fucking have. Am I getting off on a tangent here?
No, it's part of the story.
So, but that's what they did.
Because we've heard that obviously a lot. Mostly you hear about it from fans that used to go to shows in Greensboro. That they felt ripped off. Starrcade got ripped away from them, and booking issues. And next thing you know, what was the strongest market, Greensboro, was gone.
Well, Raleigh, think about Raleigh in 1977. They're seeing Ric Flair and Greg Valentine versus the Anderson brothers, plus Piper and Andre and Snuka and Steamboat. And in 1987, they're seeing the Cruel Connection in the semifinal match or whatever. They did the same thing with all the Carolinas towns that per capita drew more than most other wrestling markets in the country because they thought they wanted to go to the big towns. So then they had a picture, 1985, sold out. 1993, there's not 1,000 people in there. It was WCW's last show in the building.
You know, there's been footage over the years of Ric Flair, you know, not too long ago, saying things like, if Crockett Promotions had just stayed in the Carolinas, they never would have gone out of business. It's not necessarily that simple, but were there people at the time, as it was happening, advocating for not traveling to Chicago, LA, St. Louis? Like, as it was happening in real time, were there people saying, why don't we just stay here in these towns?
Yeah, a couple of them were named Crockett. David, you know, David tried to talk Jimmy out of selling when the business started resurging and coming back in '88. And David admitted in this, well, we thought we were invincible and, you know, we got a little too big for our britches, paraphrasing. But it would have been very difficult for Jim Crockett Promotions had they stayed in the Carolinas and on the eastern seaboard where they were established and could draw from Chicago over to Baltimore and Philadelphia and the Carolinas in the southeast, and add Georgia to that. They wouldn't have been, they had the national television, so they would have been a presence. They wouldn't have been as competitive with Vince for the 84 to 87 period that they were, but they would have been healthier financially by not spending the money to expand the TV network and expand the live events and absorb all those promotions that they, Kansas City, Florida, Mid-South, UWF, whatever. So eventually, Vince may have still taken over the entire country for wrestling, but it would be hard to figure how that Jim Crockett Promotions and wrestling in the Carolinas couldn't exist in some form, regardless of what. Maybe they wouldn't have kept Ric Flair. But maybe Flair would have run with Vince and then come back because he didn't want to move out of the fucking Carolinas. Vince didn't eat up every single piece of talent that would have supplied a secondary promotion with a lot of good talent from 88 to 98. Company under TBS was being run, and the fact that TBS eliminated all of the markets that their wrestling show could go to, that it was proven that it was popular, that it was more over than anything else. They either didn't run them or they watered the product down so bad to look like Vince's that the people in those markets didn't want to go see it anymore.
That's the problem. Eventually, everything was chasing Vince.
Yes. And, you know, so you did something that somebody else is doing, but not as good, instead of doing something completely different than anybody else was doing that was already successful. So they have mismanagement on different levels. Crockett just got too big, too fast, and took bad advice. TBS disrupted and dismembered the whole goddamn thing and made it something completely different that nobody wanted to see for years and years. But there you have it. And then finally in 2016, Big Time Wrestling ran. I was on that show. They ran Spartanburg the night before. Baby Doll beat me up, and then that night in Raleigh, Jimmy Valiant spanked me with my tennis racket. But it was fun to go back. But I've done that now. I don't need to go back anymore.
I just love Jimmy Valiant retelling the story of trying to beg Buddy Landel to not go out.
And now here's the thing. Imagine Jimmy in his day was not the best influence on anybody, but he would have been a better influence than probably most of the people that Buddy Landel were hanging around with.
Oh, brother, stay in. Get a glass table. Oh, maybe that's not a good idea for you. Get a table.
No, wait. See, that was Klondike Bill's gimmick, and somehow it got hung on Jimmy Valiant. I don't know how.
You know, someone recently emailed us about that story, and they said they asked him about it. I don't know how it comes up at a convention, probably because Jimmy's trying to sell something. And Jimmy was like, no, man, it's not true at all. It's not true at all. It was the Midnight Express.
Hey, no, come on now.
Not the rock and roll, but the